Welcome to listening to stories on Kevin 2V audiobook channel. Chapter 1301, Die in a Blaze of Glory. Darkness burst forth and the endless flames drowned. What damnation feared would happen was actually happening right before her eyes. Vulcan had an expansion, a powerful, great, and unmatched one able to level entire continents. Arad, too, had one of no less power. Arad's void silently expanded out of his body and swallowed damnation. Her flames, her light, and her lava, engulfing the whole chamber and painting it black, snuffing all light, the flames kept expanding inside Arad's stomach, drowning in the endless expanses of his void. If Arad wanted to suck anything into his stomach, he is limited by the dimension of his expansion as that act like a gate. This means that Arad couldn't swallow a planet that didn't fit inside his expansion whole. He must divide it up. Swallowing damnation and Vulcan's expansion whole wasn't a problem for him. The problem was what came after, the painful explosion. And if that thing might rip his stomach open like what Eris did before to him when exploding her son inside his stomach? Damnation still didn't give up, and why would she? While Arad's expansion is limitless, she could still injure it if she managed to concentrate enough magic in one spot. She was more than capable of ripping the threads of magic with the firepower of her expansion. So why wouldn't she be able to damage Arad's stomach? All damnation needed to do was concentrate and focus her flames, rip a wound in the strange space of Arad's stomach, and escape. But it was then that a void, a gentle, alluring voice, rang through the nothingness of the void. Just hearing it made damnation feel weird, hot and cold, bothered, and her body flinched, strange emotions burning deep within her heart. No, within Vulcan's long-dead heart, live a bright, happy life and die in a blaze of glory. In that instant, all of Vulcan's flames faded away, disappearing as if they never existed, sucked into the alluring expanse of Nar's bright red lips. The fire spirit Queen Nar floated there in front of damnation, staring at the moving body of her long-dead herald Vulcan. The relationship between Nar and Vulcan was once the same as the relationship between Zephyr and Aella. Vulcan was the chosen one, the only person that Nar took under her and trained. She taught her the art of fire and turned into a master of pyromancy. It was a strange sight, a 1-foot-tall fairy teaching an 18-kilometers-tall titan how to burn things down. The relationship between the two had extended far beyond just being a master and her student. Nar was like a mother to Vulcan. She took this ostracized, oversized titan and gave her the love and care every child needed. And now, she was here to bury her once last time. Eris, give Vulcan her last rites. Nar lifted her hands, and fire engulfed both her and Vulcan, lived like a bright flame, illuminated the lives of others, and blessed them with warmth and heat. Now rest in peace, engulfed in the blazes of fire. From ashes you were born, and to the ashes you shall return. Titan Vulcan, return to the embers of your mother. Eris flew above them and illuminated the whole area with a blazing purple sun, watching over the process as Nar cremated Vulcan's body. Damnation struggled to escape Nar's grasp, but she couldn't move an inch. The irresistible will of the Fire Spirit Queen pushed Vulcan's flames down, preventing damnation from even struggling. Outer Ghost began. I only seek to retrieve the body of my child. She then looked into her eyes and growled, Get your fucking slimy hands off her body. Those words alone were enough to rip damnation's soul out of Vulcan's body, violently cut and throw her off into the vast void of Arad's stomach. Damnation tried to return to Vulcan's body, but that was an impossible feat. While Nar mostly stays in the form of a tiny fairy, her true self is a sentient, gigantic flame that could engulf the whole world. The flames burning Vulcan's body were Nar's body. The Titan had returned to the womb of the woman who wasn't her true mother, but still filled that role, for her Vulcan's body returned to its normal size of 18 kilometers tall, and Nar remained sitting on her shoulder, watching as the great existence burned to ash. Arad's void only helped to collect the ashes in one place, giving the Spirit Queen one last chance to talk with her herald, even though Vulcan was dead and could neither hear nor reply to Nar. The queen just kept talking, telling her about everything that happened in the past years, the many wars, the great flames, fires, the volcanic titans in their kingdom, how they thrived, and how they almost fell. She told her about herself and how she had to get Arad's help to retrieve her body. If not for Arad, Damnation might have managed to run away from Nar. As Nar expected, Zephyr's words came true. It was worth the humiliation of being carried in his stomach. Getting Vulcan's body back was all she wanted, and seeing her herald resting in peace was a dream she had for centuries. The last thing Nar told Vulcan about was Amber. Nar had never taken a herald after Vulcan, but now that Vulcan was put to rest, Nar wanted to take another student, hoping that she'd become an even stronger herald, one that wouldn't suffer the same fate. You've always hated being an only child. Look, you've got a little sister now. Her name is Amber. Her flames aren't as hot as yours, but she has the heart and will to back herself up. Nar flew away as the last of Vulcan's bones turned into ash. Arad's void swirled up and collected all of the ash in a single massive mountain and gave it to Nar. The fire spirit queen pulled a ring and stored all of Vulcan's ash in it to keep it with her for the rest of time. Zephyr flew down from the void and looked at her. Vulcan is at rest now. I'll get Arad to let you out if you want. No, I'll rest here until we get back. Nar flew away and returned to Arad's small world to rest for a bit. On the other side, Arad was holding Damnation's soul in his hand. Now, what should I do with you? Chapter 1302, 1302, Another Cracked One. Arad clenched his fist and crushed Damnation's soul, sending her straight inside his stomach to turn into a mindless, lifeless void creature. Seconds after, Arad could feel his soul burning with heat as it supplied enough magic to form a void body for the great abomination. Damnation was by far the strongest and strangest creature he had ever killed and turned into a void creature. The three hell gods that Arad picked, pain, darkness, and madness, were powerful, but hell had long since weakened their souls. He looked inside his stomach and saw the mass of void pulsing like a heart, then shrinking into a humanoid shape. A tall woman with skin as black as ink, eyes pure white, and hair that's long, oily, and glows with faint red sparks between the obsidian black strands. She remained frozen for a second, standing in front of Arad. Her chest rose and fell as she pretended to breathe. Even her eyes slowly moved, looking around. The void creatures didn't need to breathe or look around to see. They were technically blind since they didn't have eyes. They were made from the void and only relied on it to sense their surrounding. They certainly didn't need to breathe. Arad had faced Damnation while she controlled Vulcan's body, but he had never seen what the real Damnation looked like. Even this void body of hers seems to be just a crude imitation of a humanoid shame sculpted from the black void. That writhing mass of flesh must be her true self, a being that is locked in eternal damnation herself. She was a sad existence, but it didn't excuse how many people she made suffer. Now you'll be of use. Not even death can save you. You've taken too much of the world, and it is now time to pay up and work slowly to return the value you cost us. Arad didn't see the laws of humans as they were. His thinking was more straightforward and alien to most. He understood the concept of prisons and killing as a punishment, but saw it as wasteful and immature. Humans are weak. They can't afford the luxury of such things. Killing is an easy way out, and redemption is only achieved by trying to fix what has been damaged. He can't be bothered to waste energy on every ruffian he meets, but the big ones shouldn't be wasted. Instead of giving them an easy way out, he'll have them work to pay up for what they destroyed. He looked at Damnation. Oh, you'll have a lot of hard work awaiting you. Like fixing the damaged volcanic Titan kingdom, fighting abominations, carrying missions in the outer void. Damnation looked at him for a few seconds, then sighed, as if disappointed. Most of Arad's void creatures displayed faint hints of emotions. Otherwise, pain won't get aroused when hurt, and madness won't find anything funny anymore. I guess you aren't honest, are you? Damnation spoke, and it was Arad's turn to freeze for a second. beating me to a pulp, exhausting me to the bone, setting that spirit Nar on me, then finally brutally crushing my soul down. That's a bit too rough foreplay even for me. She started thinking, well, I take the first back. Just don't set Nar on me or crush my soul. I spent my whole life torturing things, it gets me going. She blushed. I did get a bit excited when you were punching me. I won't lie, I just wish you were a bit more methodical with it. I always wanted to know how it'll feel to be the one sitting on the torture chair. Arad lifted his hand and she gasped, ready to take a hit, but he rubbed his face. Wait, how are you able to speak? You shouldn't be the same one as before. I even crushed your soul, intentionally damaging it. Damnation tilted her head. Abomination's souls aren't the same as normal in-universe souls. What you did is destroy my abomination's soul and then put it into a void shell. Damnation looked at her hands. I'm neither alive nor dead. I do have a soul, but mine is neither like the abomination's nor other souls. She smiled. I'm merely a sentient tool, a spell that has a mind and can think, an artificial intelligence that is copied from a once-living soul. As she was speaking, Arad immediately looked at her soul. It was indeed cracked, just like Tina's soul, but Damnation's situation was far worse. While Tina has a small and weak human soul that would leak all of its energy in months and die, Damnation's soul was vast, enough to last her a couple of centuries at least, if not several thousand. But considering how long she lived, that must be like having 2 extra seconds to live for a human. A large smile crossed Damnation's face. I see, this is a test, isn't it? Now I have a timer on me and I must impress you before my timer ends. Arad, what is going on? Iris flew down and landed beside him. She threw a glance at the still happy Damnation and then looked back at Arad. Did something go wrong? She is sentient. She can think, remember her past life, and also talk. He pointed at Damnation. Eris looked at her. Doesn't that just mean we can ask her about the abominations and their grand plans? Damnation shook her head. The abominations' plans must have been changing lately. I've been locked down for so long and didn't have a chance to contact them. You probably know more about the current events than I do, but I can still give you some history and predictions based on events that are at least several thousand years old. Arad looked at her. What is Nayar's weakness? How do we kill him? Damnation shook her head. He doesn't have a weakness. If he has one, he doesn't trust me or any other abomination to let us know it. All I know is that he doesn't fear anyone, not even AO, like all of us do. But he makes an effort to avoid one person. The guardian of the gate of the forbidden knowledge, a mass of black tar, eyes and malice. That has to be Yog with what she knows. He probably avoids her to make sure his plans don't leak out. Arad looked at Damnation. But that doesn't make sense, does it? If she knows everything, she then knows what Nayar is planning, right? It is complicated. First, she is omniscient in AO's universe, while Nayar's true body is outside it. He is outside her limits. Second, she has AO's knowledge, all of it, which means she could possibly know what Nayar is planning, and she is just not speaking. Damnation shook her head. She guards forbidden knowledge, the knowledge that would harm those who learn it. It was then that Nar flew in and glared at Damnation. That thing is still alive? Chapter 1303, Fading Flames. Even with how powerful Damnation was, and with Arad being her protector now that she had become one of his void creatures, she was still not so thrilled about facing Nar again. For once, she wasn't sure that Arad would protect her, and second, she was sure that even if he wanted, the cost of getting on Nar's bad side was just too great. Spirit Queens were known for being an irascible bunch. It doesn't take much effort to draw the ire of one, and they never forget. I won't say she is alive. I turned her into what I call void creatures, broken souls that use my void as bodies. Usually I limit it to monsters I kill, but she was too powerful to throw away. Arad replied with a calm face, and Damnation slowly moved to hide behind Eris. Iris was nowhere near strong enough to protect Damnation from Nar, but for some reason, she seemed more reliable than anyone else here when it came to fire. Nar looked at Arad and then glanced at Damnation. Make sure to work here hard. Do you know what kingdoms do with their worst criminals? Those evil minds and powerhouses with enough power to overthrow the system. They employ them as special agents. She flew around Arad and sat on his shoulder. There was this dark elf mage who specialized in mind control and could brainwash thousands of mundane people with a flick of his fingers. He used that power to enslave half of the capital and plan a coup, but he failed. Jasmine's father employed him as his special guard. Nar went on and told Arad about several stories of great villains either turning a new leaf or being forced to work for the forces of good. The last one was quite strange. It was about an arsonist fairy who went around setting everything in her path ablaze, being as much of a natural disaster as a great forest fire would be, swallowing hundreds of kilometers like an unstoppable tide. Someone entered her forest, she set them ablaze. Someone argued with her. She blasted them with a fireball. She didn't like the food and then burned the whole farm down. That fairy had spent the majority of her younger decades being an ignorant brat, only satisfying her own whips. Nar smiled. But once she grew older, she also became bolder. She was hungry. She wanted to eat, consume, and burn. She went out of her way to seize a massive piece of land, kick everyone out, and kill all of those who dared oppose her. She then set the whole place ablaze and called it her throne. Arad listened to her for a while and then sighed. You talking about yourself? Nar looked at him with a smile. Was it obvious? Sorry, I'm not much of a talker, let alone a storyteller. I rarely speak with anyone to begin with. She looked at Damnation. Revenge burns people alive. I know that better than anyone. It's not worth it, and I don't care as long as I've got Vulcan's body back. Then you aren't against leaving Damnation here to help rebuild the volcanic Titan's kingdom. The war outside between the demons and lava spawns had wreaked havoc. Arad looked at Damnation. I can just erase her if you want. No, they'll need someone powerful to help them rebuild. Tempo alone won't be enough. They need someone with extreme control over fire, and I'm not staying here, neither am I leaving Amber here. She looked at Damnation and flicked her finger, sending a red spark at her. Damnation's black void turned bright red with fire. This would allow you to use fire as well as you could with Vulcan's body. Your punishment is eternal hard work. Damnation looked at her body for a second and then gasped, Wait, are you serious? Just like that? She couldn't believe at which ease Nar could gift such power. And here she thought that Vulcan was nearing the level of the Fire Spirit Queen. She was horribly wrong. Nar's full power far surpassed that of Vulcan. Even if Damnation had survived Arad, she would have had no place in this mortal world since she couldn't contend with Nar. Spirit Queens are the ceiling of power for their elements in this world, at least. You won't find anyone stronger with fire than me. She pointed at Arad. This brat even brought another Fire Spirit Queen from another world here, and she is far weaker than me. Now that I'm thinking about it, you're far stronger than Salamander. Is it because this world has more fire than Yog's world? Arad asked, and Nar shook her head. No, not really. Zephyr is the reason I'm far stronger. She is the reason why all other Spirit Queens are far stronger and why we bow to her as our leader. She looked at Arad. I'm the simplest of the bunch. Her wind fuels my flames and makes them far stronger. By feeding on her winds for thousands of years, I managed to grow stronger. No wonder all the major races came looking to save her when she got locked up. Arad smiled and waved his hand to Damnation so she could go and exit his stomach to help Tempo, and he took the liberty of flying back with Eris and Nar to his small world. One incarnation headed with Damnation to explain the situation to Tempo, and the other remained inside the stomach. Soon, Arad reached the small world where many humans were still recovering. Eris had healed most of them. Amber was flying over the plains, exhausted, while her job wasn't that flashy. She had spent the past hours finding the humans were burning and snuffed out the flames, eating their flesh. That job had put a huge load on her since she was facing Vulcan's great flames, something far beyond her current power. Zephyr flew toward them and looked at Nar. See, it worked. She had a smug smile on her face, and Nar frowned. Why are you speaking as if I said it won't work? Do you think I would have done it if I didn't believe your words? Nar growled and sighed. I hate it, but you're always right. Come on, I'm not always right. I, too, make mistakes. I just make sure they are rare enough and far too small to cause trouble. She looked at Arad. For example, I failed to about being sealed, as silly as that might be. That wasn't a mistake, just the unavoidable. Nar sighed and looked at Arad for a second before switching her gaze back to Zephyr. So what now? Zephyr chuckled. Honestly, I don't know. I thought that you'd fly out of Arad's stomach the moment you got Vulcan's body. Nar sighed. I'm glad it wasn't a waste. Even after I was lucky to get 1.5 favors from you, I've ended up spending them here. She was talking about the favor she earned from giving Amber a fire spirit body and helping Zephyr fight the abominations. Then how another deal? Zephyr looked like a devil about to strike a nasty deal and scam Nar. Everyone settled inside a small shed in Arad's small world. The flames were slowly fading, and peace returned, albeit only temporarily. Arad had a bad feeling about whatever Zephyr would ask of Nar Chapter 1304, Forging the Elements. It's simple, honestly. Zephyr took a sip from the wine glass that was almost as big as her. She was sitting on the wooden table in the middle of a large living room inside a small shed that was built in Arad's small world. Arad, Nar, Eris, and Amber were sitting with her as well. They all waited to hear what she wanted from Nar. It wasn't every day that you get to watch a deal between two spirit queens. It was probably just like this on the day Zephyr asked Nar to make a fire spirit body for Amber. I want you to teach Mira, Arad's wife, how to forge elements. Zephyr looked at Nar. That skill is too rare, and not many could learn it, but I'm sure Mira has the talent. She is also a demi-goddess. Nar frowned. It's not that I don't want to teach her, but you know how dangerous and hard it is to learn. Nar waved her hand and created a sword of fire. At her size, it looked like a tiny razor blade made of pure red flames. There are 3 levels: the magic formation, the forging, the sentient will, and lastly, the heart of elements. Nar looked at Amber. I made that body of yours from my flames, and that would have been impossible if I wasn't able to forge at the level of the heart of the elements. Zephyr quickly explained that the 4 levels represent different mastery of the elements forging. The magic formation refers to spells like the one Arad uses to make a flame blade or a void saber. Those spells are usually temporary, cost mana to maintain, and are but a crude imitation of real weapons. The forging step refers to the blacksmith being able to make those weapons with his hammer and anvil, hammering flames into solid weapons. This requires precise control over magic and perfect mastery of the forging arts. The sentient will refer to weapons having a will of their own, not being sentient in the same way humans are, but being able to impose something on the world like Arad's exploding nipple knife that can deal true damage and explode any nipple, or the Dragon Slayer sword that hates dragons and damages them the most. The last level, the one called the Heart of the Elements, is the hardest to master as it requires many skills to be learned. Caden forged his sword from his own flesh to make them as powerful as he was. Nar had used that last level to create an artificial body for Amber from pure flames. With enough skill, almost anything can be forged from anything. Hearing the explanation, Arad started thinking. He can control more elements than any other, the very fundamental particles of matter itself. If he was able to master that art, wouldn't he be able to create living bodies? No, it probably won't be that easy. He would still need mastery over magic and alchemy. He needed to see how many bodies work to be able to achieve such a thing. Amber could only use Nar's artificial fire body as her own because she had the blood of fire elementals who were just living flames. Nar, Senna, Mira, Damnation, Caden, Aisha, and Zephyr, he needs to learn from everyone and somewhat mix all of their knowledge and find a way to use them at the same time to be able to fully achieve his goal. Fixing souls, forging bodies out of pure elements, fighting horrifying abominations and liberating worlds. Why do all the crazy jobs keep falling on him? Zephyr, do you think Mira can learn it? I understand she is a demigoddess and quite a talented one at that when it comes to creating things. She is even being taught forging by Mora. But aren't you just pushing too much work at her at once? Arad wasn't worried about himself. He can pretty much take anything thrown at him with a bit of confidence, but his wives aren't the same as him. It is indeed putting too much pressure on her. What I want now is to get Nar to start preparing for when Mira is ready to learn. Zephyr glanced at Arad and turned again to Nar. So, what do you say? Nar remained silent for a long second, thinking about it. Teaching won't be easy and would take too much of her time, not to mention that it all might be useless if Mira doesn't have the talent. Depends on what you'll pay. And no, I won't take a favor this time. Evidently, I ended up without getting any air. She frowned and Zephyr laughed. Then I'll pay with that. But to let you know, I'll be paying just the large upfront cost. Arad would pay the rest. You can also get Ayla to pay you. She reached forward and extended her hand to Nar. Nar took Zephyr's palm between her hands and looked at it for a second. She then started sucking on her index finger. Her cheek inflated and her hair flashed blue, growing hotter and hotter, as Arad could hear a faint hiss coming from Zephyr's hand. Zephyr was making pure oxygen and pumping Nar with it like a tire, giving flames a powerful boost in power, and as Zephyr said, both Arad and Ayla could make oxygen for Nar. After a while, Zephyr pulled her hand away, and Nar had a large smile on her face. It's been a while since I've got it. Flames can't live without oxygen, and a great fire like Nar needed a lot of it. Zephyr was the only one who could provide her with the necessary nourishment she needed. Zephyr pointed at Arad. Try him now. He came a decent amount. Nar turned toward Arad, looked at him for a second, and flew closer. Give me your hand. She needed to use his finger to suck the air out. Any other way would waste it, and may end up blowing the whole room to bits with pressurized oxygen. Arad closed his eyes and tried to make just enough oxygen to give her a tiny bit. He didn't want to start his nuclear engine while people still lived inside his small world. As Nar sucked the oxygen that Arad made, her hair flashed blue, a bit less than Zephyr's oxygen, since she got a far larger amount from her, but it was the same effect nonetheless. When she finished, she looked at Arad in silence for a few seconds and sighed. If I knew you could make it, I would have been more inclined to get closer. Chapter 1305, 1305, What is going around the world? Arad sighed, sitting with Tempo on the rooftop of a tall tower. I guess it is over here. Keep an eye on Damnation. She shouldn't cause trouble anymore, and make sure to get the best use out of her. Tempo nodded. We've got a lot of buildings to repair, hills to clear from the ash, and magical barriers to reinforce or even recast. Her skill, knowledge, and mana pool are going to be helpful. Tempo stood and glanced at the city below. I would have to stay, but I should return to the university in a few weeks when everything is settled here. He smiled. I would have had to stay for years if not for having Damnation at hand. For that, and for saving my kingdom, I'm eternally thankful to you, my friend. Arad stood. Don't worry about it. Just make sure to get back quickly. Arad flew up and headed toward the university. On his way, he split into two incarnations. One of them changed direction and turned toward a part of the world that Arad never explored, where two races of people lived that he had almost never had contact with them. The half-angels and half-fallen angels, the people that Gabriel and Lucifer rule. The two kingdoms were side by side far behind the dark elf and the beast kingdom, so he had to fly over those two. That had given Arad enough time to go over what all of his incarnations were doing now. One is still in Alina guarding the refuge titans. One is locked in a lab with Senna and her servants to study the souls. One is flying back toward the university, and he is the one heading to the two unexplored kingdoms. Senna's tests weren't going as well as he planned, but with the new knowledge he got from Damnation, they should be able to make some progress. The only thing that bothered him was that, no matter how much he tried, Human souls were just too fragile for him. He had to work on his hands first, and then worry about the rest. The Titans in Alina didn't cause him any trouble at all, even when they saw Tyal and the rest return. He had expected some conflict, but the Titans seemed to be on great terms. He did spare some time to check on Agnar, Ignis, and Yuaku, but those three were still up to no good. He had received news that Agnar almost died fighting a troll, and that if not for Ignis's flames preventing the monster from regenerating, he would have kicked the bucket. It was really nice to once again have a contact in the guild. Nina, his wife, was now back at her desk job in the guild, stronger than ever before, and yet calmer than she had ever been. But that didn't mean that the adventurers stopped fearing her as the raging berserker. They started fearing her even more ever since. Her axe shattered the guild's ceiling to fly to her. Izdis is still busy with the complicated and frustrating wedding procedures, which now, thanks to Arad being an emperor, has become far more annoying to deal with. For example, words that Nina is now a queen, albeit not yet crowned, had pushed her barbarian family into the status of a noble house, earning them ownership of the barbarians' wild lands which Arad wrecked in his battle with She. Speaking of she was now using a void body to live again with the barbarians, making sure to keep them safe, even though there was almost no danger in Arad's land. But Arad couldn't be sure with the recent demon attacks, so he had to agree with her decision. Aela, on the other hand, was busy with another job, one that would even give Arad a headache. She was buying mirrors, thousands and thousands of them, and having a whole army of maids clean and polish them by hand. She was the one responsible for building a lair for Betty beneath Arad's castle. The part that had Arad beaten is that all of the mirrors needed to be arranged so they reflect all light to a single spot. It was a lot of work that he simply didn't have time for, especially since he had to spend a lot trying to study Betty's light and figure out a way to absorb it before she turned into a blinding beacon of radiant light. His incarnation at Alina was also receiving daily reports from Mariam about the underground caverns and whether they found any traces of that mad shadow Dracaina or not. In fact, they did. The problem was the scouts that found her didn't make it back, all 100 of them. Arad doubts that she managed to stealth kill 1,000 giant draconic ants with ridiculous senses, so she probably just blasted all of them at once. That means she had grown stronger since the last time that Arad met her. She might have even grown older to be able to fight Arad. Arad did spare some hours to get taught more about the shadows by Ombre. She wasn't the best teacher, but he could make up for that with his sheer learning speed. Arad had a lot to do, and for example, his incarnation, who was now flying to the university, could have just teleported there. But he decided to fly normally for one reason. 2 dragons disappeared from the area close to Croc City. They were Zul's neighbors. Arad had a hunch their disappearance might relate to that shadow Dracaina, since both those dragons were earth dragons that lived deep underground. One was an adult, the other was a mature adult. And speaking of the university, while his incarnation there spent most of its time with Senna, he had to attend class and deal with the students as well. Now that everyone knew he was an emperor, a lot of his relationships had changed drastically. Some feared him, some respected him, and some just found it hard to believe. It would have been fine if they were scared of him, but what made Arad more worried was that most of them just wanted to earn his favor. Some were just that greedy, and some were pushed by their parents and families to get close to him, but at least there was this one ape woman called Ganta. Arad remembered her from the raid on the spider dungeon and would have branded her like the others if not for Aela praising her. That is why now, and on Aela's advice, he was going on a hunt with her in the forest. Chapter 1306, An Ape and a Dragon. I never expected Aela actually to allow this, you know. Ganta looked at Arad as she leaned on a tree. Been her friend for just mere months, told her to clear my chest and move past it. Never really expected I'd end up running after another woman's husband. She pushed herself away from the tree and looked at him. But here we are. She dug through my background, found where I came from, and even managed to contact my family. She approached Arad, People call us by many names, but we'd prefer to be called the Silver Ones. She was a tall woman who stood at almost 2 meters in height, a giantess among her peers, but in front of Arad, she looked far too short, standing at 2/3 of his height. Short story. We hunt and eat dragons, but we aren't some powerful heroes or warriors. We merely target the younger dragons. We rarely hunt an adult, let alone someone stronger. She looked at Arad with a passive face, showing a mix of hope and hopelessness in a strange twist of emotions. Nothing I say would change that fact, and I'm not good with words either to make you understand. She glanced at him. We hunt and eat your kids, plain and simple now. You can either eradicate us or keep me as a hostage to control us. I'm Chieftain's daughter. Might be worth something. She sighed. Damn it, Aella. Delivered me right to the dragon's jaws. She looked at Arad with a smile. No, it was my fault. I didn't expect her husband, the large and gentle, doll-loving big baby with an even bigger heart, to be a massive, horrifying void dragon, an emperor of a nation, and one with enough power to blow the whole world to ash. The smile on her face quickly faded away. I only hope you pick the second choice. Let them live. She leaned on another tree. Wasn't their fault? It is what we are, nature's way of limiting the number of dragons. Arad listened silently for a while, as that was what Aella asked him to do. She said to keep quiet for a while and listen to what Ganta has to say. She was smart and would take any attempt at deflecting her expectations and see it as a threat. If he tried to convince Ganta that she was wrong, she'd think he was trying to deceive her and pick up arms to fight. When her kind fights, it's always to the death. Arad reached to his arm, and by using 2 claws, he ripped one of his skulls off. It was as small as a speck of dust, but seconds after the scale left his body, it returned to its normal size, becoming a coin-sized black shard of obsidian void. This is for you. He extended his hand forward, and Ganta looked at the scale with a sore face and a bitter smile. Then she picked the scale up. I'm glad it's the second. I didn't expect to get a scale, expected shackles, maybe a collar? Arad shook his head. First, I got a third option. I've dealt with devils and demons. You can't be worse than them. I know that the world can't have 50 dragons rampaging all over the plains, trying to claim one plot of land, only to end up burning several cities to the ground. He leaned on a tree and faced Ganta. Asked Alcott, You know him? The dragon slayer and mediator? Arad smiled. Man vouched for your kind, claimed that without wolves, we'd be overrun with deer. The bears would grow bigger and stronger, even bolder. He pushed himself away from the tree with one hand. I don't know what will happen if your kind happen to vanish, and I'm not looking forward to finding out. What? You're just going to let us off, like that? Arad pointed with his head aside. Follow me. Monster not gonna hunt itself. As he started walking, each of his steps covering several meters, Ganta was forced to keep up with him. It wasn't a problem for her, but she was clearly putting an effort to walk as fast as he did. Ganta looked at him with a confused face. Monster? That was just a cover-up, nothing more. Her expression quickly changed into a frown when Arad didn't reply for a second too long. 2 brown dragons, earth dragons as some might call them, had disappeared recently around their parts. Both males, so they should have been quite aggressive and territorial. I can't believe they died without a fight. We should have at least felt an earthquake or two. He looked back at Ganta. Something took them down, silently like a ghost. And we're going to catch it. Ganta, who listened to him in silence for a while, gasped. Wait, are you serious? Are we going to chase a thing that killed 2 dragons without as much as allowing them to make a noise? Dragons would never die like that, not even when facing the gods. A mad shadow Dracaena, and a powerful one at that. If my guess is right, she is our monster. Arad stopped walking and looked at the shadows of the trees. 2 things can silence a dragon, my void, and the ancient shadows of the Shadow Realm. What's the Shadow Realm? A reflection of our world, an exact copy, but of shadows, where a dark sun casts rays of darkness and where objects and peoples have light instead of shadows following them around. Arad looked back at her. One thing to keep in mind, people and their shadows, they might not think the same. They won't have the same ideals and morals. You don't sound like you're about to sacrifice me to her, so why bring me here? Why not bring anyone else? Ganta knew that she wouldn't like his answer, but wanted to hear it nonetheless. I want you to eat her scale, in case I can't calm her down or she runs away. I need someone to take her place in the future. Arad looked back at her. I have a butler called Sebas. He is just like you, he smiled. He said, the young ones are healthy and can endure exotic powers. He is too old to be eating the scales of rare dragons. He knew it when he ate my scale and ended up in bed for a while. Chapter 1307, Arad's Plan to Catch the Shadow Dracaina. As the two walked deeper and deeper into the forest, Ganta's face grew paler, and she began walking closer to Arad, hiding in his shadow from the countless dancing shadows of the trees. The shadows were creepy and terrifying, especially now that she knew their opponent was a shadow Dracaina. She couldn't take her eyes off her shadow, fearing that claws would come flying out of it at any second, and she wasn't wrong. There was nothing more horrifying than a shadow dragon in the middle of a forest filled with shadows. Those monsters can teleport from one shadow to another, control people by controlling their shadows, blinding anyone that dares get close, and their preferred method of dodging is self-bisection. Shadow dragons aren't born like normal dragons. They are born when a dragon dies and their shadow from the shadow realm escapes back to the real world. It is more accurate to call them the shadow of a dragon rather than a shadow dragon. That meant the only place that might be safe was Arad's shadow if he was skilled enough to control his own shadow, which she highly doubted. Arad wouldn't have needed the shadow Dracaina's power if he could control shadows better than her. Arad, out of everyone you know, how strong are you? Ganta asked. Her voice showing a hint of fear. Arad started thinking, who was stronger than him? Caden, Kali, the Overgod, Amaterasu, Kosuth, Zaleria, Gracie, Death, Asmodeus, Maharaja, Yog, Nayar, Gojo, and more. I'm not even in the top 10. I even get beaten by a demon little girl. Kick my ass across the room with ease. Ganta paled. A demon little girl? Shit, demons are strong, but shouldn't be so strong too. Ah, we're fucked. We better turn back and come up with a better plan. Arad failed to mention that the little demon girl is a demon goddess of destruction, but that's an unimportant detail. Ganta grabbed him by the shoulder, which looked funny considering he was a whole meter taller than her, 3 feet above her head. Halt. You do not know what we're going to face. She'll rip us apart from our legs up. We'll die a horrible, slow death. Her face contorted. Her glowing eyes twitched. The sun rays bathed her down as her bronze skin glistened under the light, beads of sweat forming at the base of her massive horns, dripping down her cheek and past her long, blonde hair. Arad smiled, reaching down and patted her on the shoulder, sensing a faint tremble in her back. Unlike him, she was a hunter who risked her life hunting young dragons. She had probably never seen an ancient dragon, let alone faced one in combat. Ganta would have been scared if they were going to face a normal adult dragon. She would have suggested they go back and plan first, make sure nothing goes wrong, but going in blind, looking for a shadow Dracaina, a mad one at that, and one that is probably a mature adult or an ancient. Are you scared? She smiled. Of course I am. Aella probably thinks I can kill dragons with ease, so that's why she sent me to this with you. But she is wrong. I can't kill such a powerful Dracaina, even if I absorbed her power. She looked at Arad with a worried face. We'll both die. Let's get back. I know Aella is already angry at me for making a move at you, and I know she'll be even more pissed if I end up getting us killed like this. Won't that be her fault, for sending us without correctly assessing your power? Arad tilted his head, and Ganta growled. That's will be worse. She'll live the rest of her life cursing herself for sending you, her husband, to die with a woman whom she sees as a rival. She approached Arad. Both aren't acceptable, the second worse than the first. We'll go back. We're going down. Find what happened to the Earth Dragons, and hopefully catch that shadow Dracaina, and everything will be fine. Arad smiled, and Ganta held her face in both hands. Listen to me, will you? Let's go back. I'll talk with Aella. You don't have to risk your life here, neither do I. It is stupid to challenge such a dragon without knowing exactly what we are doing. She looked at him and sighed. Let's not do this, okay? Aren't you misunderstanding something? I can handle myself well against even the most powerful dragons. You should know that I blew Vlad's vampire kingdom to ash. He smiled. All you need to do is relax and follow me. It won't take us long. Hopefully, we'll get it done before morning. You're serious? God damn it, she growled, looking back at the forest and then at him. Then we'll die here, eaten by the shadows from behind our backs. She then put on a fake smile. I don't think you're a suicidal freak, so, got a plan? From what I was told by my butler, Sebas, you should be able to sniff dragons from afar. It is your race's ability, like how humans can smell food from afar. It only doesn't work when the dragon is shape-shifted into a human and not actively using their magic. He smiled. Our Dracaina is mad, constantly leaking shadow magic and her presence. She might hide in the shadows, but that doesn't mean you can't sniff her out. I'm counting on you for that. Ganta sighed. So I'm your hunting hound? She approached him. I expected a better plan, one that includes how are we going to make sure she doesn't sniff us as well. You're right. It would be bad if she sensed us before we could catch her. Last time she ran away from me. Arad smiled. But don't worry, I won't make the same mistake. He suddenly grew smaller and smaller until he was no taller than Ganta's hand. Arad flew and landed on her shoulder. Simple, I get smaller, mask my scent and magic and hide in your aura that Dracaina would only sense you. She'll think you're a great meal and come closer. Then I'll attack and catch her alive. Ganta sighed. We're so dead it isn't even funny. Chapter 1308, the three of them soon reached the end of the forest and faced a small mountain, not as tall as the others, bald and without a snow hat. The brown peak looked as if it belonged in a desert, not here beside a large forest and a literal swamp. Ganta could feel that something was wrong. She looked at the mountain with a worried face, trying to pin down the source of the worry she felt. Arad soon explained what she was feeling in a calm tone. The mountain isn't natural. I guess one of the dragons built it. It must have taken them months, if not years, to build with the standard application of earth magic. I saw the dragons build ramps for my castle. It is never quick. Arad was hiding inside Ganta's clothes, nestled in her chest, hiding between the two warm mounds. He wanted to hide in her hair, but she put him there instead. Said that he'd remind her of spiders if he hid in her hair, which she didn't like. This either speaks for the dragon's patience, desperation, or power. Arad glanced at Ganta. Earth dragons are known for being lazy. They aren't known for their patience. Most dragons also don't know the meaning of desperation. So this one was powerful. Only means the dragon bitch we're chasing is all that more terrifying. We've got to get the fuck out of here. I don't want to find out how a dragon that could build a big-ass mountain died, and believe me, neither do you. Ganta wasn't all that happy about their find, and she was right as far as she knows. Relax, I'll deal with her, Arad replied, and then glanced at the mountain. First, the entrance should be somewhere around here. We must avoid it, find the back door, and sneak through. I bet she left some traps, or at least would be watching the entrance if she is still nearby. We go from the front or the back. I'm running away the moment something shows up. You're a dragon, but I'm not. I've seen your kind's power a few too many times to dare mess with them. No one knows the dragon's powers better than the race hunting them for food. Ganta was taught from a young age that dragons are born deadly and only grow stronger with time. A young dragon is a deadly foe, and a young adult is something they shouldn't face without a good reason and a lot of preparation. An adult dragon is usually a disaster that they can't defeat, but her thoughts weren't just influenced by that. Ganta had faced an adult dragon before and almost died. Her father, the chieftain at the time, died to the monster's claws, holding it back while everyone else ganged up to defeat it. The black bastard melted her father in acid, alive. Courage can take people just so far, and it ends when they see a man they once thought invincible drown and melt at the same time in a puddle of boiling acid that stinks to high heaven. You don't need to be afraid of a dragon while protected by one. That shadow Dracaina is afraid of me. That is why I need you to deliver me to her without her noticing. Arid leaned back, and Ganta started moving. Fine, but I'll run away, as I said. You're the one who'll fight her. I don't mind dying, but not being ripped apart by shadows. I've seen my share of gruesome deaths. Ganta started walking beside the slop and looked around as the two of them searched for the entrance and the back door. I honestly never expected us to end up like this, she sighed. You mean what? Arid looked up at her, and she shrugged. I expected many things. She looked at the slope, like you killing me on the spot and flying to the clan to slaughter everyone. We barely managed to drive a black dragon away once. I doubt we could have endured a raid from you. She then glanced at him. I also expected other things, like you taking me back as a hostage and keeping the clan in check that way. That would have been a happy ending for me. The worst of it was that I'd have to live away from the clan and probably serve Aela. She smiled. I don't claim to know Aela well, but I'm sure she won't abuse me as her servant. In fact, she is too kind for her own good. That's Aela's charm, but don't let her looks deceive you. She is anything but naive. Arad smiled. She is reliable and can take care of herself. Ganta sighed. Like she played me now? Sending me here to this death trap? I guess going for you really got on her nerves. How wouldn't it get her angry? She looked at the wall. I should have expected this. Why did I think telling her that I liked you was a good idea? Really should have seen this coming. Aela didn't send you to your death, Arad sighed. What kind of monster do you think she is? What monster? A woman who saw another woman going for her man. That kind of monster. Unstoppable, hungry, and vengeful. Ganta stared at him, and Arad shook his head. You're wrong, very wrong. Somewhat wrong to be exact. I won't say that any of my wives fancy the idea of me having more women, but I assure you Aela didn't try to kill you. In fact, this mission is as safe as it gets since I'm here with you. Arad sounded confident, but Ganta wasn't buying it. She knows how things go in those scenarios. Something bad will happen, the plan will fall apart, and they'll end up separated. She'll die a horrible and painful death in some dark hole and won't even know what terror he'll see and if he'll manage to escape unscathed. Listen, if I die here, I want you to slap Aela for me. Slap her hard enough that she'll see the stars. Tell her that I wasn't really angry at her, just frustrated and disappointed that she didn't speak to me directly and decided to send me on this stupid mission. She sighed, and I thought that being honest with her would lead to anything good. What a fool I was. You aren't a fool, and nothing bad will happen, Arad replied, and she glared at him. Don't be too sure of that. Chapter 1309, I Knew It. Soon enough, the two found the back entrance of the cave, a large quicksand pit hidden beneath a massive dirt mound. The earth dragon seems to have hidden it well. So well, in fact, that plants started growing on the mound, masking it pretty well with the foliage of the forest. Are you sure we won't trigger any trap by messing with the mound? Ganta asked with a worried face as she crouched beside the mound and reached toward one tiny red flower. You're right, the quicksand pin below is trapped. It must be deactivated from the inside. The magic barrier also checks for mana waves and is a bit more complicated. Wait here. I'll teleport inside, disarm it, and come back for you. Arad leapt out of her cleavage and disappeared into thin air. Seeing him leave, Ganta felt a shiver run down her spine. She slowly sat on the ground, sweat slowly building on her forehead. She didn't trust his ability to keep them both safe. This mission was deadly, but now, with him gone, that sense of doom had grown even bigger. If she was known for one thing, it was her sense of danger. She never failed to know when it was the time to turn tail and run away. This was one such time. Arad is inside, and she doubts he'll make it back. She should turn back and run away, but what should she tell Aela then? that she left Arad to die and ran away to save her hide, as if she didn't have enough trouble with her elven friend to begin with. As the wind gently played with her long hair, the tree branches danced, causing the shadows to move. But even that wasn't enough to mask the horror from Ganta's sharp gaze. Ever since she heard their target was a shadow Dracaina, Ganta had been keeping a close eye on the shadows around her, especially her own shadow. That shadow just moved. It was a small mistake, but she noticed it and immediately jumped away. Sadly, she was too late to react, since the fact her shadow moved meant the shadow Dracaina already got her in her grasp. Ganta's body froze, her muscles spazzed as she saw her own shadow disintegrate. Her vision got washed in red, pain surged across her whole body, and she could smell nothing but her own blood. A loud, painful screech of agony escaped her throat as her body jolted, her eyes fixed on the sky in horror and pain. Her limbs spazzed, her fingers twisted, and their joints almost cracked under the weight of her own muscles going over their limit. But the damage to her body wasn't the only thing she had to worry about. With her shadow damaged, the impact reflected on her very being. In the same way that if a man was cleaved in half, his shadow would be cleaved in half. If a shadow disintegrated from reality, the shadow's owner would suffer the same fate. Ganta felt her soul and body getting ripped apart and sucked into the darkness of the shadows beneath her feet, quickly drowning her in cold, silent darkness. Thud. Ganta fell on the cold stones, her whole body in so much pain and agony that just breathing made her want to cry. This was exactly what she feared, and damn it, Arad wasn't able to keep her safe after all. She looked up, seeing a massive dragon. No, a massive shadowy Dracaina standing several tens of meters ahead of her, looking at the wall with a distant, crazed look in her red, glowing eyes. Fuck me, who would have guessed? She forced herself to stand. The shadow Dracaina didn't seem to have tried to kill her. She just used the shadows to teleport her deep underground. Arad said the Dracaina was insane, so it was to be expected that she wasn't that gentle with her hands. The shadow Dracaina slowly turned her head and looked at Ganta, a deep sense of hunger and madness boiling in those red eyes. Ganta smiled, blood rushing down her lips, painting her teeth red. I see, you might be insane, but still want to set a trap for Arad. Ganta took a deep breath and giggled, and if you think my sweet ass is enough to draw him here, you're fucking insane. Ganta could barely stand, drowning in pain. She knew that her death was near. She is only alive since this Dracaina seemed to want her to be bait for Arad. Quite intelligent for an insane monster, but those are the dragons. Madness probably had a different meaning in their context. Ganta reached down, grabbed her shirt with one hand, and ripped it off with one pull. A large smile appeared on her face. It was time to fight to death. This wasn't a battle that she had chosen, and neither was it one that she wanted to fight. With one fist, she smacked her chest and then smacked it again with another, pounding her chest with all of her might. A second later, the pounding grew louder than war drums, and her body grew larger, covered in black and silver fur. Her maw shifted, her horns grew longer, and her hair burned with golden sparks. The Dracaina moved, lifting her head, and glared at the transformed Ganta with malice, as if urging her to stand down and be an obedient bait. Ganta roared, pounding her chest again as she burst into a fit of rage, smacking the ground and the wall with great enthusiasm and vigorous attitude. That was a clear threat. If the Dracaina doesn't allow her to leave, Ganta is going to fight to the death. Gorillas are usually peaceful and like to avoid conflict, but when pushed into a corner, violence might become the only option. The Dracaina roared, and Ganta lunged at her, running on all four, then jumped at the wall. She used her powerful arms to latch onto the small cracks and swing around with great dexterity and speed, soon reaching the ceiling above the Dracaina and dropping down with both fists ready for a slam on the winged lizard's back. The Dracaina's head moved so fast that Ganta couldn't even see it, ready to bite her in half mid-air. But Ganta already expected such an attack from most dragons. When they are faced with an attack from above, their counter is a bite of their own. Knowing well that the bite was coming, Ganta positioned her arms just in the right place to land, with her hands and legs on the Dracaina's nose and chin, glaring right down at her massive eye. "Ooh! Ooh! Triple A! Triple A! Triple A! Oh, Ganta!" Swung her fist down at the Dracaina's eye, aiming to rip it out. Chapter 1310, Their Thriteen 10, Psychosis. The shadow Dracaina swung her head, throwing Ganta away before she could punch her in the eye, but the vigorous ape wasn't going to fall down so easily. Ganta's foot grabbed one of the Dracaina's horns and swung around at blinding speed, sliding down her back with a spend and then using the wings as leverage to fling herself back to the Dracaina's head, like all the warriors of her clan. Ganta had been trained from when she was a little girl on how to fight dragons and maneuver around them. To her, a dragon's body was no different than one large tree. By this time, Ganta was considering her weapons. She has several dragon scales hidden within her pocket that she could use without counting Arad's scale that he just gave her. The pact was tied around her waist and not that easily accessible with her large ape hands, especially when those two powerful arms were her only way of moving around the deadly Dracaina. All that Ganta could do now was try to get away from the Dracaina's attack zones, keeping to her back and trying to find an opportunity to deliver a deadly attack. The problem was that she was dealing with a shadow Dracaina, which very much wanted to catch her alive, not dead. The fact that the Dracaina needs her alive means that as long as she is just annoying and not threatening, the Dracaina would prefer to let Ganta exhaust herself right now. Ganta doesn't need to worry about the Dracaina banishing her to the Shadow Realm and instantly ripping her very being apart. But the moment Ganta manages to deal a painful enough attack to create an opening to escape, the Dracaina would stop pulling punches. There was one problem. Ganta was sure she didn't have an attack strong enough to harm the Dracaina. She could gamble on Arad's scale, but that is a move too risky to take. That only left one option. For Ganta, there was only one source of power which she was 100% enough to harm the shadow Dracaina, the Dracaina's own power. Ganta dodged the Dracaina's bites and claws, dancing on her back and rapidly feeling her stamina draining away. The wounds left on her body from the shadow teleportation opened again, causing blood to rush out like rivers. Even though it had been less than a minute since she started fighting, all of the blood loss and exhaustion had already started taking a toll on her body, making her both slower and weaker. She would have usually been able to fight for at least half an hour non-stop, but her wounds were just too great. Ganta smiled, not because she was happy, but because she was angry, sending a clear threat to the Dracaina and trying to taunt her to move. She knew that her only advantage in this fight was that the Dracaina was like what Arad said. Insane. She might still be able to form crude plans and even show a level of cunning, but she is far too deteriorated to understand feints and rationalize decisions on the spot. Ganta could only blame herself for taking Arad's words as they were. He clearly didn't understand the difference between someone crazy and psychosis. The Dracaina was the latter. She had long since lost touch with reality and was trapped within her rotten mind, driven by whatever twisted sense she had left. This means many things for Ganta. The first is that the Dracaina is still able to show 100% of her power. The second is that she is immune to mind tricks and tactics as she lives within the conjured reality of her twisted mind. The third was that the second trait can be exploited by someone smart enough. The Dracaina still sees Ganta as a weak little world that she is using as bait for the much stronger Arad. It didn't matter what Ganta did or how hard she fought. The Dracaina could never feel fear or a sense of threat from her. But what if Ganta changed that? What if she managed to make the Dracaina see her as a powerful monster in the illusory reality her mind is trapped in? The answer was simple. She could. In the blink of an eye, Ganta scooped some crushed cobblestone from the shattered ground and threw it at the Dracaina's head. She then took that chance to jump back and pull a tiny Plu scale from her pocket. It was time to go all out, even though she knew her body might not be able to take while injured like this. It took Ganta just the blink of an eye to swallow the scale, and her whole body flashed with lightning. Her hair turned a pale shade of blue, her eyes flashed white, and her hair stood with countless sparks of crackling lightning. She pounded her chest, roared into the ceiling, and a blinding bolt of lightning burst from between her fangs. The pillar of lightning illuminated the whole room, causing all of the shadows around them to move and dance. Some disappeared, and new ones were born in the blink of an eye. Ganta had influenced all of the shadows that the Dracaina controlled in the room, stunning her for a fraction of a second. While what Ganta did was simple, the Dracaina imagined her being able to control the shadows as well, which created a large enough opening to allow Ganta to jump at the Dracaina's back and grab onto her scales with both hands. The Dracaina jumped away at her full speed, violently throwing Ganta away. Ganta hit the ground like a meteor, coughing a mouthful of blood, but her plan had worked. She now held a shadow scale in each of her hands, so without wasting a second, she swallowed one of them. The bright lightning engulfing her body disappeared and was replaced with waves of pure darkness. The shadows around her danced, her eyes flashed red, and her body felt as light as mist. Ganta had never felt such power before. Her whole body surged with might that she had never known existed. The power of the shadows, the might this Dracaina held, was far above anything she imagined. Ganta knew that she could now fight the Dracaina, maybe even wound her, but she wasn't going to take that risk. Without even thinking twice, she sank into the shadows and teleported away, landing in a dark cavern far away. She shifted back to her humanoid form and gasped for air, blood gushing down her mouth and neck as she held the gaping wound in her stomach shut with her hand. Looking to her right, she saw a terrified gnome woman sitting on the ground, shaking in terror. Sears, the eovelfire.net. Chapter 1311, Shadow of Death. Ganta looked at the gnome with a shocked face. She didn't expect to see someone else here in these dark caves, but here she was, looking at the terrified gnome woman. Hey there, didn't expect to see a gnome here. Ganta felt conflicted. She was happy to see another soul, at the same time terrified that the gnome could be the Dracaina's minion. Ganta took a deep breath and steeled herself to kill the poor gnome if she made any wrong move. The gnome woman remained silent for a while before finally speaking. Her voice was weak and shaking. Ganta froze the moment she heard the woman speak. Those words weren't in the gnome tongue, nor the language of any other mortal race. The gnome woman talked in the language of dragons, indicating one thing. She had lived her whole life under a dragon's rule. Smell, shadow, death. The gnome woman gasped, and Ganta shook her head. Ganta knew a few words, but wasn't fluent in the language of dragons. She shifted a bit, the wound in her stomach stinging. It was clear to her what the gnome woman was. She was a dragon slave, a humanoid who got captured by a dragon to serve as a minion. By smell alone, Ganta could tell that gnome woman wasn't a slave to the Shadow Dracaina, but to one of the two Earth Dragons. Her master must have died, and his slaves were now lost, trying to survive alone in the dark depths of the underground. Damn it. What are the words again? She looked at the gnome woman and smiled. Me friend dragon, eat, me escape. The gnome woman's face illuminated with a wide smile. Brown death, gnomes, escape, hide, brown, she was referring to the brown dragon, the earth dragon that lived here. Death is probably referring to him getting killed by the Shadow Dracaina. Gnomes explains that there are more slaves than her, and the last two words are obvious. The gnomes escaped and are now hiding from the Dracaina with whatever strange magic they could cast. Most likely. Blood? Blood? The gnome approached Ganta with a worried face. Ganta looked at her with a pained smile. It was slowly getting harder and harder to think about her wounds. The first blood was spelled differently than the second one. Yes, I'm bleeding, and I do need healing. She immediately realized that she spoke in the human language. So the gnome looked at her, confused. Blood, Ganta, spelled the word the same way the gnome woman spelled the second blood, meaning healing. Ah, second skin? The gnome woman froze for a second, looked at Ganta's bare chest, and then frantically looked around, quickly taking her jacket off and giving it to her. The jacket was too small for Ganta to wear, so she just wrapped it around her chest. This is why she hates her beast form. In that form, her chest and shoulder are far wider than her hips, which meant that it was easy to find stretchy pants, but impossible to find any suitable upper clothes. As Ganta wrapped her chest, the gnome woman pulled a small bottle of strange cream and wiped it on Ganta's large stomach wound to stop the bleeding. The two of them took a minute to rest before they finally decided to move. Shadow, death, follow. The gnome woman looked back at Ganta and slowly waved her hand, telling her to follow closely as if she didn't want the Shadow Dracana to find them. Ganta looked around. The two of them are stuck inside a dark cave. The Shadow Dracana should be able to sense them with ease, but something must be masking their presence. Darkness, shadow, obvious. She asked why the Shadow Dracana couldn't just find them. The whole cave is shrouded in darkness and shadows. They are in her territory. Master, collar, safe. She pointed at the steel collar on her neck. The brown dragon must have used those collars to enslave the gnomes. The collar had magic related to earth and illusions. Ganta didn't know how it worked, but as long as the gnome woman wore the collar, the Dracanae couldn't find her through magic. The two walked for a while, slowly making their way through the cave. The gnome woman seemed to be terrified and worried, carefully taking each step with shaking knees. Usually Ganta would have berated her for walking slower than a snail, but today she was glad they weren't moving any faster. Her stomach hurt like hell. Then suddenly the gnome woman froze in place and waved her hand, signaling for Ganta to lay down. The two immediately kissed the ground, waiting in horror as they heard distant footsteps. Ganta recognized a few things about their approach thing. It was heavy enough to crack the stone ground, barefoot, and only had 2 legs. Soon enough they saw her, a naked dark elf woman, slowly making her way through the hallways, hunched forward, mumbling to herself in the dragon's language. Shadows returned the path, the black, spilling, her voice sounded both scared, hopeful, and mad. Novel Ferenyut, Ganta, and the gnome woman stopped breathing and didn't dare to move an inch. The collar protected them from the Dracana's magic senses, but it didn't protect them from her sight or hearing. Ganta wanted to ask if they should be worried about her sniffing them out, but she didn't dare open her mouth with that monster being so close. Seconds later, they saw something horrifying. 2 gnomes were walking by, and they suddenly found themselves a few tens of meters away from the Dracana. They froze for a second, terrified, and they tried to slowly back away, but they were out of luck. The Dracana was here because she sensed their footsteps, and probably the footsteps of Ganta and the gnome woman as well. The Dracana slowly lifted her right hand, and waves of shadows burst forward from beneath her feet, fading into the ground. Silence fell for a second, and then the 2 gnomes screamed, their eyes bleeding out as their bodies convulsed. Ganta had never heard a man squeal like that in utter horror and agony. God-fucking bitch, she wrecked their shadows, fried their souls. Ganta and the gnome woman kept hiding in horror, waiting as the Dracana left, slowly walking away as if she had all the time in the world. Chapter 13:12. 13:12. The gnome's hiding hole. Move now. The deathly pale gnome woman looked at Ganta with a terrified face and only spared her dead people a glance. She was already used to seeing this. The Dracana had been hunting them like this for days now. No, maybe for weeks. Without the dragon, they can't even figure out if it's day or night. They were lucky this time. The Dracana must have heard their footsteps but thought it was only the 2 gnomes. Scary one. Ganta whispered as the 2 moved into the darkness, slowly approaching the gnome's hideout. The gnome woman looked back at Ganta for a second. Shadow kill? She was asking if Ganta could kill the Shadow Dracana. That question was expected, compared to the tiny gnomes. Ganta looked like a giant, and with her surviving a battle with the Dracana, the gnome woman probably wished that by some miracle she could kill the Dracana. No weak dragon monster. The gnome woman's face paled at her words, but she put on a fake smile, trying to cling to what little hope she had. Plan, many, together. Would Ganta have a chance of defeating the Shadow Dracana with all of the surviving gnomes working together to help her? Will leading them on a suicide attack work? Definitely not. It'll be a massacre. The main problem is that they have no way of resisting the Dracaina's shadow control. She can just snuff their shadows, thus killing them without any effort. Manque, alone, weak you, not Manque. It was as simple as that. If Ganta had her whole clan backing her up, she might have been able to stand a chance against the Dracaina, but alone with gnomes that she can barely talk with, no chance. Strangely enough, her only hope now was Arad finding her, if he could even face such a horror after almost an hour of walking. The two finally reached the hideout of the gnomes. It was a wide series of intertwined tunnels, locked away from the Dracaina's shadow sense with magic. As soon as Ganta and the gnome women walked inside, the gnome elder rushed in Frisda. He looked at the gnome woman with a worried face, then shifted his gaze to Ganta, tongue asking what language she could speak, seeing that she was large and had horns. The elder didn't expect her to be a human or a dragon, since, with the latter, they would be all dead. Great ape. The language of Ganta's people was rare, only spoken by their race. Even though they were considered a part of the beast people, they didn't share their languages due to their risky lifestyle of facing and eating dragons.
Don't.
The elder shook his head. He only knew a few languages, and such a rare one wasn't in his book. Human. Ganta raised an eyebrow. Human language was the most common in the world, thanks to how easy it was to learn. If the gnome elder didn't know, their best bet was the hard dragon language. That I can speak. The elder smiled. Welcome to our little hiding hole, stranger. You can call me Elder Twins. How may I call you? Ganta. Just Ganta is enough. But we should talk about that Dracaina. The hell is she? What happened to your dragon master? She looked at Elder Twins, and he paled. No violirand. Our master is dead, killed by that monster. Using his last shred of power, he made this sanctuary for us. He waved his hand, then rubbed his long beard. Follow me. You need rest. We'll talk when you've recovered a bit from the look on his face. It was clear that he was hoping she could help them kill the Dracaina, or at least carve a path for them to escape. Before you get your hopes up, I can't beat that thing. Not in a million years. I barely escaped with my hide, thanks to pure luck. You should have seen her. She can erase someone's shadow, killing them. Ganta walked after the gnome elder with Frisda still walking by her side. I know there isn't anyone in this world who can beast such a monster alone. But we've got weapons. We've got spells. The spearhead is sharp and ready. He stopped walking and looked at her. All we need is a hard, solid shaft, a powerful warrior to stab that monster in the heart and kill it. We gnomes are weak, physically weak. You, on the other hand, are large, powerful, and fast. He pointed at a large hole in the wall. Your hole, rest and fill your belly. We've got food. But when you're fully healed, I hope you can at least hear our plan. He looked at her, and she sighed. Damn it. Why no one listens to me? She scratched her head. I'll listen, but keep in mind, I doubt there is a plan that can work against such a monster. Ganta then retreated to her hole and fell on the soft bed of dirt, looking at the glowing blue mushrooms on the wall. What a shitty luck. She closed her eyes. Now that she relaxed, all of her wounds started screaming, jolting her with indescribable pain. After a while, Frisda came in with a bowl of boiled mushrooms and lizard meat, probably harvested from an underground pond. Food must be scarce. Ganta looked at the large wooden bowl. To her, it was a decent size, but to the gnomes, this must have been 4 to 5 people's worth of food. Yes, you need food. Hearing her words, Ganta sighed. The gnomes were really placing their hopes in her, a stranger who had just shown up. They must have spent days locked here without any hope. The only thing they saw in the caves was the murderous Dracaina and nothing else. Ganta wanted to refuse the food. Taking it felt wrong, like she was accepting payment for a job that she'd never do, but the hunger and the stinging pain of her wounds made it clear. She needed to eat something. After eating and sleeping for 2 hours, Ganta was woken up by the cries of gnomes outside. She stood and looked out of her hole. 3 more gnomes were unfortunate enough to meet the Dracaina, and she had fried their souls, leaving their corpses stuck with contorted expressions of utter terror and pain. Chapter 1313, Void Ape Sritz 13 13 13 13 Void Ape Shit. Ganta jumped back with a terrified face and reached into her pocket. Dracaina, here, run. All of the gnomes couldn't sense what she sensed, and they were too late to react. A fraction of a second later, tens of them screamed in pain as waves of shadows danced around their bodies, ripping their souls to pieces. A cacophony of agonized screaming and dying moans filled the caves, signaling the end of a long war of attrition. How did she find them? Was it Ganta's fault? That didn't matter anymore. What mattered now was that she was now locked here with them. She'd die here with the gnomes out of all the scenarios of her death that she imagined. This wasn't one of them. That's why Ganta was willing to take a risk, put everything on the line one last time and try to rewrite history, even if no one would survive to tell her tale. Ganta held 2 scales in her hand, Arad's scale and the Shadow Dracaina's scale. What a clusterfuck. She threw the 2 scales into her mouth and swallowed them in a single gulp. For a second, she felt nothing. But then, all hell broke loose. Her whole body jolted with pain, her vision blurred, turned black, and then flashed with light as her stomach twisted as if thousands of snakes were crawling inside her. She could hear her heart beating like drums, her ears ringing, and her arms and legs vibrating as if they were getting jolted by lightning. Consuming 2 scales at once was suicidal. But she is dying anyway, so why not go out with a bang? Something strange was now happening inside Ganta's body. 2 different energies were fighting for dominance over her blood. Arad's void and the Dracaina's shadows. While those 2 energies were fighting each other, Ganta should be able to use them both at the same time, giving her an edge as small as that edge was. But eventually, the fighting between the 2 energies would leave her body destroyed, burned from the inside out. Ganta transformed into her beast form, and now was a large black ape with massive horns, black fur, glowing white eyes, and strange black mist flowing out of her arms and back. Then something even stranger happened. Even Ganta didn't see it coming. The Dracaina's shadow energy drowned in Arad's void like a drop of ink fading into a sea of boiling tar. Ganta knew about such a thing being possible. But the only time it had ever happened was when someone injured the scale of an adult dragon with that of a wormling. That was the difference of power needed for one energy to completely erase the other. But even then, the process is usually too few minutes, not a single second. Arad's void had beaten the Dracaina's shadows into submission and erased them from Ganta's body like acid on soft flesh. She didn't even stand a chance. It was just then that Ganta started to realize what kind of monster Arad was. For his power to crush the horrifying Dracaina's shadows, just what kind of abyssal horror is Al in bed with? But Ganta didn't even have time to think about that, because the abuse her body was going to suffer was only getting worse. She suddenly felt as if her bones and muscles were about to rip apart, that her blood had started boiling, and that her mind was now dancing on the cusp of madness. She was high on power. This also was something she knew of, and a thing that only happens when an extremely young ape eats the scale of a really powerful dragon. She once suffered this backlash when she was a kid and ate the scale of a young adult dragon, but now it was 10 times worse. The shadow Dracaina stopped walking and stared at Ganta, her expression as dead as it was before, but a strange darkness danced behind her tar-black eyes. She recognized the magic surging through Ganta's body. It is the magic of that large black dragon, the void magic of Arad. She lifted her hand and sent a wave of shadows at Ganta. The shadows instantly swallowed Ganta whole and tried to rip her shadow apart, killing her soul first. Ganta screamed, but not from her soul being torn apart, but from Arad's void taking hold in her body and granting her strength far beyond what her mortal body could endure. The moment the shadows tried to catch Ganta's shadow, they were surprised to find that there were no shadows in the void, because there was neither light to cast them nor solid matter for them to be cast upon. Ganta tried to jump at the Dracana, but instead ended up stepping through the void and appeared behind her back. Ooh! Ooh! Ganta grabbed the shadow Dracana by the head and swung her around like a rag doll, smacking her to the ground and wall. This 4-meter-tall gorilla looked gigantic compared to the 1.8-meter-tall dark elf woman. As the surviving gnomes ran away, the shadow Dracana finally shifted into her massive draconic form, shattered the tight cave, and sent Ganta flying back with a deadly swat of her wing. The impact was so powerful that Ganta even forgot the pain of Erod's void consuming her body. Her bones rattled and her muscles tore apart. Even her mind refused to think straight. Ganta flew through the stones and soon emerged in a massive cavern. Her momentum never slowed down until she hit the massive stone wall on the other side and coughed a mouthful of blood. The Dracana slithered out of the tight cave like a snake. She had already changed her form into a massive black shadow, which allowed her to crawl through the tight caves and use her full power at the same time. As she reached the cavern, she finally shifted back to her massive draconic form again and glared at Ganta, hissing like a cobra. Ganta looked at the massive Dracana, seeing her death approaching like a shadowy ghost. But even though her whole body was broken and her mind was already a mess, something swelled inside her chest, hot, violent, hungry, and brilliant. Ganta opened her massive jaw to scream, but instead a roar burst forward, and a beam of blinding light flashed across the cavern, exploding right beneath the shadow of Dracana's legs in a massive inferno of fire and heat. Arid's breath was far more powerful than anything that Ganta's body could endure, leaving her without her massive fangs as they got evaporated by it. Chapter 1314, A Bigger Shadow. The gnomes watched from afar as fire engulfed the whole cavern where Ganta and the shadow Dracana went. The stone melted into red lava, and the ceiling shook, almost crumbling down. The shadow Dracana survived the blast, but not without sustaining a large wound. She might have been immune to damage while in her shadow form, but the light from the breath ripped her shadow apart and wounded her. Ganta wasn't in good shape either. Her whole body was now bleeding, and she was holding on to the last strand of her life. Largely thanks to how powerful Erad's scale was, it put such a deadly pressure on her. She looked forward, and from within her blurred vision, she saw the Dracana charging a shadow breath. If that breath hit her, it would rip her shadow apart and kill her. Ganta smiled. She had already pushed her body over its limit. In fact, she had survived 2 direct hits from a powerful Dracana. One she was sure was powerful enough to kill her with a single swipe. This situation reminded her of how her father died. He survived against an adult black dragon, long enough for the whole clan to escape, and then died of a breath attack. But it was then that another shadow appeared between her and the shadow Dracana, a large, gaunt man with broad shoulders and a faint beard on his face. Erod had finally found her. A few hours earlier, Erod had just teleported beneath a quicksand pit to open the back entrance to the brown dragon's lair. But he immediately noticed that something was off. The whole lair was a trap, shrouded in shadows and led directly into the shadow realm. It felt like jumping over a pond of water only to land in mud. It was a strange feeling, like drowning in oil. All of Erad's senses had shut down. His magic failed to work as it used to, and he felt an immense pressure crushing him down. This wasn't the Dracana's power attacking him, but the power of the shadow realm rejecting his presence. He wasn't a shadow, so he shouldn't be able to cross to the shadow realm. Thankfully, Ombre was still with Erad, so she managed to help him navigate the shadows and swim back to the surface. But that process had taken quite a long time, and it would have taken him far longer if she wasn't with him. After escaping the grasp of the shadow realm, Arad found himself in the middle of the Earth Dragon's lair, locked behind several layers of spells and traps. None of them could harm him, but he didn't want to just blast through as he found traces of life in the dragon's lair. Arad had tried to look for Ganta the moment he escaped, but he didn't find her. He didn't even know that she was whisked away by the shadow Dracana and thought she was just standing outside where he left her. The shadow Dracaina pulled Ganta into the first dragon's lair, and Arad was ejected from the shadow border into the lair of the second dragon, several tens of kilometers away. Since Arad didn't find Ganta, he went around looking for traces of the shadow Dracaina, and he did find something: the corpse of the dragon that lived in this lair. A large, wingless brown dragon with scales of stone, massive fangs, and a bulky, muscular body. When Arad looked at the dragon's corpse, he noticed that something seemed off. He couldn't understand it at first, but quickly realized that he would never understand the problem in a dark cave. Arad illuminated the cave and quickly found the reason he felt disturbed. The earth dragon's corpse didn't have a shadow. Ombre warned him immediately that while she could help him navigate the shadows and understand them, she might not be able to withstand an attack from a Dracaina that could snuff the shadow of a dragon. Arad immediately stored the dragon's corpse in his stomach and started looking for Ganta. He crawled outside and directly inspected the area where he left her. He noticed the last 2 footprints she left, the faint smell of her sweat, drool, and tears on the ground, as well as the marks on her knees. He even found a few drops of her blood on the grass. Ombre quickly found that Ganta must have suffered a direct shadow attack and got whisked away. While Ombre inspected the magic, Arad looked around and determined a few things. First, he didn't emerge in the dragon lair he tried to infiltrate, but in the second lair. Ganta was far down underground, beneath several kilometers of stones and dirt. As Arad focused his senses down, he could see Ganta swallowing his scale and starting a fight with the shadow Dracaina just outside the gnome's hole. He didn't have any time to waste, so he teleported immediately to save her. The Dracaina froze as she saw her breath hit Arad's wide back and splatter like water hitting a stone. Bam, bam, bam. Arad's heart started beating loudly as he looked at Ganta's bloodied body. Her words had come true, and when Aelin knows of this, she'll kill him. The shadow Dracaina immediately stopped wasting energy on her breath and lifted her massive claw, putting all of her willpower and magic into one order given to Arad's shadow to destroy itself. Waves of red and black shadows surged around Arad's massive body. His muscles glistened and his eyes flashed purple as his shadow shifted and convulsed. He didn't look bothered at all, and instead the Dracaina was the one who started sweating as if she carried a heavy stone on her back. Arad called Eris and pulled her through his stomach to heal Ganta, while he slowly turned back to the shadow Dracaina, now to deal with you. The shadow Dracaina had tried to control Arad's shadow as she did to all of the gnomes and even Ganta. The ability she got when growing older was far too overpowered, allowing her to kill anyone who got in her way, as almost no one had resistance to shadow magic. She wasn't wrong. Even Arad doesn't have any resistance to shadow magic. Ombre is too weak to face a shadow Dracaina, so why wasn't his shadow bending down? It was simple. Sheer size, Arad's shadow was massive, far larger than hers, a reflection of a greater being, a dragon that was beyond all other dragons in power. Arad had once again found himself facing the mad shadow Dracaina. Chapter 1315. 1315. Who is the crazy one? Arad was once tasked by the dark elf goddess Elis to find and free the shadow Dracaina from her madness. It was supposed to be a simple mission: find her, then cure her. He was sure at the start that all he needed to do was find the Dracaina for the goddess to pull some miracle and heal her. But he was wrong. The goddess would have done that on her own long ago, and Arad was certain that finding the shadow Dracaina would have been easy for her even without his help. But the fact that the goddess didn't cure her when he first met her made Arad certain that Elis wanted him to cure the shadow Dracaina because she couldn't, awfully similar to the situation of some maids who live with him, a sickness that not even the gods can cure, and somewhat they expect him to be able to do it. You aren't running away this time, Arad approached, and the massive, terrifying Dracaina took a few steps back. She could feel it in her bones. She isn't his opponent and can't even hope to scratch him. If she could, by some miracle, pull him into the shadow realm, she might have an advantage there. But here, there is no chance of her coming on top. Even her psychosis wasn't enough to mask the insurmountable mountain that is Arad, too large, too deep, too dark to cast a shadow upon. She had long since forgotten how to see people. The Dracana was blinded by her power, and she now could only see their shadows, the dark shades sliding on the cold stone. The gnomes, Ganta, even the dragons she killed. All of them were nothing more than black shadows cast on the cast-empty world, mere shells of the former people who lived in it. She was freeing them, sending them back to where shadows belonged, to the shadow realm. But there was an exception. Only one person that she could see clearly, one other creature beside her that still lives, Arad, the large dragon glaring at her with two cold purple eyes. Damn it, Arad. She is cursed beyond saving, and from before birth, Doma growled inside Arad's head. Now that the shadow Dracana grew stronger, larger, and easier to see through, Doma could determine the nature of her curse, madness, and psychosis. One of her parents was a dark elf. The other was a dragon, a gold one. I can't tell which was which, but I guess the mother was the dragon. Two went and did it while traversing the border between this realm and the shadow realm. I hate the careless people. Got pregnant in the borders. Arad didn't understand what Doma meant, and how could the Dracana's mother getting pregnant on the border between realms be a problem? But he could assume it was bad. Arad, she doesn't belong in any of the realms. That place had caused her to be born with severe disability. She is blind to the reality of the world. Doma growled she could only see the world's reflection in the shadow realm. To her, everyone in the world had already perished and only their shadows remained. She is just on a crusade to put them to rest. Arad smiled, so all I need to do is find a way to get back her sight. Doma shook her head. No, she didn't lose her sight. She didn't have it in the first place. She has to live with that now. You have to convince her that the reality she sees is wrong. Would you mind if we talk? Arad approached the Dracana and sat down. She looked at him for a few seconds, and then shifted back to her dark elf form, taking a seat just 2 meters away from him. Last time you punched me hard enough that I didn't sleep for days, she growled, looking behind at Eris and Ganta with scorn. You made me punch you. Arad looked at her for a second and then smiled. And we're dragons, after all. You know, that was nothing more than a love tap. I could have ripped your head off out with it. You're only leaving me alive because I'm the last living Dracana in the world. Kill me, and you'll be living the rest of your lives with hollow shadows. Arad scratched the back of his head. That's what I want to talk with you about. What you see is wrong. Everyone is alive. They aren't shadows. You're just mad. She frowned and cursed under her breath. Damn it, you've already lost it. The last dragon is alive. My only choice in a mate is damn lunatic. She shook her head. I guess even dragons can't endure this cruel world for long. I just wonder when my turn will come to lose my mind. Arad looked at her eyes. That is what I'm saying. You've already lost your mind. The world you see is wrong. People are still alive. They aren't dead, and their shadows aren't lost. You're the insane one. How many centuries have you lived among the shadows to degrade this much? She sighed. The gods are dead, the world has faded to darkness, everyone has already perished, and only their shadows are left to wander the world, eternally suffering, until they were sent to the shadow realm where they belong. Arad stared at her with a serious face. So each of us is certain the other one is crazy, right? She sighed. You're the crazy one, not me. She then looked at him with a sad face. If you want to mate, I'm open to the idea. As much as I hate doing it with a mad dragon, you're my only option. She smiled. No offense to you. Besides your rotten brain, you've got one nice body, strong too. Arad studied her for a few seconds, and she shifted slightly. I know I'm too weak for you, but you've got only me. Those shadows are mere illusions, phantoms created by your mind to endure the lifelessness of the world. I'm a shadow Dracana, and I can tell the difference between living people and shadows. Careful, Arad. She is still hostile toward everyone else besides you. I get the same feeling from her as Lydia, a hard nut to crack that head of hers. The only reason she isn't attacking you is because it is obvious she would lose. Chapter 1316, A Titanic Shadow. Arad looked at the shadow Dracaina for a few seconds, thinking about what Doma told him. She is like Lydia, which means having an indomitable will and the personality of an explosive landmine. Step on her the wrong way and she'll explode in your face. Why are you naked? Arad asked as he tilted his head, and the Dracaina looked a bit confused. I'll ask you the same thing. Why are you wearing clothes? We dragons never wear them. Nothing best our scales. Eris approached from behind him and glared at the Dracaina. She can use my clothes for now. I wouldn't want her running around with those things flinging around. The Dracaina looked at Eris with a smile. All she could see was a dark silhouette of shadows and magic rumbling, purple draconic magic. Now, where did she come from? Such a powerful shadow. She is Eris, one of my wives, a purple Dracaina. They are also known as plasma dragons. Arad looked at Eris with a smile. She might not be the oldest, but she is one of the most powerful ones. Who are you calling a shadow? Eris tilted her head and then looked at Arad, only for him to explain what the situation was. Eris was surprised to hear about the Dracaina's situation. She couldn't even imagine what a world populated only by shadows would look like, colorless and bland, cold and lifeless. But the Dracaina had other things on her mind. So the shadows are helping your madness, I see. She glared at Eris and then back at Arad. Are you really believing their lies? They are using you, washing your mind, Arad. Keep an eye on her. For all she knows, Eris and everyone else are shadows brainwashing you into believing that they are real people. She might try to kill them to save you. Don't even think of attacking her. I told you that you're the one with the problem. The world is still well and alive. All we need to do is find a way to cure you. Arad waved his arm, putting it between Eris and the Dracaina. The Dracaina couldn't think of an easy way to cure Arad. Killing all the shadows in the world would bring him back to his senses, but that is impossible for her. Even Eris, who stood before her, was powerful enough to cause her a problem. She could only imagine Arad's other wives being just as powerful. Not hard. You aren't going to even try harming them. Arad glared at her. While he can trust Eris or Gamond to put the shadow Dracaina in her place, if she were to attack Mira or Izdis, he might end up forced to kill her. Doma had compared the shadow Dracaina to Lydia, which was horrifying, as Doma said. He must keep a close eye on her. Who is your strongest wife? I want to fight her. The Dracaina glared at Arad and then shifted her gaze to Eris. I'm not going to sit beneath mere shadows. Is she the one? Eris burst out laughing. Me, the strongest? Stop joking. The strongest of us can beat everyone else, including Arad, and still have energy to spare. She was, of course, talking about Kali, the primordial demon goddess of destruction and the patron of orphans. The Dracaina looked both surprised and horrified. At first, she thought that Arad survived because most of the living shadows weren't stronger than him, but she was wrong. You mean you aren't the dominant one? She asked, and Arad shook his head. I'm the one responsible and the dominant. Kali is her name. She is stronger than me, but isn't interested in such things. The Dracaina looked at him for a while and then smiled. She finally found out the evil shadow behind Arad's brainwashing. That shadow is called Kali. She'll find and kill her to free him. This Kali, can I see her? She just wanted to have a look and see how strong she needed to become to kill her. She might need to become a great worm, but that shouldn't be that far away with all of those shadows to consume. Arad waved his hand and created a small void portal. From that portal, a small, pink-haired little girl in a fluffy summer dress jumped out with a cheerful smile. The moment her bare foot landed on the ground and her shadow formed, the shadow Dracaina froze in place. The shadow Dracaina's face paled, her eyes opened wide, and her teeth started to crack. The fine hair on her back stood, and she almost pissed herself. The great shadow that just emerged was masquerading as the silhouette of a little girl, but was nothing even close she could see it. The godly figure of a dark statue bigger than the world itself, with billions of arms and legs. each holding an incomprehensible weapon of mass destruction. Even one of the statue's toes was so massive that she couldn't even see its end and beginning at the same time. Arid pointed at the shadow Dracaina and spoke in an even tone. She wanted to fight the strongest wife. Callie shifted her gaze to the Dracaina, causing the woman to flinch. Okay? Callie lifted her fist up with a cheerful jump, clumsily landed on her feet, then opened her palm. The shadow Dracaina saw one of the statue's incomprehensible arms move, lift up, ready to drop on her head. Such a hit won't just kill her. It might even blow the whole world apart. Just one of the fingers started far beyond the western horizon and faded over the dawning sun in the east. Callie's chop. Callie swung her tiny arm down, and the statue's massive arm dropped with such speed and energy that the shadow Dracaina almost died just from feeling the great shadow move above her. They were in a cave, but she could feel the arm as clearly as if she were on the surface. Callie stopped her attack before it could hit anything. The shadow Dracaina had already passed out from the sight of such a great attack coming down on her. She didn't lose from damage, but from pure shock. Callie looked at her hand for a second and turned back at Arad. Was that enough? Did you need to scare her like that? He sighed, and Callie nodded with a happy smile. She was thinking of killing me after all. I scared her so she won't get any funny ideas anytime soon. She then jumped and sat on Arad's lap. I thought you'd come in the destruction form since I called you to fight, Arad asked with a smile, and she giggled. This form is enough to deal with anything in this world, and besides, many gnomes were orphaned around here, and I need to use my blessing to make sure they stay alive and not starve until we get them to a safe place. She looked back. They are dragon minions, meaning they lived under the rule of a dragon for decades, maybe even centuries. You can take them to serve in your lair, as that would be easier than trying to reintegrate them into society. She looked up. Their children might leave the nest and carve a piece of the world for themselves, but the parents are already used to their lifestyle. Gnomes are all about their habits. Chapter 13:17's 13:17. Curiosity killed the cat. The shadow Dracaina opened her eyes inside a massive cave, but not one that she was familiar with. Around her, she could sense the shadows of thousands of titanic ants crawling around. What did happen? Was she smashed to the ground so hard that she fell into another cave? She didn't know, but the shadow above her was somewhat familiar. Arad was standing in his draconic form just above her head, looking down at her with burning purple eyes. You're finally awake? It's been almost an hour. Where are we? She asked, and Arad looked around. My laid for location north of Alina City in Ruris Kingdom. I can sense some titanic ants and kobolds running around. Are they your minions? She cracked her neck and looked around, walking around the large cavern. You can say that, but don't treat them like minions. They are more than that. Arad looked around with her. Call me Grace, and you should be. Arad, just Arad. I wasn't going to add anything to your name. That was a precaution for what you'll learn later. He sighed. As the two walked across the massive cavern, they quickly reached a smaller cave that led them into a room where a dead whale rested on ice. You eat first. I'll check on some things outside, he then pointed back, and don't go into the back caverns. She nodded as she approached the whale. That's where you keep your hoard. Are you keeping any explosive scrolls there? Arad laughed as he left. Of course not, but beware the thing hiding in there isn't something you can face. Grace looked toward where Arad kept his hoard and then shook her head, returning to her food. He had warned her about Callie, but she still ended up almost getting killed. She wasn't stupid enough to ignore his warning twice. Who knows? He might be hiding another monster shadow inside. After finishing her food, Grace sat down to think about what she should do now. Arid is clearly brainwashed by that child horror. With her current power, she had no way of winning such a fight. Her only hope is to find a way to convince Arid that everyone is already dead and that the reality he sees is just an illusion. But to achieve that, she must first find out why Arid is the only one who is still alive beside her. She was a shadow dragon, so it meant a sense that she could retain her sense of self in a world of shadows. But what about him? She had seen Arad's shadow and already figured out that he had grown older since she had last seen him. He had become a titanic dragon that was more than a kilometer long. Mating in their draconic form wasn't an option, thanks to that, unless she wanted to end up dead. But that wasn't all that she noticed about Arad. What had become clear to her was that he was far more muscular than what a dragon should be, far larger than his age shows, and what horrified her the most is that he is far lighter than other dragons who are smaller than him. Since all of Arad's organs are stored inside his void stomach to keep them safe, his body ends up being far lighter than it should be. This also played a huge role in how fast he could accelerate, which explained a lot of his power. She also paid close attention to his claws and scales. The purity of magic coming out of his body was unmatched, as if he trained to control every single scale and masterfully calculate how much mana he could use and where to get it out for the best effect. It also didn't escape her attention that his claws were enchanted like those of witches, so he was technically a witch. A he-witch. Whatever, the style resembles what that plasma shadow had, which meant she was the witch who enchanted his nails. If the two of them fought, what could happen? Let's just say she managed to kill Callie. Could she endure Arad's assault until he regains his sanity? Probably not. He could one-shot her with a single punch. Let's fix that. Grace stopped eating and turned into a shadow. She then formed a shadow body. She then used her polymorph to make it look exactly like herself. What she just did was swap places with her shadow, letting a shadow clone be the one talking with people and fighting. This would allow her to instantly teleport away through the shadows if things got dicey. And just to be safe, she made another clone and sent it away in the form of a tiny shadow that was no bigger than a fly. Once the tiny shadow reaches a safe spot, she will be able to escape whenever she wants. Now that she had a fail-safe plan, she had to think about another terrifying fact. This meal of hers, the delicious fatty whale, and the ice around it. A great worm white dracina, the shadow of one? She didn't know that there is something beyond a great worm. After inspecting both the whale and the ice, she found out that it wasn't a single dracina, but two. A mother and her daughter hunted the whale and froze it in ice. He has a daughter with a white dracina? A great worm, and he is able to make her go hunt for him. How in the... No, the daughter doesn't smell like him at all. She isn't his daughter. Did he take both the mother and daughter as mates? The first thing a dragon does is usually kill any offspring that his mate had before him. He should have killed and eaten that daughter, or the reverse, killed the mother and keep the daughter as a mate. With each passing second, here she is discovering more and more terrifying facts about Arad, which drew her mind back to his hoard. What is there for him to warn me about getting inside? After a while, curiosity got the better of her, and she went to take a peek. Just a tiny, harmless, and innocent look. She finished her meal, shifted into her dark elf form, and rushed across the massive cavern until she reached the large iron door to Arad's vault, where he keeps his draconic hoard. She slowly opened the door and looked inside, only to be instantly blinded by radiant light. A naked woman who looked in her early to mid-40s stared back at her with a gentle smile. Her opal skin sparkled with rainbow hues of light. Her burning golden hair danced on its own like a ghost, and her eyes were so blindingly white that she was almost shooting lasers from them. There was another being beside Arad that she could see normally, or rather was forced to see them almost normally. Poor child of shadows. Chapter 1318. How do I look? The shadow Dracina gasped, freezing in place as the radiant woman smiled. Something was off. Even she didn't understand what was standing in front of her. The radiant woman smiled, her red lips curling up into a terrifying smile. You can see me, can't you? She stood, her feet sinking into Arad's mountain of gold coins and gems. With each step forward, the light radiating from her body refracted and reflected on the gold and jewels into a rainbow of sparks colors and mesmerizing brilliant luster. Before the shadow Drakaina could know it, the woman was already at her side, standing not a meter away from her. I'm Luminous. What's your name, child? Grace's skin started ripping apart and melting just from standing this close to her, and before she knew it, all of her skin had evaporated, revealing the dark shadows beneath. Luminous frowned as she stroked the ground with her foot, then bent down, touching Grace's shadow with care. Her long crystal fingernails sank into the shadows, and she then pulled Grace out of the shadows where she was hiding, lifting her up by the head. Grace struggled to escape, but no matter what she did, she couldn't resist Luminous's stupid strength. When two dragons meet, the young must answer the older's questions. Luminous lifted her other palm and rubbed Grace's face with a gentle touch, then gave her a weak tap. Come on, girl, what's your name? It is not every day that I meet someone who can see me. Grace, my name is Grace, let me go. Since she couldn't escape, her only option was to play along with whatever Luminous wanted for now. Luminous giggled and licked her lips. A beautiful name named after Gracie, the goddess of life and death, the one who rules over the Shadow Palace and the succubus. Good. I've heard Arad needed the help of someone like you, but as it happened, I need help too. Luminous and Grace were sitting on the peak of Arad's mountain of wealth. What do you need my help with? I want to leave if you don't mind. Grace glanced back at the door and then felt sweat rushing down her back. Luminous had already locked the door with 10 locks and several chains and spells. Not even Arad would be able to help her escape from this room now. But what scared Grace more was that even with all of the gold and gems in the room, not a single shadow existed. Every small corner got forcibly illuminated by luminous radiance, meaning she couldn't even escape into the shadows if she wanted. What's more, she could feel her power being at an all-time low. The lack of darkness and shadows was almost rendering her magicless. Tell me, Grace, what problems do you think someone as bright and radiant as myself faces? Luminous put one leg on another, staring at Grace with a terrifying smile. I don't know. I can't see myself. Even mirrors can't help. It's been over 500 years since I last managed to catch a glimpse of my body. Luminous leaned back on her hands. That's what I need your help with. Tell me how I look. I want to know if I grew a few wrinkles or not. Grace gulped and took a deep breath. And what if I refuse? Luminous giggled. Of course I'll poke a hole in your head and pull your memories straight out. I can use those to see how you saw me. But I can't guarantee that you'll survive with your intelligence intact. Who knows? You might even get stupider than you are now. She reached forward with her foot and tapped Grace on the knee, asking, What will happen if you don't do what I say? As if you're stupid enough to refuse. Grace sighed. Starting next time, she'll do whatever Arad asks by the letters. Really, what in the 9 hells is a light Drakaina of such power doing holed up inside his hoard? For a moment, Grace wanted to entertain the idea that this powerful Drakaina was just a prize, sitting here collecting dust in Arad's treasure room. What kind of description do you want? She'll play along for the time being. Let's start with my face. How does it look? She got closer so Grace could get a better look. First, your skin is weird. It's as white as snow and dotted with multicolored spots like white opal. Those multicolored spots are like freckles on your face and through your whole body, for that matter. Grace tilted her head. Your eyes are also strange, very human-like. But instead of having one color, they are like 2 pools of glass, like they were carved out of diamond, and I can see my reflection in them clearly. She leaned back. Lips as red as blood, and your hair, I can't understand if you don't have any, or that your hair is just a flame of radiant golden light. Luminous smiled. I do have hair, I'm not bald. My hair is just brighter than my whole body by a lot. Probably why you see it as a flame of light. She then got even closer. What about wrinkles? You avoided the topic without a comment. Grace cleared her throat. You don't have any. You do look older than me and Arad, but I can't really tell what old looks like with everyone else being shadows. Everyone is shadows now? That's interesting. She leaned back. Care to elaborate? What is there to elaborate upon? Everyone is dead, and only their shadows roam the world. Arad can't see that. He thinks they are alive, she growled. I bet they brainwashed him. You too, most likely. I see now. That's quite the problem. You think he is insane, while he thinks you're insane. You're both stuck in a deadlock. Grace glared at her. What about you? Are they dead or not? Listen to me, girl. My opinion doesn't matter since you've got no reason to trust me. In fact, you've got all the reasons to fear and avoid me, don't you? With us being a light and shadow, Dracana, Luminous had a point. No matter what she says, Grace would just think that she is either lying or brainwashed. Then you got a solution for us? Grace glared at her, and Luminous smiled. I've got two solutions, one to end it here quickly, and the other would take some time. She put one leg on another. Which one do you want to hear? What's the quick solution? Grace was finally interested. Knowing Arad, you'll soon be his mate. Aren't you one already? Am I right? Luminous asked, and Grace nodded. Then let me ask you, how strong are you? What is your relationship? As before, Grace replied quickly. He is far stronger than me, so he is the dominant one. I can't do anything about it. Then, if he tells you to do something, I'll have to do it. Grace understood where Luminous was going. He already told you that you're insane and that the world is alive and not dead, yet you're still refusing to believe his words. I would say that you lack manners. Go apologize and help him find a cure for you. That isn't really a solution, but I guess it can put an end to the argument. What's the second option? You grow stronger, become a great worm, challenge the twilight, and survive. Both your soul and body should be reborn then into a perfect form. All defects with you will get fixed. Luminous stretched her arms. You might find other solutions, but those are what I can think of on the spot. Now, how does my body look? Don't tell me my breasts are dropping like an old hag. No, they aren't. In fact, they look quite firm. Chapter 1319, Radiant Wish. Really? Luminous gasped as a large, creepy smile found its way to her beautiful face. Grace looked at her, both terrified and worried as she felt an immediate sense of danger. I warned you? Arad's voice came from the door, and the two looked back. Luminous stood up and waved her hand. Arad, my boy, how did you get inside? She was suddenly standing beside him. I'm sure I locked the door. Don't you know that you can't enter a lady's room without knocking first? First, this is my hoard. You're the one who isn't supposed to lock it without asking me. And besides, that Dracana isn't your toy to play with. He stared at her. Your job here was to count the funds allocated to the building process of Betty's lair, nothing more and nothing less. She leaned on his shoulder and laughed. You're really taking Betty's warning to heart. I'm glad to see that you hold my granddaughter that high, but isn't it a bit disrespectful to be wary of me? So what do you think? Should I be worried around you? He growled, glaring down at her, and she smacked him on the chest. Of course, I would keep myself on a tight leash. She smiled and was suddenly standing back on the pile of gold and jewelry. She leaned on Grace's shoulder, making her flinch. Come visit me sometimes. It is rare for me to find someone who can speak with me without getting blinded. Before Grace could know it, Luminous already took her to Arad's side and returned to the pile of wealth. She looked around with a confused gasp. Her eyes laid on the radiant figure of Luminous sitting on top of the mound, counting diamonds and rubies with a bored face. Arad, Grace is a naughty, naughty girl. You'd better make sure she understands where she stands so she doesn't make a stupid decision again, like she did by coming here to meet me. I know, Arad, and Grace then left and locked the door behind them. Who is she? Grace gasped, and Arad glared at her. Didn't I tell you not to go there? He rubbed his face and then sighed. She, Luminous, had spent over 2,000 years looking for a way to quell her radiant light. She had long since lost hope and got used to living as she did, engulfed in radiant light where no one could look her in the face. So where is the problem? That is the problem. Give her hope, and she might dissect you to try to find a cure. The best outcome is her keeping you around like a pet to speak to you. He grabbed Grace by the hair and lifted her up to look her in the face. We're lucky that she is good at controlling her impulses. It wasn't this way a few centuries ago. Betty, her granddaughter, told me. He looked back at the hoard door. When I first met Luminous, she really intended on keeping me as her little pet, and I can't even see her clearly. I just see a ball of radiant light. Keep you? Exactly. What do you think? Luminous craves connections and will do anything in her power to escape her lonely existence. You can see her clearly but aren't strong enough to wrestle any control from her. Luminous walks by the dragon's traditions where might is right. She can never have an equal relationship with someone weaker than her, and thus Grace and Arad would only end up as her toys. I did feel a sense of danger, but not that kind. Grace punched Arad's wrist to get him to drop her. As I told you, she is good at controlling her impulses, but one stray thought is all it would take for you to spend the rest of your life locked in a cage beside her. Until I find a way to free Betty from her light and get that solution to be strong enough to free her, you better not give Luminous a taste of what she had long forgotten. In fact, no one knew how long Luminous was planning. A Dracaina of her age holds wisdom and insight that's incomprehensible to even Arad. Luminous had once left Betty to train under Doma. She also made contact with Aayla's dead mother and Zephyr. She even had a mirror in the royal castle where Isdis lived. Betty suspects that Luminous already planned to get her married to someone like Arad long ago. Maybe even before Arad was born. It was ridiculous, but when Betty confronted her grandmother about the topic, she got a strange answer. That answer had made her shiver and run away to warn Arad. Well, if I kept him close to me, I'll keep fucking him each day, and we'll never make progress in eliminating my light. It'll also work better to eliminate your light first, since your light would be much weaker than mine. Both Arad and Betty understood that it was useless to try and comprehend the thoughts of a light Dracaina that surpassed the twilight and lived for thousands of years. Luminous wasn't just a beautiful woman who took baths all day long and spent most of her time rolling naked on gold and gems. She is an existence with enough wisdom and power to rival some gods, and she played mortals like pawns in the palm of her hand. Arad was certain that Luminous was in no way malevolent, nor was she benevolent. She is just driven by her goals and wishes, which makes her impulses and whims even more dangerous. Grace looked back. Dangerous? I would say she is rather sad. Reminds me of myself living alone in a world of shadows until I met you. That's why we don't give her false hope. We don't want her to go overboard chasing a false flag until I have a solution that is sure to work for eliminating her light. She'll have to wait like she did for the past thousands of years. Grace shook her head, said the one trying to convince me that the world is still alive. I bet it all has to with that little she-monster shadow. Arad glared at her. One last thing. Grace lifted her hands. Fine, I'll listen to you this time. No fooling around. You say I can't do something, then I won't do it. It was my mistake to go and take a peek inside the Horde vault. She smiled. I honestly thought I'd find more shadows stacked inside holding a meeting on how to brainwash me as well as they did you. Just behave. For now, I have to understand why you can see me and Luminous and not everyone else. I bet it has something to do with either our magic type. Me being void, she is light, or our very nature as magic dragons. The two finally walked into one of the caverns in Arad's lair. Grace's eyes opened wide as she saw a woman sitting on a desk, tinkering with a hunting rifle. She rubbed her eyes and gasped, Wait, another living one? That's Altair, a void Dracaina. So you can see her. Interesting. Chapter 1320, Thurnt 1320, Gunslinger. She could see Altair, which was a bit of a surprise. At first, Arad thought that Grace's psychosis made her see people weaker than her as shadows. But since she couldn't see Callie, that idea was immediately debunked. It wouldn't even make sense in the first place, as he was stronger than her. Arad wanted to test many things, but Grace ended up carrying herself and went inside the vault and met Luminous. From what Arad understood, she could see it without suffering any damage from the blinding radiance. This could be just due to elemental compatibility, like shadows dampening the light. But would that make sense for her to see Arad and Altair? Probably, since the void is the lack of anything and everything, including light, the same way as shadows. That would be reasonable, but not a clear answer, and Arad wanted a clear rule. He understands that trying to find reason within madness is a fool's errand, but he has been a fool for a long while and doesn't mind remaining one. Altair approached Arad and looked at the shadow Dracaina. Is this her? The one called Grace? Are you ready? Arad nodded and Altair smiled. Of course. You'll fight her for a while so I can see how your magic is flowing. That might help me understand what defect you have, if any. Arad looked at Grace. We must leave no stone unturned. Grace looked at Altair for a long second and then sighed. Arad, she is far weaker than you. Won't it be better if I fought you? I need to observe, and I think Altair is just strong enough to pull out your best. He reached forward, touched their shoulders, and teleported them into a vast, empty desert. Yes, this was the same desert he and Nina trashed. When they landed, it was nighttime, and Arad looked around, took a deep breath, and pointed at a distant mountain. I'll be watching from there, and Altair, do your best not to kill her. Grace lifted an eyebrow. You serious? She kills me. Never underestimate a void dragon, no matter how young. I'm the clear example. He then teleported away, leaving the two standing alone. Young one, I'll be gentle. Grace lifted her arm and her nails turned into claws. I've seen many living people today. I'm in a good mood for mercy, but I have to ask, are you one of his wives? That's correct. Altair replied without wasting any breath, causing Grace to smile. Then I still have to beat you up to climb the ranks. Sorry in advance. Arad watched and listened to them from afar, which caused him to faintly smile. He knew what underestimating Altair meant. When Grace blinked, Altair was already pointing a massive rifle at her head, a giant punt gun that was made by Mira and belonged to Arad. He gave it to her, since she was the best one to use it, thanks to her unique way of using her void. Each void dragon uses his void differently from others, albeit they have the same basic abilities. Altair has her stomach stuffed full of firearms and cannons, which she uses as weapons. She then teleports rounds straight into the guns from her stomach, eliminating the need for reloading, and what most, she can enchant the bullets with her void or any element she conjures. Grace was now looking down the massive barrel, watching as a pound of lead flew at her head. The bullet was fast, but she was still fast enough to dodge. With a single jump, Grace got away from the bullet's trajectory, watching as the burning mass of metal ripped through the air with ease. Mundane weapons? Is she crazy? As a matter of fact, Altair might have been crazy. The bullet disappeared midair, and Grace felt something heavy hit her back, cracking her hard scales. While Altair could teleport the bullets from her stomach to her guns, she could also do the same inside her range of magic control, which is a radius of 40 kilometers as long as she could get a visual of her target. I see. Neither those guns nor rounds are mundane. Grace growled as she dissipated into shadows, emerging from Altair's shadow behind her. Baring her claws for a strike, without looking, Altair pointed her hand back, and a blunderbuss was already pointing at Grace's head. Bang. When the shot was fired, Grace barely dodged, having a tiny bit of her ear nicked off. She growled and tried to counter, but it was already too late as several muskets floated above Altair's head, pointing down, already firing. Grace danced around Altair and put the void Dracaina between her and the barrels. She then didn't waste any time to swing an attack, only to find out that Altair already switched the punt gun for a shotgun. Bang! She blasted her in the face, and the pellets were enchanted to suppress dragons, the same way the anti-dragon shackles worked. Having her face blasted with a shotgun, Grace felt strangely weak, and that only got worse when she tried to dodge the second shot and failed, thanks to her getting weaker from the first shot. And with that, Altair unloaded 4 rounds on her face before she could get away. This time Grace didn't even try to face Altair directly. She must get away and escape her sight. Only then could she carry a sneak attack. The fact that her rounds can teleport is cheating. That meant dodging her attacks was nearly impossible, as long as she saw her target. It only took Grace a few seconds to escape into the shadows and appear a kilometer away. She hoped that from this distance, she could blend into the shadows and make it a bit harder for Altair to track her. Altair pulled a large sniper rifle from her stomach, and fired a shot in the general direction where she could feel Grace's mana. As the bullet flew away, Altair mixed her mana sense into it, turning it into a beacon of her magic the same way Arad did when throwing stones with his tail. The moment her beacon sensed a strong enough magic signal, she teleported to it with a void step, appearing just a few meters away from where Grace was hiding. Grace gasped, but at that time a barrel was already pointed at her. Arad smiled atop the mountain. It was quite entertaining to watch someone struggle against Altair's weird fighting style. But he had a job to do now, to see how Grace's magic would react to Altair's bullets. As each of those bullets has a different effect bound to them, it might shed light on Grace's condition. Chapter 1321, Night 1321, Lala's Theory. As bullets flew everywhere and shadows danced like mad demons, Altair and Grace's fight shattered the ground and turned a large chunk of the desert into a burning battlefield. Arad watched in silence from afar, noting several things about the fight. The first of which was that Grace didn't react to any magic specifically. Even light spells cast by Altair's bullets seemed to have no effect at all. It was clear that Altair was the one losing the battle despite her advantage at the start. Once the element of surprise faded away and Grace started to see some patterns in her moves, dodging the bullets and taking the lead wasn't that difficult. At this rate, Altair is the one that's going to end up on the ground. It isn't even a challenge for Grace. But this didn't mean the girl didn't give the Shadow Dracaina a scare. No, she actually managed to land several deadly wounds that would have lasted Grace decades to heal if this was a real fight, and no one was going to heal them after. And what's more, if this was a real fight, Altair could have just wounded Grace with her initial attack and then fled using a void step. Seeing this fight made Arad understand that while void dragons are powerful, they are especially good at guerrilla warfare, attack quickly in small teams, and then bolt it out. Hit and run tactics are the best. Arad could also see that Grace reacted to some specific things as well. He couldn't help but feel that the reason she could see him was different from both Altair and Luminous. Now that Arad had something else to test besides magic, he called the fight off and healed the two of them while he sent a message to Aella outside, asking her to get some people ready. Minutes later, he left and returned in the company of several people, which surprised both Altair and Grace: Meshara, Mary, Echidna, Plum, Gammond, Salamander, Undine, and lastly Arad brought Lala, the succubus nun, for good measure. As Arad expected, Grace could see Meshara, Mary, Echidna, Plum, and Undine. Those are the people from Yog's world. It made some sense. They aren't from this world. Grace's madness started on the border between this world and the Shadow Realm, not Yog's world. So what about Luminous? Arad suspects that it was just because Luminous didn't have a shadow. She was a being of light, a radiant figure that couldn't cast a shadow. The sun, for example, has no shadow. But Arad didn't throw the idea that Luminous might have come from another world out yet. Grace couldn't see Gammond or Lala. He honestly expected Grace to see Gammond since she was a Dracaina that surpassed the Twilight, but he was wrong. Twilight has nothing to do with it. Lala's case was strange. The moment she and Grace met, Arad felt a strange magic surge inside Lala's body. The succubus approached Grace and glared at her straight in the eyes. Poor child, lost between shadows and light, between life and death, between reality and illusion. She closed her eyes and then looked at Arad. I advise you to make sure she reaches Gracie, the goddess of life and death. She will know what to do with her. Arad smiled. I expected you to know something. Care to explain? She was both incepted and born in the border between the Shadow Realm and this world. While she lives here, she can only see the world's mirror image of the Shadow Realm. Lala waved her hand around and approached Arad. Those are outsiders. They've got no shadow in the Shadow Realm, so she can only see their figure in the real world. Luminous is a problem, though. Arad noticed Lala's sore face. Why? I heard Gracie speak of her several decades ago, called her blinding bitch. The woman has no shadow in the Shadow Realm. In fact, her mirror image there is as radiant as her body in the real world. She is the only thing in the shadow realm that is bright, and even the sun there is dark. She shrugged, but I'm sure the sun's part is thanks to a deal between her and Amaterasu. I see, but that doesn't explain one thing. Why can she see me? I was born in this world. I've got a shadow, and I'm not a light dragon like Luminous. Arad was right. He was an odd one based on Lala's theory. Grace shouldn't be able to see him, but she indeed does, and the dark elf goddess had asked him personally to find and help her. So where does he fall in all of this? Honestly, no clue. Lala had already stated all she knew. Grace's situation is related to this world and its shadow realm, so special cases like Luminous are an exception. This only leaves Arad to be an exception like the light Dracaina. So, more people? Is this some kind of elaborate joke? She glared at Arad. Then her eyes stopped at Gamond. Are you shadows keeping a zoo of living beings to pull out whenever you need? The hell you're talking about? Gamond smiled. Are you the crazy one Arad wanted me to hunt a whale for? Sure, made me swim a lot. It was then that Grace remembered the ice that kept the whale cool. It was Gamond's ice. Hold up, you're the one with a daughter? What's your relationship with Arad? She approached her, and Gamond smiled. His wives. Took my daughter as a wife. I'm just a bonus. Gamond shrugged. Some goddess of magic said that he must take my daughter as a wife and take me just to be on the safe side. I'm enjoying myself, so I got no complaints. Grace then looked at Arad with a shocked and horrified face. Just how many wives do you have? Many. A lot. A whole lot of them. Enough to fill a castle and many more. Arad smiled, his fists resting on his hips, and most of them are shadows. They are alive and well. None of them is a shadow. You're just seeing them at that. What do you think I'm here doing if not trying to set you straight? Chapter 1322. 1322. Expected a warmer welcome. We need to sleep on this. Think about it for a while. Arad scratched the back of his head. And you, Grace, don't go around attacking anyone. You ignored my first warning and almost got consumed by Luminous. Ignore this, and you might face something even more dangerous.
What else could happen? It's not going to get worse than this,
she sighed, and Arad shook his head. Who knows? The earth might open up and swallow you. The moon might fall on your head. Who knows? The gate of hell might open up and suck you into eternal damnation. The world is wide. Don't tempt it. Arad waved his hand and approached everyone. We should return home and rest. Arad closed his eyes as he teleported everyone. His incarnation had reached the half-angel's land, and he was already stopped by their flying guards, trying to understand who is he and what is he doing there. Far away. Arad hovered in the air, using gravity magic to keep his massive draconic body in the air without the need to flap his wings. Why would he do that? Of course, some tiny and fragile flying things are buzzing around him like flies, half-angels, a lot of them. They looked exactly like humans, except for the long, feathery white wings behind their backs and the radiant aura around their bodies. Arad looked around and then fixed his gaze on their strongest. It was obvious from the man's build and abundant divine magic. I'm here to meet Lucifer. The half-angel growled, Meet Lucifer? I got informed of no such thing. He pulled two short swords and glared at Arad. You die here, dragon of destruction. Arad shifted into his humanoid form and pulled a sword. Who? You can sense Kali's divine magic on me? Unexpected. The only unexpected thing here is you appearing on our border, and you're going to regret it. The angel's commander flew at Arad, swinging both of his swords at a speed that no mere mortal could achieve. Arad deflected the attack of the first short sword, but the second one sent him, and the angel flying to the ground like a meteor of pure divine magic. The angel gasped as he saw Arad blocking his attack with one hand. What did Jack say about paladins? Something about them being hard-headed bastards without any sense in their hollow skulls. He deflected the paladin's sword and kicked him in the guts, sending him flying back faster than their fall was. The paladin flashed his wings and stopped his flight, immediately going in for another attack. His sword flashed with light, and Arad's blade whistled through the air as sparks flew everywhere. The angels flying above were blasted away by the constant deadly shockwaves. The ground rumbled, and a storm of steel and divine magic washed over the battlefield. Arad laughed, dancing between the paladin's attacks with a large smile on his face. I expected a warmer welcome. Hell, the devils in the 9th circle of hell gave me a better reception than this. Shut up, intruder. The paladin barely managed to deflect Arad's attack and retaliated with a divine cleaver, followed by a barrage of slashes and divine enchanted smites. While Lydia's divine magic might have been purer than this half-angel, he has far more divine magic than her and could rapid-fire it several times faster. He wasn't limited by a mortal shell, after all. He had the blood of angels running through his veins. In the time it would have taken Lydia to swing one divine cleaver, this half-angel would have thrown 5 cleavers and a smite. He was also physically stronger and boasted a potent regeneration. He looked like a true immortal divine fighter, except that immortality is a myth, and he doesn't have the manners of something divine. Arad and the half-angel paladin fought, ripping the ground apart as they flew all over the battlefield, almost getting the other angels killed in the chaos. And soon Arad cleaved the half-angel's left arm, sending a stream of blood flying into the sky. This wound, it's nothing. The paladin growled, sending a powerful wave of divine magic to his arm to regenerate it. Arad stood there in front of him, watching with a smile as his eyes flashed red. The half-angel felt his blood boil, his divine magic turning heavy and his eyes shooting with blood. Fucking, blood-sucking, fiend, unholy abomination, child of the night. The half-angel paladin barely stood, his arm unhealed. You showed your true color? Guess I was right. Monster, Arad laughed. Come on, look again. It was only then that the paladin realized that his divine magic should have burned any blood magic Arad would have used on him. Something seemed strange about Arad's blood magic, and it was obvious when he looked closer. Divine vampire blood? A holy monster? He gasped. Arad had both Akasha and Eris's blood flowing through his veins. Akasha was the daughter of Akame, the goddess of undeath and vampires, and Eris herself was a demi-goddess of murder. As vile of a monster he was, that blood was all divine in nature and highly resistant to divine magic. Arad didn't give the paladin any chance to think it through and leapt at him with a punch, smacking him in the face so hard that he sent him skipping on the ground, eventually cutting a trench in the ground. The paladin coughed blood and immediately rolled away, barely dodging a stomp from Arad. If he were a fraction of a second late to move, his brain would have been decorating Arad's boot. The paladin stood, one sword in hand and the other in his mouth. Taking a strange stance, he glared at Arad with bright, blindingly burning divine eyes. This will be your grave, monster, for attacking our land, for all of your crimes. Even if I won't be the one to take your head, someone else would. Arad laughed. Someone else? Is this place being my grave? Aren't you misunderstanding something? Arad pointed his sword at the angel. I'm just here to teach a stupid brat a lesson. You would have been already dead if it was someone else that you attacked and not me. Believe me, I know many would cleave your head without a second thought just for pulling your weapon on them. Rubbish. The paladin growled, but at that moment Arad's sword came flying down and slashed him across the face, taking his right eye off. Chapter 1323, minus 1323. Back at you. The paladin growled as he jumped back, his right eye blind, but that didn't even dent his resolve. With both madness and divine magic running through his veins, he leaped back at Arad like a hungry beast, swinging his swords at blinding speed. The two flashed across the battlefield, leaving wakes of destruction in their path as all the other half-angels were forced to evade them. Each time their swords clashed, a blinding flash illuminated the ground, and powerful shockwaves roared across the sky, shaking the whole world. Arad didn't care about what the paladin could do. That man would never be able to harm him. but he had learned the hard way not to underestimate paladins. It was then that the paladin charged forward, a suicidal attack at full force. He threw all defenses down, dropped caution, and lunged headfirst into Arad's deadly attack. For a moment there, Arad could swear that he saw the man's eyes flash with divine light and brilliance. Arad's sword plunged into his chest, barely missing the heart since Arad didn't want to kill him. It all happened in a fraction of a second that even Arad couldn't understand what had gotten into the paladin's head. Why throw his life just like that? Did he have some weird plan? The paladin did have a plan, and it was one hell of a common plan. He immediately grabbed Arad in a hug and screamed, "Blast him out." The half-angels immediately formed a massive circle above Arad and started chanting. The paladin used all of his might to try and keep Arad in place. This was their last attack, a hit that should kill both Arad and the paladin. What interested Arad more was that he recognized the attack. When he was trying to enter Merlin's labyrinth and the angels she summoned tried to stop him, they pulled an attack like this. They intend to combine all of their divine magic to force a divine intervention or summon a divine punishment to kill Arad. They are summoning the power of a god into the mortal world, but those half-angels were far weaker than the angels that Merlin summoned, so the attack they were about to pull was weak, too weak to compare to what he had endured before. He was even younger at the time. He can survive this blast without a scratch. The paladin, on the other hand, not even his bones would remain, which was a bad thing. Arad didn't want the first thing he did here to be killing one of Lucifer's commanders. Arad smacked the paladin away and clenched a fist, staring at the rumbling heavens above him. He could already detect the first flaw in their magic. They can't decide which god will respond to their call. They might not even get a reply. The angels, on the other hand, could decide which god they called, making it easier to get the result they desired. But then the divine magic above them swelled and swirled around, turning green and vibrant. Arad immediately noticed the shift and got ready for a heavy blow. A god had responded to their plea, and not just that, the god fully intends to crush Arad, pulling all the power allowed to them in the mortal world. This would be as harsh as the divine punishments go, and so he needs to get ready for a painful hit. Callie, which god responded to them? Arad? What did? How come Aunt Jemima is sending down a divine punishment at you? The half-angels attacked me the moment I reached their land. Who is Jemima? Said she was your aunt. Goddess of harvest, plants, and farming. Avoid the attack if you can. How strong can a goddess of harvest be? Pretty strong. The entire mortal civilization relies on farming. Every living mortal basically worships here. Unlike Amaterasu and me, who embody something, she is powered by the people's faith. Even you have once ordered farms to be built on your land to feed the people. Farming empowers the goddess of farming. Who would have guessed? Arad's body flashed black as he flew up, turning into a dark ball of the void before coming out of it in his draconic form, full size, all power, and nothing held back. Jemima might be a powerful goddess, but that doesn't mean that she is a good fighter. Having a portfolio of harvest and farming, she is more suitable to assisting mortals in their lives than bringing death and destruction. As Arad expected, the divine attack coming toward him held a lot of pure divine power, but nothing more. Jemima couldn't channel it into any lethal form, just trying to drown Arad with a blast of her power. Elemental expansion, Arad's void expanded outward and formed a massive barrier around him as he flew straight at the falling beam of divine light. He won't dodge the attack, since that would spell death for all of the half-angels below. He must take it head-on and protect them. The situation looked bad, but it was still within Arad's expectations. Maybe not the expectation he had for this trip, but at least he expected a god to give him a divine punishment. The divine beam hit Arad's void expansion with a rumble, and a blinding flash illuminated the whole section of the continent like a titanic nuclear blast. Arad growled, feeling the worst stomach pain he had felt in his whole life, but it wasn't something he couldn't manage. Gritting his teeth, he swallowed the whole blast into his stomach, took a deep breath, and spat it back at the heavens. The half-angels below froze as they saw what Arad did. He had just throated a goddess's divine punishment and spat it back at her face. If they didn't know they messed up at first, now it had become clear they had no chance of beating Arad. Arad glared at the still glowing sky and roared, "Listen here, Harvest. Instead of wasting all of that divine magic here, why not use it to give people some rain, some decent land to farm on?" He growled, "I've seen the desert south. That place could use some help." At the same time, the southern desert saw its first drops of rain in a long time. Chapter 13:24, that 13:24, Welcome to the Half-Angels' Land. The half-angels watched in horror as the mighty divine punishment disappeared into Arad's darkness, leaving them wondering if they had started a fight with some kind of god-eating abominable horror. Their horror quickly shifted to utter bewilderment and madness as they saw him spit the divine punishment back at the heavens that sent it down at him. Today they've learned an important lesson. Always try to talk first, before starting a fight. No matter how confident they are of winning. If the power of a god can't stop Arad, then nothing will. Arad flapped his wings, looking at the sky for a moment before he turned around and flew down, landing right above the injured paladin. Due to Arad's size, the paladin looked like a tiny speck of dust between his massive arms, insignificant to the point none of the other paladins could have believed that Arad kept the tiny man in his mind and avoided stepping on him. Arad then shifted back to his human form, landing beside the terrified paladin, his whole body smoking from the extreme amount of magic he had to channel. Arad looked fine, and that was scary. At first, the angels saw him as a mere large human that they could overpower with numbers or skill. But now, looking at his massive figure, bulging muscles, burning purple eyes, the steam rising from his shoulder, and knowing what he did, it was impossible for anyone to dare challenge him again. Arad cracked his neck and approached the paladin. The poor man tried to crawl away, but he couldn't have any more energy. His suicidal charge earlier had left him with a wound to his chest that slashed his aorta. Even his own healing magic can't revert that damage. Arad leaned forward and touched the paladin, then a surge of divine magic rushed from his palm, engulfing the man in more divine magic than he could have ever imagined. "You're wasting divine magic trying to recover the blood you're losing," Arad mumbled. "That works since, if your blood pressure drops a bit too much, you'll lose consciousness. But doing that means you're not leaving any divine magic to heal the severed massive vein, meaning your bleeding isn't getting any slower." The man coughed blood and tilted his head. "You're stuck in a circle of recovering your blood only to lose it again without having time to heal yourself. If you pass out, you won't be able to keep the magic and bleed to death. If you run out of divine magic, you'll die. Unless someone else heals you, you're as good as dead." Arad healed the paladin's vein and recovered his blood with divine magic, leaving him as bewildered and terrified as he was before, if not more. Why did you heal me?" "Why, Lucifer wouldn't find it funny if I killed his soldiers the moment I came here." Arad stood and looked back. "Speaking of the devil angel, whatever, good to see you, Lucifer." Lucifer was already standing behind Arad with a gentle smile on his face. "Arad, my friend, sorry for being late. Did I miss something?" He approached. "A whole lot. What were you doing while the world here almost burned to ash?" Arad asked with a smile. About that. Sorry, well, couldn't just leave my girl hanging, had to finish." He waved his hands, looked away, scratched the back of his head, and then sighed. "Forget I said anything. Let's go. We've got a whole lot to do. You're right." Arad started flying, but Lucifer approached the paladin first. "First, I must applaud you for lasting that long against Arad, even if I'm certain he was going easy on you. Second, don't attack anyone who comes through the border uninvited. Call me first. I feel like the next time you mess up, we'll be losing more than your pride." He flew and then disappeared with Arad into the horizon. "So, Arad, how do you like it here?" Lucifer asked with a smile, and Arad chuckled. "Told the paladins. I got a warmer reception from the devils in the 9th layer of hell. Shit. And I'm sure it wasn't just because of the heat, right? Lucifer laughed. But I gotta say, it is what you should expect. I came without expectation. What do you mean? Arad felt that Lucifer had something on his mind, and he was right. Lucifer almost immediately replied after a sigh and a long, deep breath. Angels got fed up with the purity and good nature of the heavens, so they came down to the mortal world, settled here, had children with humans, and indulged themselves in everything that they couldn't do before. He looked at the city that slowly peeked its head on the horizon. We eat, we sing, we dance, we kill, we rob, we fuck, and we sleep for our heart's content. This is the culture around here, so temper your expectations. He smiled. And by the way, the half-fallen angels with Gabriel are the opposite. They are the descendants of the fallen angels who seek redemption. They are more like real angels than devils. I'll let you know, Arad smiled. So you're saying it's the opposite of what people might expect. No wonder I don't see many of you around the world. But we have laws. Strict laws that keep us in check. Those laws also protect outsiders like you, make sure we don't harm them. He looked back. Thing is, laws were made to be broken. He sighed. Anyway, I'll do my best to make sure you don't come to hate this place, but you've survived hell. You've seen worse than us. The two soon landed in a massive palace of gold and jewelry. When Arad looked around, he immediately noticed the strong stench of alcohol. You were drinking? We drink all the time. Anyway, don't worry about it. I got them to start cleaning before I came to pick you up. They should be done by now. He then looked at Arad, as done as for us half-angels. Your draconic senses might pick up that alcohol scent. The two walked for a bit and found themselves facing a massive bronze door with two half-angel women standing at each side, 4 in total, all fully armored. This is it, our palace. I hope you'll find it fun. The door slowly opened. Chapter 1325 played as the 1325 played. As the door opened, Arad found himself walking into a large marble castle made from quartz pearls and carved opal. The half-angel's architecture was both beautiful and strange, resembling a mix of old Roman structures and Mesopotamian building style with countless temples, walled gardens, and towers. The floor was slightly cold, and sunlight seeped through the massive windows and balconies, giving the whole city and castle a clean, vibrant look. All of that whiteness was contrasted by countless green plants and gardens that were dotted everywhere, decorating the kingdom. Arad could see a massive golden pillar in the distance that was one of Merlin's labyrinths. It bathed the whole place with faint golden light, making it seem like a holy beacon of sorts. Beautiful, isn't it? Lucifer smiled and approached Arad, standing beside him. It is indeed. Arad then looked at Lucifer. I won't waste any of your time. Both the storm and volcanic titans had an abomination locked beneath them. Do you have one locked here? Do you know anything about it? Lucifer looked at Arad for a long moment and then took a deep breath. I'll take you to meet her later. For now, enjoy yourself here. I'll prepare a quarter for you in the castle. You can stroll the city. I've already informed everyone, so you're allowed to do pretty much everything. Everything? Arad tilted his head, and Lucifer laughed. I mean it. You know what I mean? Stores are free, so pick up whatever you want. You can also go anywhere, even into people's houses or military bases. Just stroll in. He pointed down. Also, married women wear earrings. The free ones don't wear any, and the widows only wear one earring. Arad sighed. What in the 9 hells do you want me to do with that information? I would kindly ask you to leave the married women alone, but the rest are on the table. You won't believe the uproar the young ones displayed when I declared that a powerful emperor dragon who united the human elvish and titan kingdoms was going to visit. He then burst laughing. Do you know why Commander Ward attacked you? His only 2 daughters were lusting over the news, dreaming of getting whisked away by that emperor. Lucifer then pointed across the city. See that large house with the garden of red roses above? That's their house. I don't need any more wives. Isdis still didn't even get to finish dealing with our noble's daughter. Arad looked at Lucifer. Do you know how strange it feels when the maid whose only job is to open and close a single door is the daughter of a city lord? Listen, Arad, you're a boat to a better world. Lucifer looked around, then waved his hand, calling one of the maids working around the castle. Tell me, what do you see in Arad? He asked her, and she looked at Arad for a long while. I see what you mean, she smiled. In this world overrun by monsters and horrid dangers, strength is an attractive feature for many. Beauty only comes second. Size is often seen as a measure of strength, which makes his bulky and muscular look extremely attractive to most women. She started thinking, but that is only the start. Emperor Arad's power is rapidly gaining fame, and each rumor is better than the one before. Have you seen the divine punishment light from here? Lucifer asked with an amused grin, and she nodded. I did. It strangely was repelled to the heavens by a dark mass. She then froze. Don't tell me. Yep, it's this guy over here. He literally swallowed the divine punishment whole and spat it right back up at Jemima, the goddess of the harvest. Lucifer laughed. As you said, each rumor is better than the one before, but this is a reality. She rubbed her face. Not even the gods can. What this means is that even if you didn't have anything else besides your strength, women would still flock to you for safety. If even the gods' wrath can't reach them between your arms, then they'll do anything to get in there. She then approached Arad. Then there is your wealth as a dragon. I bet you've got more gold and gems than you can ever spend. Don't get me wrong. Women who only seek money can be a bit dangerous, but in your case, they won't need to think about money ever again. She walked around Arad. Status is another matter. From what information reached us, you were a baron before, but now are an emperor that rules the human kingdom of Ruris, the High Elf Kingdom, the Dark Elf Kingdom, and the Storm Titan Kingdom, if what Lucifer told us this morning is right, and gods know what. I could probably brag about just being able to stand near you like this. She then backed away and looked around. Then there is the flock mentality. Flock mentality? Arad lifted an eyebrow, and the half-angel maid gave him an example. Let's say there is this beautiful princess who all young women see as a role model. Then, one day this princess is head over heel for a dashing and powerful prince. She shrugged. They'll too fall head over heels for the guy simply because their princess did so. What do you think a poor farm girl with big dreams will think when she sees 5 princesses and queens shaking their rears at you? If those wealthy, beautiful, and powerful women are happy with that and set to gain, won't I, the poor and less beautiful one, win more if I got in their place? There are other things as kindness and care, even many more obscure things that either make you tick or not for a woman, but those can only be answered after getting to know you better. She approached Arad. What I'm saying is any woman outside will give you a chance, a very big chance. Some will even throw themselves at you. So be careful. She reached forward to try and tap his shoulder, but he was too tall for her to reach, so she had to fly a bit with her wings. But if you feel like you need help, how about we go together and have a look around? She then looked at his face. You're alone? No, not really. Arad smiled. I can reach my wives from here. I got some powerful magic. If that is the case, you can invite some of them to come. They'll be a good deterrent to any unwanted attention. She landed beside Arad, and he waved his hand, calling on his company on this trip. The moment they showed up, the half-angel maid froze in place. Chapter 1326, Harbinger of Destruction. The first thing that shocked the half-angel maid was that the one who showed first from Arad's void was a maid just like herself. What's more, the maid was human, and a weak one at that. Too weak, in fact, that even the weakest half-angel would be at least 10 times stronger than her in all aspects. But the air around her felt heavier than anything else she had ever felt, as if the world itself twisted as she moved. It took the half-angel a few seconds of just staring to notice why the weak maid felt so threatening. It was that Arad kept a close eye on her, standing at her side like a bomb that was about to explode in the face of anyone who dared give the maid a wrong look. Someone else also showed up with the maid hiding behind her wide skirt. a little girl who could barely get away from her mother, but just like her mother, something was off about the little girl. Her flowing brown hair seemed to glow, almost turning blonde. Her golden eyes flashed with holy light, and her whole skin shined with divine magic. A holy child, a kid bearing a divine bloodline, and not just any bloodline, the bloodline of Chad, the human god. Even at her tender age, the little girl held in her tiny body more divine magic than most clerics could dream of having. Even the half-angel maid only had a quarter of what little Saren had. Then another child showed up out of the void, and this one almost made both the half-angel maid and Lucifer shit themselves when they saw her. They couldn't mistake her even if they were dead. The pink hair and eyes, the cheerful smile, the harmless aura, and the curious gaze of a little animal. While the maid didn't know what to do, Lucifer was already on one knee. Divine goddess Kali. What a surprise, Grace. The half-angel was only terrified because she was almost blinded when she tried to peek into Kali's divine magic. But now that she heard the little girl's identity, that terror and fear only exploded, causing her to fall to the ground. Ah, forget the formalities. You aren't beholden to the service of the gods as your ancestors once were. I'm just here enjoying the trip with my husband. She jumped up, barely landing on Arad's shoulder. Wow, wait. The demon goddess of destruction? Her? That doesn't match the scripts or murals at all. The half-angel maid crawled back, trying to get a bit away from Kali. She had never imagined that she would meet a god in her life, let alone one of the higher echelons like destruction herself. I'm also the patron of orphans. This body is my form for that, a harmless one. Kali smiled. Believe me, the last thing you want to happen is me showing up to your kingdom in my destruction form. That would mean you've drawn my ire so badly that I personally come to wipe you out. Kali giggled and leaned on Arad's head. Arad looked at Kali. You don't have angels? I do, but my angels are all-powerful demons in the abyss. You know about the demon lords, right? Those can be called pseudo-angels. Once they grow far stronger, I usually call them Tanari, then Tanari lords, and then they become harbingers of destruction, my elite striking force. Most of them are deployed in the Abomination War. She waved her foot. But Diana, can you hear me? Before anyone could notice, a woman with black hair and eyes was already kneeling in front of Arad, her eyes fixated on Kali. She looked perfectly human, but no one could mistake her for once. A horrifying mass of demonic magic swirled inside her, enough to drown the whole world. As you'd expect, the harbingers of destruction are always spread thin across the front lines. Destruction is the most valuable resource in war, after all. Kali jumped down and landed in front of Diana. Job change. You're my nanny now, and also help Tina with Saren. Got any questions? Diana remained silent for a second and then spoke. What about my post in the front lines? Got new harbingers coming soon. They'll manage, Kali replied with a smile. And besides, you're getting a promotion from just a soldier to one serving beside me. A safe job with a higher pay and many perks. Diana stood. One of those perks is getting on with your husband. If you want to. Fine, I got it. Diana stood and took a deep breath. She then looked at Arad for a second. Lord Arad, from today onward I'll take care of her divinity Kali when she is in her orphan form. Pleased to work under you. Kali looked at Arad. Got any objections? No objections, but he shifted his gaze to Diana. Can you tell me later about the war? How it's going? What are the abominations doing, and how they fight? That information is highly restricted, but I'll tell you when we have time. She then turned toward Kali. Since I'm your babysitter now, I expect you to be at least a bit obedient. Kali touched Diana with a large smile on her face. You're it, catch me, and then bolted away, prompting the newly assigned nanny to try to go after her. Arad sighed and waved his hand, creating a void portal, and Mira walked out of it alongside Ayala. The two looked around, and Mira was the first to speak. Is this place really all built from marbles and gems? She gasped. Lucifer in the back shook his head, trying to push the idea that Kali and a harbinger of destruction were running inside his castle. The main frame is made from steel, and that is then covered with marble using earth magic, a potent one. He then smiled. I can give you some schematics if you want. You'll find more in the Royal Library if you want to read. He then looked at the still stunned maid. Call the others and find them a large room also. Disable all of the security measures around that room. I'm sure Arad would prefer to use his magic instead of ours. Arad looked at him. Are you sure about that? The barriers around here are even more complex than what I saw in the Storm Titan Kingdom. Recasting them afterward wouldn't be easy. Lucifer shook his head. The last thing I want is her divinity Kali or the Harbinger to spill some beans into my security system. The information about the war wasn't something that Lucifer wanted to be entangled with. He knew that there was a war, but like all mortals, the details were held back to avoid panic. Diana said that she would tell Arad about the war, and Lucifer knew that it was better not to listen. Chapter 1327, this 1327. A.O. just A.O. Right after settling into their room, Arad went out with everyone else to look around the castle while Lucifer dealt with some internal matters. It seems that having him here and Kali on top of that had put a lot of nobles on edge, especially since their strongest paladin got beaten to a pulp and a divine punishment failed to kill Arad. For all they know, both Arad, Kali, and Diana are monsters beyond their ability to handle. Not to mention that Kali and Diana are running around playing tag, not causing trouble, but certainly not helping everyone calm down. The half-angel maid named Gina was now walking around with Aella, Tina, Mira, and Arad, who carried Saren on his shoulder, letting her play with his hair. She looked back at them. A holy child and her mother, a demi-goddess, then Arad himself, Aella was the only one who looked normal and approachable. Gina slowed her walking a bit to get closer to Aella and whispered, Got any food in mind? So I can tip the cooks for dinner. Arad'll eat anything. Tina prefers something light. Mira, on the other hand, won't be satisfied without something healthy and filling. For me, I'm an elf, so anything that only has plants and greens. Aella looked at her with a smile and then turned to Arad. What do you think about dinner? Gina never wanted to drag Arad into this conversation. Based on what she had seen so far and how reserved Lucifer was, she knew that talking with either Arad or Kali too much might lead her to learn something that she shouldn't and then get silenced. As long as Arad's meat stick isn't elbow deep inside her, she probably shouldn't put too much hope that he'll spare her if she messed something up. Arad looked at them and he lifted an eyebrow. For some reason, Gina was sweating buckets and he could smell her fear. What Aella said will do, but if something didn't work, no worries. I've got enough food for weeks. Arad's reply seemed to make her more terrified, which confused Arad. He then decided that it was probably best to remain silent and let her relax a bit. She is probably just nervous around strangers. Mira looked at them with a smile. Gina, that was your name, right? Aella over there is the first wife, so you could ask her for anything you need. Unlike us, she has a silver tongue. Aella looked back at Mira with a smile. Me? But I guess Isdis has a golden tongue. She is far better with words than I would ever be. Tina looked at them for a few seconds and then at Arad. By the way, where are we going? I'll need to feed Saren soon. Arad looked at Gina and she gasped, The archery range. The tournament is up today. Lord Lucifer got you a seat in the VIP room, Arad smiled. I just hope it is a quiet place. Tina looked at him with a worried face. Saren can do with milk, but it's better for her to eat something solid now. I usually give her some mashed vegetables and eggs. She looked around. Problem. Doubt the VIP room has a stove or what I need. Before Gina could speak, Arad already pulled a whole stone stove out of his pocket, including the firewood, a large pot, and the vegetables. Gina froze in place, staring at the heavy object that had just spawned in the middle of the hallway out of nowhere. She tried to speak, but her lips only flapped like a dying fish. You can't build a kitchen in their VIP room. I doubt they'll allow it. Even here, put that thing away. Tina rushed at Arad and tapped on the stove. He sighed and pulled it back to his stomach with everything. Sorry, then how about you cook inside? There is a small kitchen linked to the VIP room. It even has a chef who works there to serve the VIPs. She approached, and both Arad and Tina stared at her. Should have said that from the start. She wanted to say that they didn't give her time to speak, but who is she kidding? It wasn't worth risking her head. Better keep quiet for now. Then find a way to get on their good side later. It didn't take them long to reach the VIP room. It was a single apartment above the massive arena stadium where the Angels held all of their tournaments. Unlike the Storm Titans, who fought monsters and themselves in deadly battles to prove their might, the Half-Angels preferred a more modern form of entertainment. Sports and gambling. Today was the shooting day, where archers from the whole kingdom came to prove their skill and accuracy. Right now, they were still just counting the participants. Registering them while people placed their bets inside the VIP room were 4 more maids waiting to serve the group. Lucifer seemed adamant about making sure that everything went smoothly to the point that he gave each of those 4 a spatial ring with almost anything that they might need. Arad could sense the space magic packed into their rings, and it wasn't something easy to create, not cheap. He probably pulled national treasures out of his vault. Arad approached the balcony with Ayala as Mira, Tina, and Seren went to the small kitchen to get the little girl's meal ready. Accuracy, fire rate, and lastly, direct conflict. Testing every bit, aren't they? Arad smiled and Ayala nodded. To an archer, accuracy across several ranges of fire is crucial. Fire rate isn't that important, but it'll make a great difference in wars. The faster your archers can shoot, the more volleys of arrows an army can rain down on their enemies before they approach. Ayala frowned at the last challenge. But for archers, having the enemy get close to you is already a failure. Trying to use your bow in close range is even worse. The last one is stupid. How do they expect archers to fight with their bows up close? She sighed, and Arad shrugged. I don't know. Smack them with the bow and put an arrow in their necks. But you're right. To most archers, having a melee figure get that close to you is a deadly mistake. Minutes later, the registrations were ending. Name and surname, please. The receptionist asked with a smile, but the large man before her flinched. I'd rather not give them. Can I use something else? She cleared her throat and looked at him with a smile. Name and surname, please. A-O, just A-O. Put it like that, okay? The woman looked at Arad for a second, almost as if admiring his massive figure, and then sighed. Fine, A-O, is it? But you owe me once, boss is going to nag until my ears fall off. Next, lady. Name and surname, please. She smiled like him. A.D., just A.D. is fine. Chapter 1328. 1328. Shooting range. The first was the accuracy contest. Everyone pulled their bows and crossbows and then got ready. But it didn't take long for the crowd's eyes to shift toward Arad and Ayala, the 2 unknown strangers who didn't use their names, but that wasn't why they stood out. Ayala held a massive steel bow that looked unwieldy and certainly wasn't something anyone could ever draw. Surely not a graceful, elvish woman like her. Arad, on the other hand, looked straight out of place, standing at least a meter taller than everyone else. People almost mistook him for a giant. What's more, he didn't carry any bow, only a stone in his palm. Whispers quickly spread across the spectators, debating if he should even be allowed to participate like that. How in hell did he think that throwing with his hand could allow him to compete against bows? At least use a sling. Eventually, they all came to one conclusion. He must be a barbarian with a lot of throwing strength. The people who were in the arena watching the games didn't get the chance to hear the news of Arad arriving, so they didn't know it was him. The only people who knew and were shaking were the maids who were in the VIP room. Seeing Arad and Ayla on the stage, the maids all looked back at Gina with worried faces. Who will win? Since they know who the winner will be, betting would be much safer and easier. The only question now was who would take the first place, Arad or Ella. Gina shook her head. She knew nothing about them but would probably bet on Arad. She fully understood that what the maids wanted to do was smart. This was their one chance in life to win and make a fortune. After a short debate, they ended up asking Mira and Tina about it, and the answer they got was just as confusing as not knowing anything. Who is the better archer? Mira lifted an eyebrow. Aella is the better one, but don't underestimate Arad. I guess the question would be how determined he is to beat Aella. Tina nodded. Yes, in terms of traditional archery, Aella is unmatched, but Arad can throw stones with his bare hands better than any archer. He even got both range and accuracy dialed in. Tina then looked back at the mashed vegetables on Saren's plate. They still haven't cooled enough yet. But what about the game's rules? Is he allowed to throw with his bare hand? Gina nodded. He should be fine. The tournament is about who is the better archer in a practical sense. No one cares about what you do, as long as you can reliably hit targets, and of course the method you use should remain the same across the 3 contests. After a while of thinking, the maids decided to split into 2 teams betting their life savings. One team would bet on Aella, and the other on Arad. Whoever wins splits the earnings with the others. Doing that, they won't get the stupid fortune they dreamed of, but at least they could walk out with at least double their wealth. The games were starting, and the archers took their places. There were over 1,000 participants in the tournament. The commentator flew above the arena using fight magic and shouted into a crystal orb, "Ladies and gentlemen, the marksman's games start now. May all the archers be blessed with luck and a steady hand." The first competition was divided into several ranges, with archers who failed to hit the target getting eliminated. All archers, to your posts. The first range this year is just 10 meters. It is high time we weeded out the incompetents. The commentator shouted, and the referee pointed at a volley of dirt statues that showed up. First round, any hit to the chest count, got 10 seconds to line the shot. The archers took their place, and Arad looked at the statue standing just a stone's throw away from him, literally. This felt like a joke, but there will be people getting eliminated in this round, as expected. This first round wasn't anything special to Arad. He threw the stone and ripped a hole into the statue's chest. Aella also went above and beyond and got a heart shot. While the majority of archers managed to finish this simple task, 1% of them failed and got eliminated. That showed how many people who never practiced archery before had joined in. Considering that there were over 1,000 archers present, that was a bit over 10 people. The second round was much harder. 100 meters shot, and they were asked to hit the head this time. Ella looked at Arad. "Left or right eye? Get him in the nose. It'll be funny and dead center." He threw the stone and exploded his statue's head. With a smile, Ella pulled her bowstring back and released a relaxed shot, getting it right on the nose as Arad asked. Arad was then shocked to hear that a whopping 23% of the archers got eliminated. Many had missed the head at such a long distance. Arad had to lament that if he were in his full draconic form and asleep on the ground, those 23% would have failed to hit his eyes. He looked at Aella. I guess they can survive against normal monsters. 100 meters is a decent distance for most archers, and where they'll prefer working. In fact, an archer would get as close to the target as he is comfortable lining a deadly shot. Now, too many archers had survived this round, but can they survive the next? The commentator's voice boomed across the sky. The next was a 300-meter range, and they were asked to single out one of the eyes to achieve this. Arad had to switch to a smaller stone to not blow the head off. He flung his arm and released the stone, getting the right eye of his statue with ease. Aella did the same, releasing her bow and taking the statue's right eye. This was still not a challenge to her. She had hit moving targets from further away. If she has one thing that the other archers don't, it is a deep understanding of the wind and how it'll affect her shot. Arad, on the other hand, was a master of gravity magic and could easily account for the shot's drop. 48% of the archers failed this shot, and that only left 28% of the original mass of archers. Those were the best of the best who could single out an eye from 300 meters away. But the next round was far harsher. 1,000 meters, 1 kilometer away, and they were asked to single out the knee of a running statue. If they manage to hit both knees with one shot, they'll get bonus points. Chapter 1329. 1329, 11/10 talent. Arad swung his arm and threw a stone with enough force to cause a shockwave and crack the ground beneath his feet. All the archers around him jumped away, startled as the shot sounded like a cannon and rattled the whole arena. The stone flew across the sky like a meteor spinning at great speed as it approached the running statue. With one impact, it shattered both knees and exploded on the hard stone beside the statue, causing a large enough explosion and stone sharpness to rip the statue apart. From 1 kilometer away, Arad had managed to hit both knees and even destroyed the target with the impact, showing that he still had more strength in the tank. Ayla took a deep breath beside him and released her bow, causing it to whistle across the sky and nail both knees to the ground, pinning the statue to the ground while doing minimal damage. The spectators remained silent, both shocked and terrified. The other archers, on the other hand, seemed to get excited as they pulled their strings and fired. This year was going to be fun. Many had missed their shots, and those who managed to hit both knees could be counted on 2 hands. Out of everyone who participated, only 9 people managed to remain. Arad, Ayla, and 4 others managed to hit both knees. The remaining 3 barely hit one knee. The last of them even had a debate with the referee about whether he had hit the knee or the lower thigh, which ended up counting in his favor. The referee approached the remaining archers and announced the points for this round. 10 meters equals 1 point, 100 meters equals 2 points, 300 meters equals 3 points, 1,000 meters per knee equals 4 points, 1,000 meters per 2 knees equals 5 points. In total, 10 points without the bonus point at the end for the second knee. This resulted in both Arad and Ayla receiving an 11/10, an extraordinary level of performance. The results were shocking, and everyone had started wondering how in the 9 hells Arad could compete with everyone else who carried bows using nothing but his arms. It was a strange sight, a large muscular man with a large smile throwing rocks at blinding speed and with a deadly accuracy that rivaled, surpassed even the best of archers. The commentator rushed toward Arad. "Sir A.O., can I have a moment of your time?" Arad looked down. The poor man was just 1.6 meters tall, 5'3", and looked like a halfling compared to Arad's massive body. But the man could use his white wings to fly and look Arad in the eyes. "Of course, we're waiting for the next round," Arad replied with a smile, and the commentator looked back at the crowd with a grin. "The people want to know, how did you learn to throw stones that well?" "I doubt it's common skill." Arad looked around. "Well, there was this time when I was technically sick and couldn't leave the place where I was recovering. But I could see my wives chased by a demigod across the horizon. I had to do something, and it was then that I thought that I could just hit him with a stone." The crowd fell silent, and the commentator laughed with a sweaty face. "Really? What happened to that demigod?" Arad smiled. "Of course he is dead now." Thinking that Arad was joking, the commentator shifted his attention to Ayla, the one everyone saw as the second best since she used a bow, a steel one, but a bow nonetheless. "Lady, Adi, it was quite the surprise today to see so many talents in the art of marksmanship. What is the input of such an achieved archer like yourself?" Ayla looked at him. "As you can see, I'm an elf. I've trained with bows for decades and honed my skills longer than most people. In fact, humans who can achieve such a level in their short lives are more talented and impressive than I ever could be." What a humble look on it. "But Lady A.D., your skills are unmistakably of the highest tier in terms of range and accuracy. Would you mind sharing a bit of your wisdom about it? How could someone get as accurate as you, besides constant training, of course, having good eyesight, an understanding of the wind and gravity, and the ability to predict the target's movements and take account for that?" Ayla looked at them with a smile, lifted her bow and pulled the string. "Also, the strength of the bow itself also matters, so you must also train to use bows with a heavy draw weight." Mine is a custom-made bow. The commentator and the other archers came to check Ayella's steel bow. Some praised the weapon, and some were just unable to believe that someone was crazy enough to make such a thing. The maids in the VIP room were dripping with sweat. They couldn't believe what they saw. Ayella and Arad had indeed taken the first spots in the first round. If they went on and won, all of them would be rich. Then one of the maids looked at Ayella's steel bow that the archers were inspecting. "But that's an amazing bow. I wonder how much strength she needs to draw it." Mira sighed in the back. "What's amazing about that pile of scrap? It was good at its time, but now it's a useless piece of steel. It is much better to use bows made from magic that would work well with her wind magic." Circe, the maids, looked at her. "You know, of course I know I made that thing." Mira sighed. "Now, I feel like it is an embarrassment. I should make her a better bow when I have the time." She approached the couch and dropped herself beside Tina, who was feeding Saren. Saren stopped eating and looked at her. Mira turned to Saren. "What, eat? We'll play later." Tina pushed a spoonful of the porridge into Saren's mouth. "She is right. Eat, you two can play later." Soon the firing rate contest would start. Chapter 1330, minus 1330, Gatling gun crossbow. While being accurate at extremely long ranges, what most archers need to excel at is the firing rate. In most armies, their role would be to drown the enemy in a rain of arrows from atop walls or from behind cover. This means that an army would rather have 1,000 archers who can fire multiple arrows a second and only have a range of 100 meters than a couple of snipers who excel at long ranges. The second contest is only about sheer volume and sundering firepower. The archer's target was a 10 by 10 meter wall that was 200 meters away. The archer's goal is to fill it with as many arrows as they can in 10 seconds, with bonus points for those who manage to destroy the wall. 100 walls were formed in different directions, so multiple archers could be tested at the same time, and the champions of the first round were left for last to keep the crowd on their seats. The result varied from those who didn't even manage to touch the wall to those who riddled it with over 50 arrows in those 10 seconds they were given. It was quite the show to see an archer's muscles contract and pull the bow's string back 5 times a second, skillfully knocking one arrow after another like a machine. There were even some nutcases who fired 2 arrows at the same time. Some people even expected the champions of the first round to fail at this second round, probably guessing they were specialized in precise aim and not rapid fire. Oh, how wrong they were. The 9 archers who stood at the top, including Arad and Ayella, were literally monsters when it came to ranged weaponry. When their turn came, each of them was given a chance to fire alone so they could elongate the time of the second round. Get the crowd something fun to watch for longer. Novelier.net, when the 9th-ranked one approached, Arad could immediately smell trouble when he heard Mira gasp in the VIP room. A flying, blonde, beautiful half-angel with a Gatling gun-like crossbow that fires heavy steel bolts enchanted with explosive magic and magical storage for those bolts. All she needed to do was spin that thing and feed it with her mana. Releasing a shower of bolts that reduced the wall into rubble, the magic counter registered 1036 bolts fired in 10 seconds, which blew the last record of 50 out of the water. It seemed that the angel wasn't here to show her archery skill, but to advertise her weapon. She was a weapon maker. Right after destroying the wall, she started explaining the models she had made and what their prices were. The 8th and 7th ranked ones were traditional archers who used normal bows and had now managed to show an impressive fire rate of 100 arrows in 10 seconds, which still put them far below the Gatling gun crossbow woman. That half-angel couldn't stop laughing. She had made that crossbow with the sole purpose of replacing the need for skilled archers on the battlefields, and now she was going to prove it by defeating everyone. To defeat her weapon, the other archers had to be able to fire at least 100 arrows a second, which was utterly insane unless someone was a really powerful ranger or a fighter. One after another, all of the top archers failed to beat her weapon, and the generals of the half-angel army and nobles were already standing in like to have a conversation with her. In fact, Arad knew that even if the other top archers all managed to beat her crossbow, the army and nobles would still fight to buy it. It didn't need any skill or training, point, spin, and shoot. The mana cost can always be paid through mana crystals, which seem to be a bonus design that someone needs to pay extra for. Soon it was up to the top 4 archers, Arad, Aela, and 2 half-angels, a man and a woman. The man was ranked 4th, and he approached his post, set his bow on the ground, and threw his upper clothes away, revealing his muscular back and olive skin. The muscles rolled, and he started shooting at a harrowing speed that his hands turned into a blur. After 10 seconds, and with sweat pouring down his arms as if he had a bucket of water poured on his head, the counter declared that he had managed to fire an inhumane 1120 arrows at the wall, turning it into dust. He threw a glance at the Gatling gun half-angel and smirked. "See that? I can beat your piece of junk." She laughed. "At what cost, muscle brain? You're so exhausted that you can barely stand." She slapped her crossbow. This baby, on the other hand, can still keep going after just a few seconds to cool down. She looked back at the nobles and the army generals with her eyes sparkling like gold. Of course, an integrated ice magic cooling system can be added at a small cost, and she went on to sell it to them. The third-ranked woman looked at her with a dark face. She gulped, knowing that she wasn't that good at rapid fire. That man had shown a spectacular display of power. She probably wouldn't be able to match him. She pulled her bowstring and did her best. But when it was all done, the counter declared that she managed to fire 846 arrows in those 10 seconds. That was also a ridiculously high display of power, one that would have caused the other archers to brush it as mere fantasy and would have sent the crowd into a frenzy, only if the man earlier didn't show a greater display. Those who want a single elite archer are going to fight over him, leaving her as a secondary option, a mere lesser archer they have to settle for if they can't afford him. No, would anyone even need her? With that crossbow, normal soldiers would outperform her in actual combat. It was Aela's turn, and she approached the referee with a weird question. "Can I get a bigger wall to blast? That tiny thing would crumble with just one shot." The referee looked at her for a second and then sighed. "No, we'll just use that wall, but you can fire one shot first so we can see how much damage it can do. Then you'll have to fire as many arrows as you can in 10 seconds. "Got it," she smiled, and started putting on ear protection. That sent a shiver down everyone's spine. Chapter 1331, Cluster Munitions. Ella lifted her bow up, pointed at an angle, took a deep breath, and her body started glowing green. Her eye flashed with an emerald green magic, and her mana rumbled like a starting engine. She pulled the bowstring, and the muscles of her arms tensed, pulling back like steel cables under tension as a strange dark green arrow appeared out of nowhere on the bow. Those with keen eyes could feel it, the humming of wind magic, the rumble of the spirit's will, pushing back against the world. Whatever Aela was doing, that arrow was inherently a spirit weapon. Arad could see Zephyr dancing inside his stomach. She did her best to give Aela as much mana as possible without hurting her. The result was going to be horrifying. Bam. Aela released the arrow, and it exploded forth, flying like a green meteor of magic that easily broke the sound barrier several times. It flew into the sky in an arc and then plunged down at the wall. But before hitting, the arrow shattered into over 1,000 bright wind arrows that rained down on the wall like cluster munitions. The arrows hit the wall and exploded into a wave of roaring shockwaves. When the impact reached the arena, most people had already closed their ears, but even with that, it was too loud for no one to get hurt. The magic counter declared that 1,452 arrows had hit the wall. Shockwaves are just waves of compressed air that result from an explosion. I can just make them with magic instead. Those arrows, both the dark green and bright ones, are guided, which means I can send each of them to a specific target. Aela knocked another arrow on her bow. "And I do this," the commentator cursed, jumping to the ground and closed his ears. "Fuck me." Aela's arms moved so fast that they turned into a blur. The sheer magic burning through her body was enough to make everyone dizzy, and the wizards looked at her with pale and horrified faces. They would have screamed, but the coming shockwaves drowned their cries. The ground shook, and the sky cried. For those 10 seconds, nothing but deafening explosions bloated the sky, as if the end of the world had started. Only Arad remained unfazed, standing a few meters behind Allah with a smile on his face. When the chaos stopped, the magic counter declared that Ayala had fired 234 arrows, while the area where the wall was had been bombarded with over 3 million arrows, 3,098,568 arrows, each of which exploded into a massive blast, resulting in the massive crater that everyone was now looking at. Ayala lowered her bow, sweat dripping across her face. She exhaled and then looked back at Arad with a large grin on her face. She rushed at him, her ears wiggling. "Arad, did you see that?" "How was it?" She jumped at him, and he held her in a hug. "It was amazing, better than I expected. Can you really handle that much of Zephyr's magic?" "I'm just channeling the magic into the arrows and firing them. The speed at which I'm firing allows me to not keep the heavy magic inside my body long enough to get hurt. So it's like a game of hot potato. Zephyr gives you magic, and you quickly throw it away through an arrow to not get burned. You know the game?" The kids in the village play it a lot. One thing had become clear to everyone in the arena. While most of them were here to watch and the others were trained archers, Ayala was neither. She was a weapon of mass destruction masquerading as a beautiful and graceful elf. All that power. The maids watching from the VIP room gasped, unable to believe what their eyes were seeing. Ayala was on a whole other level compared to the other archers. She alone could shift the tides of war with just one arrow, let alone her going on a firing spree. But before anyone could approach Ayala, it was Arad's turn to show what he could do. He looked at the referee and smiled. "I'm just like her. I'd like to take one shot first to show the power you'd expect, and then blast it. I guess that's not a problem." The referee remained silent for a long while and then gasped. "As long as the power you display in that shot can be carried into everyone's shot when you rapid fire, then it won't be a problem." It was like giving the crowd a simple one-shot to show what was happening and then firing it en masse. Arad approached his standing point and looked at his wall in the distance, a faint smile crossing his face as he lifted his palm, conjuring a fist-sized stone. All the earth wizards who were watching paled as they saw the horrific mass of earth magic that Arad compressed into the stone. That stone must weigh at least several tons. It was unbelievable that he was holding it. Arad threw his arm back. All the muscles on his body contracted, and the veins beneath his skin bulged, the ground beneath his feet cracked, and the stone left his palm burning like a meteor. The stone pierced the wall, shattered it, and flew into the horizon, hitting a mound at such a speed that it evaporated the ground, causing a massive flash of light and then an explosion powerful enough to shake the ground. Arad's throws were as fast and devastating as meteors, thanks to his skill with gravity magic, size magic, and earth magic. He uses earth magic to create a massive stone-size magic to make it fit into his palm, and gravity magic so he can throw it at blinding speeds without sacrificing its mass. Arad had come to realize that weight and mass are two different things. Mass is something that everything has, while weight depends on the gravity affecting an object of a certain mass. The higher the mass and the stronger the gravity, the heavier something is. That means that if Arad used gravity magic to reduce the natural gravity effect on an object to zero and turn it weightless, it could still care enough of an impact since its mass didn't change. And since those stones are weightless in his hand, he could throw them with ease. Didn't he say that he killed a demigod by throwing a stone? The referee gasped, realizing that Arad wasn't joking. Chapter 1332, Close Quarter Shooting. As everyone was still trying to get back on their feet and recover from seeing the explosion caused by Arad's soul throw, they finally noticed that he was getting ready to start flinging them like there was no tomorrow. The arena mages raced to double the strength of the barriers protecting the watchers, and all of the archers escaped back. Only Ayala remained standing behind Arad. Arad took his shoes and shirt off, looked around, lifted his right leg, shook it for a while, and then stomped down. The ground beneath him solidified with earth magic into black bedrock, and his feet turned into dark talons with claws sharp enough to anchor him to the bedrock. He then waved his hand, conjuring a stone into his palm, and leaned back. Hot blood rushed into his upper torso and back as he took a deep breath, and then everything turned into a blur. One move, lean back, conjure a stone into his palm, and then throw it. All of that happened in a fraction of a second, too fast for anything to see. The spectators only realized that he started throwing half a second later when the horizon exploded into a blazing fire and radiant light. The ground cracked, the sky was painted red, and the sheer heat and ear-shattering noise were harsh enough to kill anyone not protected. Of course, Arad was well aware that what he was doing wasn't just a show of skill in a tournament. He wanted to make a show of his power so no stupid paladin would think it safe to attack him or his wives. When the 10 seconds ended, there was no wall, no ground, and no mountain. Just a titanic pool of boiling lava, ash, and smoke the size of a city. The magic counter declared a respectful 1678 shots fired, which was still lower than Ayala's fire rate, but that wasn't the point Arad wanted to make. It didn't matter if Arad or her won. What mattered was sending a message. Arad and Ayala watched as the mushroom cloud rapidly faded, and the referee barely managed to stand and approach them, terrified and shaking. You're placing second in firing rate. He looked at the damage. But I don't know. He couldn't even articulate what he wanted to say. At first, he thought that Ayala was powerful enough to be a weapon of mass destruction on her own. But now that he had seen Arad, she looked as weak compared to him as everyone else was weak compared to her. You two are definitely talents that this arena hasn't seen in 1,000 years. No, I would dare say no one of your caliber had set foot here. It's really a miracle to see you both at the same time. He then looked between them and smiled. Between you two, who do you think would win in a direct fight? Arad and Alla looked at each other for a second, and then she chuckled. Between us, of course he'd win. She then looked back at Arad and smiled. Have you considered that he is just throwing stones with his raw physical strength, unlike us who use bows to store energy over a long pull and then release it? It was then that the referee understood what the real problem was. While all the other archers used tools, Arad only used his body, meaning that Arad too could move just as fast as those stones he was throwing. If his arm could throw them, then he could punch with the same force. The referee nodded and then looked back at the commentator, signaling for him to announce the result. Just like before, only Arad and Ayala landed an 11/10 for the sheer destructive power they showed while keeping an inhuman fire rate. It was quite horrifying and humbling to know that monsters like them lived in the world. 2 individuals, each of them carries enough power to rival an army on their own, even surpass it. The last round started. It was the close-range fighting, putting the archers against each other in close proximity to fight. This would prove how well they can move and aim while being pressured by an active resisting opponent. 2 archers walked in the middle of the arena. Each of them held a powerful bow in hand and looked around, counting all of the cover points, the shadows, and the position of the sun. They are now going to get locked in a small arena that isn't bigger than a 30-meter circle. The premise was simple. Run, dodge, take cover, and shoot. Each fight won't last any longer than 1 minute, and if within that time neither of the archers managed to land a shot, both would get disqualified. Moreover, every 2 seconds, the arena gets 1 meter smaller and only stops growing smaller in the last 10 seconds, forcing the archers to fight in a tiny 5-meter circle. Arad and Alla were pushed to the end like before, since their performance would more suit a finale than a starting show, for now multiple small arenas formed from the ground and hundreds of fights were taking place. A close-quarter combat is an archer's nightmare. The referee looked at the commentator and smiled. This tiny arena simulates an ever-shrinking battlefield where your enemy's reinforcement would arrive soon while you have nothing. The commentator smiled. That's why they get disqualified if neither manage to land a shot. You don't lose because you got hit. You lose because you didn't get to hit your enemy. That's correct. Anything short of putting an arrow through your enemy's chest is a defeat. Most archers already realize that and are now doing their best to land a shot. Some are even risking getting shot to score a hit. Currently, there are 3 types of archers fighting in the arenas. The first type was those who were confident in their archery skills. They didn't even care to move and just stood in one place, shooting arrows to attack their enemy and defect arrows with shots of their own. One such a fight was burning between 2 talents. The steel arrowheads couldn't stop kissing in the middle of the arena as they fired tens of arrows at each other. "How much experience does it take to block an arrow with an arrow?" the commentator asked, and the referee frowned. "It doesn't take time. It takes talent. Some can train their whole life and never manage to do it. They just weren't born with the reaction speed and eyes good enough for such a thing." He pointed at some of the fights. "You can train your body, but not your eyes. Look, that one just tried to block an arrow with an arrow and ended up eating an arrow to the shoulder." Chapter 1333, A Clash of Arrows. The fights burned across the arena like fire. Each archer performed their utmost best and did everything they could to win, causing many surprises. The archer who performed the worst in the previous 2 contests turned out to be a monster in this one. That lone woman wasn't able to shoot past 10 meters thanks to her poor eyesight, but now, when confined to short ranges where she could see, her arrows seemed to have a mind of their own. "Her eyes limit her," Ayla said as she leaned on the wall beside Arad. "Her draw speed, aiming time, speed, and moves are all perfect. The only explanation why she couldn't shoot targets 10 meters away is because she can't see past that." Ayla inspected the woman's fights for a while and then nodded. "She can't see well past 5 meters. Look, she never bothers to move and just stands in the middle of the arena, waiting for it to shrink. The moment an arrow enters her range, she shoots it down." Arad nodded. He reached the same conclusion as Ella Noveler, Nate. "The arrow is already flying when it enters her 5-meter range, but in that fraction of a second, she can lift her bow, knock an arrow, draw it back, and release a shot. Quite the precision and sharp intuition. She might even rival you." Arad smiled, and Ayla sighed. "Come on, she is faster and sharper than I ever could be." Ayla looked at the woman fighting. "If only her eyes weren't so bad, she might have taken my spot, not counting the arrow spread. She won't. She doesn't have the destructive wind magic that you have." Arad looked at the fight, which already ended. The moment the woman's enemy entered her range, he dropped down with an arrow sticking in his thigh. Soon, it was Ayla's turn to fight. Look and behold, the woman who ranked last in the previous 2 contests was now facing the second best. Who would have expected this? Contestant Valeria had climbed from the depth of the last place to now stand face to face with contestant AD, the living, breathing mass destruction weapon. The commentator burned with excitement, infecting the crowd and spectators with his enthusiasm. Valeria stood like she did before in the middle of the arena. Lonely and aloof, but her distant gaze hid a deep sense of pride and stoic willpower. But this time, her eyes twitched, and beads of sweat appeared on her forehead, dripping across her beautiful face as Ayla walked in. "I really don't want to fight you, contestant AD." She forced herself to speak. "Really?" Ayla looked at her with a smile. "Is there a need to be scared of me? I won't use any magic here. I'm as harmless as elves go." "Liar. I might not be able to see your face, but I tell you that a tempest is approaching. You're that violent wind, a storm of chaos." She lifted her bow and knocked an arrow, getting ready to shoot. This was the first time Valeria got ready first, and that got the crowd excited. Ella walked closer and closer until she stood just an inch outside Valeria's range. She then took a step and walked inside, and something exploded between her and Valeria. The crowd gasped as none of them was able to see it. One of the top archers, the large man who ranked 3rd, gasped, "They're fast." Valeria shot an arrow at AD the moment she walked closer, but AD pulled her bow and deflected the arrow with a shot of her own, and then everything exploded into chaos. Ayla and Valeria started moving at blinding speed. their bodies turning into blurry mist as they flashed all over the tiny 5-meter area they'd decided on. Hundreds of arrows flew everywhere, and a horrid, rattling noise filled the whole arena, shaking the seats to the point that the spectators had to hold onto the rails to remain standing. That large man approached Arad. "You seem to know her well? Do you think she'll win, AD? I mean..." Arad spared him a glance and then looked back at the fight. "Can't you see them?" "I can barely keep up. I've seen swordmasters move faster than this, but this is still something far beyond what an archer like me can deal with. That is the reason I lost to Valeria." He shrugged, showing Arad the arrow wound on his shoulder. "She is fast, too fast for anyone to handle, but I bet Addie has a chance. I don't know about that. She is always a step behind." Arad looked closer at the fight, a faint frown on his face. "Valeria?" the man gasped. "No, Addie is losing." Arad looked at him with a stern face. In terms of physical ability, they are near equals. The thing tipping the scales in Valeria's favor is that she is used to fighting in such a close range while AD isn't, and just as Arad finished speaking and after several thousand arrows fired, the fight reached an end. At first, no one knew the result. Ayla and Valeria stood 2 meters away from each other, dripping in sweat. Ayla sighed. "It's my loss." She wiped a tiny scratch that was on her neck. She spared Valeria a glance and smiled. "That was a good shot. Baited me well." Ayla then approached Valeria, "But I must ask, why didn't you shift a bit to the left? You would have got a better hit and not just a scratch." She looked back at the referee. "He wouldn't have spotted the scratch if I tried to hide it. And what's more, what if I could regenerate? Such a tiny wound would get wasted, healed in the blink of an eye." Valeria looked at Ayla, gulped, and then took a deep breath. "I can't see well, but I can smell and sense things better than most people. I know that something beyond my sight is watching, something that'll kill me if I harm you. I can smell him on you, the one who ranked first." She lifted her shaking hand. "I could feel his gaze on us the whole time. He followed my every move like he was looking at my very bones." Ayla glared back at Arad and sighed. "Sorry about that. He is my husband and is quite protective, even though I can handle a wound or two." Valeria lifted an eyebrow. "You two are married? I can only wonder what a couple like you two can achieve." It kinda made sense. The two appeared together and both refused to use their names. They must be some powerful people from outside the kingdom, since they aren't half-angels. "Many things, but don't worry. As threatening as he looks, he is quite gentle and caring. He won't have harmed you even if you hit my throat with an arrow." Ayla shook her head, and Valeria giggled. "Would have tortured me for years instead." It was then that the last fight was about to start. Valeria against Arad. The crowd couldn't wait. This was the moment they all awaited. The best against the best. But the moment Arad got close enough, Valeria froze in place and her face paled. Chapter 1334. Battle of Wits. Valeria paled. Her breath grew hoarse and her eyes dilated. Her fingers wrapped around her bow so tightly that they turned pale, and her knees trembled for a moment. Arad stood 6 meters away from her, and she was already drowning in his shadow, as if the world itself bends to suit his will. She couldn't even imagine herself shooting an arrow at him. Right now, all she could see was a dark blur of magic standing in front of her, drowning the whole world in a deep sense of cold indifference. She didn't think for a second that she was anything more than a tiny bug standing before him, but at least even cockroaches would fight back. She could take a few steps forward and force him into her range of 5 meters, but that would be such an obvious move that she could already feel the cold stone cracking her skull open like an egg. That is why she would use her trump card, her ultimate move that caught many off guard and sent them to their doom. "I don't see a reason why you would be scared." Arad noticed her shaking hands and wanted to lighten the mood a bit, talk a bit, but that was a mistake. She was scared, but that didn't mean she won't fight back. Valeria squinted and she could see Arad, who was 6 meters away. That was her trump card, her winning move, and her secret weapon. Novo fire. Mute in a fraction of a second. An arrow had already flown at Arad's face with deadly precision. She aimed straight for the inside of his mouth as he talked, making sure that she would hit a soft part of his body to get a wound. Even Aella, who was watching from the back, paled. She didn't know that Valeria could see 6 meters away from her. She never tried to get away from Valeria in the first place, but knowing that what seemed like a safe distance wasn't was terrifying. The arrow flew faster than lightning and hit Arad's face, releasing a blinding flash and a bright red spark. The crowd gasped, and the archers stood thinking that it was over. Arad had taken a hit, but the first to pale was Valeria. Valeria looked at Arad, almost pissing herself. Her arrow got caught between his teeth. He bit it. The crowd finally saw the arrow and exploded into roars, some cheering and some just crying from shock. The one who looked most terrified was Valeria herself. Arad catching her arrow wasn't the problem. The arrow didn't shatter from the impact, and that was almost driving her insane. Valeria had fired the arrow with such speed and power that coming to a sudden halt or hitting something solid would have caused it to shatter into a splash of shrapnel. That was her plan. Even if Arad tried to block the arrow, the shrapnel would still hit the inside of his throat and gain her the win. So how did this monster catch the arrow without breaking it? She had no idea. Arad took a few steps forward and stood just 4 meters away from her. It was only now that she could take a good look at him, which left her even more scared. He stood at over 3 meters tall with enough muscles and size to put even monsters to shame due to how large he was. His mere existence was enough to drown the tiny pocket of clarity. No wonder he could throw a stone like that. Arad's arms are thicker than her thighs by a lot, and his shoulders are so broad that she could probably fit 3 or 4 of her standing side by side in it. Forget throwing stones, he could toss her around like a toy with just one arm. She could imagine Aella sitting beside Arad, and that image looked strange. Did she teach him, or did he teach her Babam? In a fraction of a second, a time so short that it might have not existed at all, Valeria released 24 arrows straight at Arad's chest. 2 arrows were also heading toward his eyes. He is big, a big target. Now was Valeria's turn to hope that he couldn't dodge all of them. But what happened next hit her like a hammer on the head. She wanted to cry and run away, but she can't do that. She wet herself a bit and took an involuntary step away, her teeth crackling as she saw all of her arrows bundled up in Arad's left hand. The last 2 arrows that headed to his eyes were in his right hand. He caught them all. None of the arrows had broken either. Arad was a monster that she couldn't face. No wonder he entered the tournament and only threw stones like a caveman. She couldn't imagine what he could do with actual weapons. Valeria took a deep breath, puffed her chest, and then sighed. She then dropped her bow down and slapped herself on the face a few times until her cheeks turned red. "Are you okay?" Arad asked, tilting his head with a worried face. Valeria looked at him with a smile and nodded. "I'm fine. It is just that I don't think I can defeat you without using something that I hate." She then bent down, picked her bow, and stood still. A second passed, then another, then another. Sweat started pouring over her whole body, her eyes grew red, and the veins on her neck bulged. The commentator didn't understand what was going on. Neither did the referee, the crowd, or the archers. It was just the sweating Valeria and the calm Arad standing face to face, menacingly looking at each other. But for some reason, everyone felt that they'd miss everything if they blinked. An arrow to the eye, an arrow to the chest, an arrow to the shoulders, knees, groin, and even the ears. All of her attempts failed. She saw thousands of tires, yet nothing worked. Valeria could see herself losing over and over, but after each passing second, she was closing her grasp on him. She slowly cracked the way he fights, the way he will catch her arrows. Standing there as still as a statue, blood started dripping from Valeria's nose, eyes, and ears. Arad had already seen someone else do something like this. The devil seer Haru. This half-angle Valeria is gazing at the expanse of fate. She is trying to find a future where she manages to land an arrow on Arad, A whole minute had passed since the two stood staring at each other, and finally, she started moving. Chapter 1335, Mount 335, A Red String. Valeria flung several arrows at Arad. Her moves were so fast that most people failed to notice that she had rushed forward. She was faster than a flash and more confident than a dragon. Her bowstring pulled back, and her bloodied eyes flashed with determination. She had seen it, the future where she defeats Arad, the possibility of landing a wound on him. Arad was arrogant, or at least too soft, to actively resist someone far weaker than him. He will stand there, block and deflect all of her attacks until she gives up, and only then will he fling a stone at her. Valeria understood that she didn't stand a chance against him with a single arrow, nor would she with 100 arrows. He is too fast to be hit by her slow attacks. He also had a strange magic that slowed the arrows even further, which was probably a form of gravity magic. That is how he managed to catch the arrows without breaking them. The way to penetrate Arad's defense was to overwhelm him with numbers. Like any living being, he needs to move at a certain speed, which means he needs time to catch an arrow. As short as that time could possibly be, it still exists and is tied to each arrow he tries to stop. She also needed time to fire her arrows, but she could make it shorter by firing more than one arrow at once and aiming at Arad from angles that make him take longer to turn and catch the arrows. Using that strategy, she started running around Arad at blinding speed, carefully firing arrows at the most awkward angles for Arad to catch, slowly bridging the gap in time between them. Valeria already saw it whole. Each angle, each arrow, each move, and each counter Arad could pull. With each arrow she fired, the strings of fate wrapped themselves tighter and tighter around Arad, cutting all paths of escape one after another. But he kept slipping through, catching all arrows with relative ease, and at some point Valeria even questioned if what she saw was true or not. Fate can't be changed. It is the inevitable truth. Each arrow that Arad caught drew him closer to the end, shaving what time he had and bringing the next arrow even faster. At first, Arad would have caught Valeria's arrows before she even knocked another on her bow, but now the arrow was already leaving the bow, while the one before it just got caught. It was close, the arrow that Arad wouldn't have time to catch, the one that would land and bring her victory. After several thousands of arrows, a long battle that lasted for 2 whole minutes, and with her stockpile of arrows running dry in her magical pocket, she could finally see the red string of fate. She was mid-air, jumping over Arad's head upside down with her bow aimed down at his head. The red string flew from the tip of her arrow straight at Arad's face. The string drew tight and the strings of fate flashed. Valeria smiled as she released the arrow, watching it swim through the tapestry of fate, slipping past the storm of Arad's arms and miraculously getting closer to his flesh than any of her arrows did. She had shaved enough time that Arad now didn't have enough to catch the previous arrow and stop this one after it. It doesn't matter what he does. He will always be late. She actually won against this horror. When she first saw him, she never thought that such a victory was possible. He was just too fast and strong to be something she could challenge. Valeria knew well that if this was a real fight, landing one arrow on him meant nothing. She was wasting all of this effort for just one scratch, if her arrows could even damage his skin. But then, the world seemed to stop. Time slowed down, and Valeria's eyes opened wide as she saw a ghostly black arm emerging from Arad's back and extending toward the string of fate. The black arm grabbed the red string in a fist, twisted, and then ripped it apart. There was only silence, but Valeria could swear that she heard one word, useless, booming across the air. Arad's body disappeared and the world shattered to pieces. Valeria could see several images of herself flying around, countless arrows flying backward, returning to her bow, and then disappearing back into her magical storage. Before long, she was standing where she was before and then began to move on her own, tracing the whole fight back until she fired the fated arrow. Only this time, Arad's pink glowing eyes were glaring directly at her soul, and the string of fate was nowhere to be seen. She saw Arad's arm fly upward, catch the arrow, twist it around, and throw it away. A tiny pebble emerged between his fingers, and he flicked it right at her. Valeria tried to dodge the tiny pebble, but then realized the reason behind all of her fears, the main reason why she felt terror the moment she saw Arad standing in front of her. A red string of fate flew from the pebble, twisted many times, and linked to her forehead. It didn't matter what Valeria did. The pebble traced the string of fate, pulled toward Valeria's body with gravity magic like a guided missile. Before she knew it, Valeria was on the ground with a bulge on her forehead. While she was on the ground, looking at the blurry sky above, she saw Arad approach her. She looked at him. For a moment, he was the same giant and muscular man, but when she blinked, she could swear that she was seeing a naked, pink-haired, elvish woman standing beside her head. "Are you alive?" "That shouldn't have cracked your skull." Arad knelt down and looked at her face, "but your head jolted back quite rapidly. How many fingers do you see?" He lifted his hand in front of her face, holding 2 fingers in a V shape. Valeria didn't reply. She already passed out from exhaustion. The hit to her head only helped put her to sleep. Chapter 1336, called to the VIP room. Arad was sitting back inside the VIP room, looking down at the arena, where the commentator and the referee were now declaring the ranking of all archers from the lowest to the highest. Aela stood in the kitchen, digging through it with Tina, looking for a snack. The contest had made her hungry, and sadly, the half-angels barely had anything that she could eat inside this pitiful kitchen of theirs. The maids behind him were already sitting around a large table, counting the pile of gold they earned from betting on Arad and Aela. They earned a lot, enough for them to retire and live a luxurious life for the remainder of their time in this world. But none of the maids wanted to retire now. They all instead threw lustful glances at Arad, imagining how much money they would make just being around him. Arad got 11/10 in the last contest, leaving him with a whopping total of 3330, a score that no one had ever achieved before. Of course, many nobles and army generals were now searching for him, trying to find where did he vanish to. One part of them wanted to recruit him. The other just didn't want to leave such a powerful man free. They wanted him controlled. And on a short leash, Ella, who lost to Valeria, only got 10/10 in the last contest, leaving her with a stunning 3230, another legendary score that's only beaten by Arad. She was in the same boat as Arad. Many looked for her, some more enthusiastically than the others. Valeria, on the other hand, had earned 1/10 in both the first and second contests, while she got 11/10 in the last, leaving her with an embarrassing 1330s, not even close to the middle ranks. Lower than average by a lot. Thanks to that pitiful score, she was almost forgotten, left alone in the healer's tent. She was powerful at close range, but not worth any money as an archer, of course. The reason those archers joined in the first place wasn't to win first place or even the reward money. No one cared about that. What those people wanted was to get their name out there in the world, show their skills and weapons to those who were willing to pay for their services. They were here to make a name for themselves, to market their skills, set prices for themselves. The higher someone ranked, the more willing the nobles were to spend fortune on their services. There is that woman who is now selling her overpowered crossbow, for example. She didn't care about winning, as long as everyone saw what her weapon could do. In fact, she might make the most money out of everyone today. Arad could already see many nobles and generals rushing to scout the new talents. Many looked for him and Aela, but no one managed to find them. He and his wife bolted away the moment he finished fighting Valeria. Even the referee got confused. Right now, he was observing the archers. He, too, might want to hire a few of them to mount the walls of his castle, or even support the paladins hunting demons in the wilds. A battalion of half-angel archers. Now that sounded like the best Ariel support for a holy party of paladins. Lucifer didn't have any daughters, and so he asked Arad to pick any woman he liked from his people to serve as the bridge between the two kingdoms. But Arad already started getting annoyed by how many women are thrown at him. This time, how about another kind of link? What if he employed some soldiers from Lucifer's ranks? allowing them to operate in his kingdom as a sign of trust. Those archers are perfect for the job. Arad already noticed a few things. The man and woman who ranked third and second in the previous rounds were in a tight spot as well. The man, who was the best of the two, kept refusing all of the offers he got because they were too boring, and he didn't want to spend the rest of his life guarding a snobby noble kid. While the poor woman got ignored since everyone seemed to rather offer the man more money, hoping to win him over than settle for her. Valeria had already woke up and was now still sitting inside the healer's tent alone. No one needed an archer who couldn't shoot anything further than their arms. It didn't matter how powerful, how fast, or how skilled she was. They just had no use for her. He looked at one of the maids. Mind doing something for me? When the maid heard him call her, she immediately jumped from her seat with a large blush on her face. Of course, if you wish. She started approaching him, but then halted when he spoke again. Then I want you to go and call a few people. She sighed with a disappointed face. As you wish. The archer, the large, bulky man, was now exhausted, not from firing too many arrows, but from the nobles nagging at his head. He didn't want a comfortable and boring job like guarding the divine temple of the forgotten gods or joining the exhausting and bland silver divine flame armed forces. He wanted a clear job that wasn't boring, one where he could work through the day and drink his brain to death at night, a job where he didn't have to stand the whole day long while also not throwing himself into death each day. The man's name was Alex, and he had spent the past decades of his life training with the bow. Now he only wanted to get back home and think about his options. Will he give up safety or excitement? That decision would have to wait until tomorrow. Now he wanted a drink, but as he was about to leave, a maid rushed through the crowd and pushed all of the nobles away, flailing a royal necklace signed by Lucifer himself. Alex stopped, looked at her, and smiled. The bright Lord Lucifer. Really? Now that is something I didn't expect, he chuckled and approached her. What could he offer? I'm not interested in the royal guards. Please go to the VIP room. You'll get an explanation there. She gave him a gentle bow and then looked at the woman far behind him. Lady Charlotte, you're invited as well. Charlotte blinked twice. Wait, me as well? She looked at Alex and the maid. Soon, she sighed. So if he couldn't convince Alex, he'll take me as a replacement. Alex scratched the back of his head. Will it really matter if you're replacing me? You'll get a job either way. Lord Lucifer has many great posts to offer, but I probably don't want any of them. He waved his hand to Charlotte. Come, I'll reject him so you can get the job. As the two headed toward the VIP room, the maid took them on a slight detour toward the healer's tent where Valeria was hiding. Lady Valeria, do you have a moment? The maid walked inside and Valeria jumped. You've been called to the VIP room. Please follow me. It was common knowledge that the only ones who used the VIP room were Lucifer and his entourage, which meant that this might be Valeria's chance at a decent job, of course, only if they didn't mind her bad eyesight. As the four reached the VIP room door, the three archers looked at the maid, their faces full of worry. So what kind of job does he offer? Alex asked with a shaking voice. Right, we can't just go inside blind. Charlotte looked around, her eyes restless. What does he want from us? It was just now that it dawned on them that they were meeting their king. Refusing his offer without a valid reason wasn't a wise thing to do. I don't feel okay. My stomach is hurting. Valeria took a step back, trying to flee. The maid looked at them, sighed, and shook her head. I'm but a humble maid. Do you think I know everything? I was asked to bring you three here, and that is all I needed to know and understand. She reached forward, grabbed the door's handle, took a deep breath, and pushed the door open. The moment the three archers walked inside, they felt it. A rush of magic, oppressive pressure, and a dominating presence behind it all. The one sitting in front of them was A.O., with a little girl pulling on his hair with a happy smile on her tiny face. Chapter 1337. 1337. 3 jobs. Wait, Alex gasped. A.O., you were called here as well? He then scratched the back of his head. Well, of course you would be. Is A.D. around as well? He looked around and spotted Aella in the kitchen with Tina. Charlotte took a deep breath and felt better after seeing Aella around. That made her involuntarily find an empty seat and drop herself in it. "When will Lucifer show up?" she asked. The only one who didn't relax was Valeria. She remained silent for a few seconds and then looked at Arad. "You're the one who called us here, right?" Alex and Charlotte froze, turned toward them, and their eyes opened wide. Somewhere in the back of their heads they realized it. No one with Arad and Aella's power would bother to join the tournament. Valeria was the most certain of them all. When Arad, or whatever lived inside him, ripped the thread of fate, she understood that he was anything but normal. Arad smiled and stood. True AO stood for Arad Orion. "I don't believe you've heard of me, but I do need skilled archers if you don't mind listening to my offer." Alex's eyes opened wide and his face paled. Arad Orion? The dragon who blew Vlad's kingdom? Everyone only remembered that about him, but to be honest, it's one of his most outlandish deeds and one that happened a while ago. The news had time to spread, but Arad was certain that people would soon start to know him through what happened in the Titans' kingdoms. News takes time to spread, and from what he knows, it'll take at least a week for news to travel from the Storm Titan's kingdom to the human kingdom. Realistically, when counting how long it'll take normally to brave the storm, it'll probably take a whole month for news from such a place to reach them. Yes, that's me. Right now. I happen to be building an empire, and I'm always lacking in talents. Arad looked at them, and Charlotte gasped. "An empire? Do you mean the one based in Ruris?" She had heard that Princess Isids was going to get crowned soon, and that her husband was the powerful Arad Orion, but she didn't expect to meet him here. Charlotte had even intended on traveling to that empire to seek her fortune if she didn't find any decent opportunities here in the half-angel kingdom. Alex rubbed his face and sighed. "You're Uranus? No wonder you were so powerful." He then looked at Arad. "And she is Aella Deianira, the herald of Zephyr, the wind spirit queen?" Now I can see where all of that wind magic came from. Ella looked at them from the kitchen, spinning a leek in her hand. You know, a lot. Important news travels quite fast. Some are faster than others, like Zephyr getting sealed and then unsealed just a month ago. Alex heard the news a while ago. A huge disaster almost caused the destruction of the Beastlands, but it resulted in Zephyr getting freed. He wouldn't have found out if he wasn't looking into the Beastlands, hoping to travel there if he didn't find his calling here. So care to explain what would the great emperor and his first queen want from mere humble archers like us? You said you lack manpower, but I doubt that is true. You can solve anything yourself after all. Arad smiled. You're right, I can solve many problems on my own. That is my problem. He leaned forward, picked up the jug of water, and poured himself a generous mug. I can't be everywhere at all times at most. 4 places at once is my limit. For you 3, I've got 3 jobs. Arad drank a bit and then gave Saren a chance to drink herself. First, I want a powerful divine archer to accompany a battalion of vampire paladins into battle against demons. You go around the wilderness and track down cults and demons, then eliminate them. When that part is over, you'd be placed as enforcers who guard the trade routes we have between this world and the abyss. Arad smiled. It's a tough job, but it pays a lot. And on top, you'll get to travel across worlds and march through the abyss. The abyss is a world where strength rules, so anything you find there is yours to keep beside the caravans, of course. Don't get us in trouble. Novel fire. A large grin appeared on Alex's face. Hunting demons, traversing worlds into the abyss, and coming back with riches. Quite risky, but how much are we talking in terms of payment? Several hundred gold coins, including gear and weapons, not to mention the support and protection I can offer. Arad lifted his hand, and a large radiant blue jewel rested on his hand. Alex gasped, a sapphire star, a simple early bonus worth a couple of thousands. More if you put it in an auction. Arad then leaned back. The second job I have is safer, simply training the soldiers in Alina. You'll be paid by day and get a bonus for each soldier trained effectively. Payment is, as you'd expect, quite generous and includes a full estate, supporting your full lifestyle and heavy payment on top of that. He then looked at Saren. The last job I have is the most important. I want a guard for her. She is surrounded by many powerful people and couldn't be safer, but I want someone to be with her all day long, someone whose sole job is to focus on keeping her safe. They discussed the details of their work for a while longer, but in the end, Arad ended up hiring all three of them. Alex would be going with the paladins to hunt demons, Charlotte would train the soldiers, and Valeria would be babysitting Saren. Arad teleported both Alex and Charlotte back to Alina, leaving Valeria back since Saren, the one she was supposed to protect, was there. Arad didn't intend on having a personal bodyguard for Saren until he saw Callie taking Diana as her bodyguard, and then he thought about it. Valeria looked at Saren, who was playing with Arad's hair, then back at Tina. So, what should I worry about? Tina looked at her, changing diapers, feeding time, playing with her, sleep time, and the occasional discharges of the deadly radiant divine magic. The what? Valeria looked at Saren and just noticed the divine spark burning inside her. Chapter 1338, falling apart. Discharges of divine magic. Tina approached her. They can be quite painful. Get her a bit mad and she'll jolt you with it like a divine smite. Valeria approached Saren and looked at her. So, she is a sorceress and has already awakened her power. Arad nodded. That's true. Her power now is simple charge and discharge of divine magic. The charge allows her to heal herself. The discharge is a simple jolt, akin to a divine smite, but weaker. Arad lifted Saren and gave her to Valeria. Here, try holding her for a bit. Valeria looked at Saren with a smile. You cute little thing, come to Aunt Valeria. I'm sure Arad gave you many toys to play with. Valeria tried to carry her for a while, but Saren wasn't having any of that. She frowned, her eyebrows twisted, and she was about to start crying. Valeria was a stranger, and she didn't like strangers, not one bit. Put her down. She is about to start crying. Tina approached, but Valeria looked at Saren with a smile. Come on, are you scared of me? I don't bite, sadly. Valeria didn't immediately put Saren down, and thus she started crying. Her tiny hands flailed, and one of them slapped Valeria. Saren's hand was too small and weak to cause any damage, but what came flashing from her bone wasn't so gentle. A bright divine spark bolted forward and exploded in a burst, jolting Valeria's head as if she had been punched by an adult. As Valeria's head rocked, Saren managed to free herself and fell to the ground. Luckily, Arad was fast enough to catch her with ease. Valeria wasn't so lucky, as a red mark remained imprinted on her face, taking the shape of Saren's tiny palm. Oh, that hurts. Valeria grabbed her cheek, groaned, and then looked at Saren with an angry face. Saren, on the other hand, glanced at her and burst laughing. She now felt safe in Arad's arms. Cirthe, you did it on purpose, Valeria sighed, and Arad nodded. What else did you expect? It's not like those divine smites are random. If she wants to hit you, she'll hit you. It's just hard to make a child understand when to hit someone and when not to. At least it isn't powerful enough to hurt me. She rubbed her cheek and sat on the couch. It'll take me a while to get along with her, but I'll manage. She looked at Tina. Where are her toys? Arad waved his hand and summoned a pile of toys on the table. Those are most of them. The rest, he also looked at Tina. The bag over there. She went and brought it. Valeria started trying to get closer to Saren, while Alex and Charlotte back in Alina were stunned, unable to believe how far Arad teleported them. The two emerged, standing beside Arad right inside the castle's courtyard, and they looked around, both shocked and terrified. The first thing Alex sensed was the countless massive shadows moving all around them. Vampires hiding within the darkness of the shadows cast by the great walls, slipping through like snakes, undetected by anyone. Charlotte noticed that, and she even managed to notice the burning life force permeating through the ground. It didn't take her a second to notice that they were standing on the back of a massive living being. A genius Loci. I've never seen one in my life, she gasped and looked at Arad. How did you get it to allow you to settle here? Just asked her. Her name is Losi. As simple as it may seem, she picked it up herself. Arad waved his hand and a tall, armored woman appeared. She stood in the shadows, hiding from the sun. You're Garika, am I right? Arad approached her. The leader of the 7th Division, worshippers of Eris, if I'm not mistaken. She knelt down. You're not mistaken, my blood lord. I'm elated that you remember someone like me among the thousands of other vampires. Arad pointed back at Alex. He is an archer, and as you can see, a half-angel with great mastery over divine magic. Take him to the front lines to help push the demon's threat and put an end to the war swiftly. Make sure he learns how to deal with demons well. He'll be joining the Dimension Guards later. Alex looked at Arad for a long moment, and then scratched his chin. They won't suck me dry, would they? It was Garika, the paladin vampire, who gave him a furious look. What are you implying, fleshbag? We're vampires sworn to the service of our lords. We only drink the blood they gift to us. She smiled, showing her long, opal fangs. Unless our lords give the order, no one will lay a hand on you. Don't worry, you'll be fine, and make sure to learn well from them. Demons are powerful and tricky to fight, so don't slack out. Arad waved his hand as Alex left with Garika to embark on his first mission. What about me? Charlotte turned toward Arad and he smiled. You'll train the soldiers as I said before. He pointed toward the upper keep where a large man stood, watching down over the soldiers training in the barracks inside the castle. That was Alcott, who now had so many jobs that he almost didn't have time to sleep. The two flew to the keep and landed beside Alcott. Father, how are you doing? Alcott looked at Arad with a large smile. Arad, you're back. Did you get rid of that snake north? Yes, the caravans can start moving again. Arad smiled, and Charlotte gave him a confused look. What snake and what caravan? What she still didn't figure out was that this was Arad's incarnation that he left in Alina, and he had things he was doing here as well. Arad then pointed at her. This is Charlotte, a skilled archer. Alcott's face brightened up. Really, I've got so many archers here that need training, like a lot who will man the walls, the watchtowers. We don't even have an archer battalion. Balto's got to pay us triple if he wants us to get the army back on its feet. He looked at Charlotte and smiled. I'll give you half the soldiers and I'll take the rest. Make sure they are able to shoot relatively well within a month. Arad teleported away, letting Alcott deal with Charlotte, and went to meet Izdis. He still needed to manage their payment after all. Like always, Izdis was still stuck inside the office with Roberta and several maids, slaving away at the endless piles of papers. How is it going? The wedding preparations are a mess. At this rate, we'd better just announce the queens instead of throwing a party for each of them. Izdis sighed, dark spots clouding her eyes. Is it that bad? Dragons, humans, elves, demons, everyone sees the world in a different light. While humans might want to see you walk in a parade with the queens, the demons want to see you beat each other to death. Don't get me started about the dragons or elves. She looked at Roberta. Gammond and Clog want a traditional wedding, which means beating them down in a one-on-one fight. They also want to beat each other to determine who is the boss, and not just them. All the dragons want that. Even Eris had joined. Roberta violently rubbed her face. And did you know that the High Elves and Dark Elves were going to war with each other? While Jasmine and Cyrilla are fine with each other, their people aren't. The High Elves want Jasmine dead, and the Dark Elves want Cyrilla dead. What? Arad gasped, but Izdis wasn't done. And a pink greatworm Dracaina showed up claiming that you are her husband. Gammon gave her a few painful slaps and knocked her out, but the situation is slowly crumbling apart. I was over the mountains for 5 hours. Arad held his face between his hands. Chapter 1339, Internal Conflict. Arad stood inside the forest beside Gammon. They were looking at the unconscious pink Dracaina with concerned gazes. Do you know her? Gammon pointed with her thumb, and Arad shook his head. Never seen a pink one before, let alone a great worm Dracaina. He flew a bit into the sky and observed her. Did you have to beat her that hard? Gammond laughed. Of course. I honored her wish. She came here and claimed to be your wife, so she naturally had to fight me. Showing mercy to her would have been an insult, so I had to make sure she felt it well. The pink Dracaina's neck was broken, one of her wings ripped apart, her ribs cracked, and soap foamed out of her mouth like she was on the verge of meeting death. Arid wanted to heal the Dracaina quickly, to ask her about what had gotten into her head. But with how powerful she was and how delicate her body was, healing her was going to take both time and a lot of holy magic. An hour or two, maybe? And she'll need more time to wake up. Arad sighed and glared back at Gammond. Don't do this again, and I mean it, she burst laughing. You're talking about the others? Don't worry. Even when we'll fight, I'll not go this far. She flew to his side. But you must understand something. If you find another Dracaina and bring her here, like that metallic one, I won't complain. No Dracaina that lost to her dragon would complain if he brought more Dracainas. In fact, she might even feel happy that she had landed someone powerful enough to subdue multiple Dracainas. She leaned on him. But if a stranger came and claimed that she dominated her dragon, that she was a wife, a mate, that's an insult to the dragon and all the Dracainas that submitted to him. You can't just come and claim that and not be able to back it up. She glared at the Dracaina. Next time a stranger comes with that claim, you won't find it unconscious or even injured. You won't even find her bones. You're right. Arad looked at the pink Dracaina. She could have done the same as Clog and just sat and waited for Arad to arrive. He doubted that Gammond would have attacked her if she just posted herself in his domain. This pink Dracaina's problem was that she proclaimed herself Arad's wife, that she somehow was superior to him and all the other Dracainas. Gammond only proved her wrong. As he started healing her, Arad finally remembered where he had heard of a pink Dracaina. Lola, the chromatic dragon queen, had once told him that she had a rogue pink daughter who caused her a lot of trouble. This pink Dracaina also smells a lot like the chromatic queen. Doesn't she smell like the chromatic queen? Arad asked, and Gammond tilted her head. I don't know. I lived in Isbert's world, so I was never familiar with the queen here. She looked around. I don't even have a lair in this world. We should ask Clog or Luminous. Arad started healing the pink Dracaina as best as he could. He wasn't as efficient as a cleric or a paladin, but the divine power Callie allowed him to use was already too vast not to use. You're right, they would know more than I do. Gammond then shifted her gaze back at him. By the way, did Isdis tell you? That you and all the Dracainas wanted to fight? He replied, and she smiled. What else? We'll fight, and the strong one will lead the others. She'll get to mate first and be the one responsible for the whole pride. Gammond smiled. Don't worry, I won't be rough with them. Arad laughed. What did Iris say? Said I'll end up the one beaten down. Gammond shrugged. But I doubt that. She is indeed too powerful, but nowhere near me, Clog, and that metal Dracaina both stand no chance against me. Altair and Corey aren't even a question. Betty might give me a bit of trouble, but defeating is out of the question. Arad smiled. I see you're reasonable, but what do you think I'll say? She looked at him for a long while with a serious face, and then her eyes opened wide. Don't get a big head, especially around Eris.
Exactly. She is a vampire and demigoddess of murder, and don't forget that she is also a paladin of Amaterasu, giving her enough firepower to resist your cold. He smiled, and don't forget that she took a draconic form against me in the abyss, even if for a second she was capable of holding her own, while you didn't.
Gammond scratched the back of her head. If she can substitute mana with divine magic spells, then she might have an infinite plasma source, as long as Amaterasu keeps allowing her to suck more energy. Gammond flew away, leaving Arad to heal the pink Dracaina, as she now had many things on her mind. First, the Dracainas were going to live by their traditions and laws. They won't function the same as the humanoids, which means that unlike Isdis and the others, they won't be playing the royal game only Eris and Betty will play. The reason Eris wasn't here was that she was already honing her skills, getting ready for the domination battles. Gammond can't underestimate her and lower her guard. Far away, Eris was sitting alone inside a cave deep underground. Her eyes were closed and her legs crossed. One breath after another, lightning flashed above her left knee while fire flashed above her right. One divine magic dripped from her eyes like tears, and her whole skin flushed red, bleeding randomly from beneath her scales. Something wasn't working well inside her body. The divine portfolio of murder, her draconic blood, and Amaterasu's bright divine magic, they all collided violently and refused to cooperate. The murder portfolio was like a perverted joy derived from gruesome killing. It worked well with her lustful and bloodthirsty vampiric blood, but it didn't get along with Amaterasu's magic and her draconic blood. There were 4 energies burning within her body, but in reality just 2 factions that kept fighting, the murder vampire and the purple sun dragon. This conflict was the reason she couldn't become a true goddess, and it was also the reason she didn't evolve into a full dragon. To grow stronger, she might solve this problem first. Chapter 1340, A Purple Sun is Still a Sun. Eris listened closely to the burning war inside her body, but that rumble only grew stronger with each passing second. Using Amaterasu's divine magic to heal people tickled her murder portfolio, and it was slowly consuming her mind. Whenever she heals someone, she can only think about how nice it would be to just strangle and murder them, open their wounds, cut their guts open, and spill their blood on the cold ground. Her vampire blood agreed with that notion, which made Eris's blood urges surface once again after suppressing them for months. Murder wasn't such an easy thing to tame. Vampirism was just as tricky, but having them both working together to drive her mad was far beyond what any mortal mind could hope to endure. Her draconic side, on the other hand, was quite helpful, giving her body enough strength, will, and arrogance to resist the urges. She had the blood of a great dragon, so how could the pitiful portfolio of murder change her very ego? Amaterasu's divine magic was also like an anchor, holding her soul true and keeping it safe from the maddening corruption of murder. Eris didn't like it that much, but Amaterasu was actively using her divine authority to bed and twist Eris's mind to resist the murderous urges. Amaterasu was the goddess of dusk and dawn, the sun and eclipse. She was the literal billions of suns in the sky. Their collective power and consciousness formed into a single bright ego. She was neither good, evil, or neutral. Amaterasu was indifferent to the world, like the sun itself. It dawns because it wants to and fades away because that is her will and the will of her husband, the over-god. Right now, Eris was but a single insignificant purple sun that was trying to rise on her own. That mere fact, the fact she is a sun, made her a part of Amaterasu's power, one of the many suns forming the goddess's ego. Eris had just realized that. If Amaterasu willed it, all of her sense of self would fade away and she would melt away into the great goddess's mind, turning into one with her. But instead of using that control to enslave her, Amaterasu was now using it to help Eris resist the creeping murder. Amaterasu's superior divine authority slapped the murder portfolio down, forcing it to submit. She then flashed light upon the vampire blood, burning it down and keeping it in check. The draconic blood merely helped Eris endure the war raging inside her body. This is how she had remained stable for so long, and Lydia's words indeed rang true at the end. Mortals aren't supposed to play with divine portfolios. The divine portfolios have a will of their own and would consume those who wield them, strangely. Instead of worrying about herself, Eris found herself thinking about Mira and how she was still able to endure the corrosion of her portfolio. Greed sounded simple, but it couldn't be. Nothing is ever simple. Eris took a deep breath, feeling plasma burning inside her throat and lungs. She grimaced and then opened her burning eyes. Faith doesn't anchor people's souls. It doesn't help them endure mental strain or soul damage. Faith binds the mortal soul to the god, making them slaves, and the god uses that link to control and protect them at the same time. Now that she thought about it, isn't she just the same as the vampires? All those vampires spawn paladins who worship her. Aren't they just slaves under her and Erad's control? Erad and Eris might treat them fairly, but just the fact they are their spawns makes them slaves. If Erad or Eris wanted them to do something, those vampires could never resist. It is the same for her. If Amaterasu wanted her to do something, she could never resist due to the fact she is a lesser sun. A vampire paladin appeared standing in front of Eris, wearing her full plate armor. The vampire woman immediately knelt down with a smile. "Lady Eris, did you need something?" "Yes, I want you to help me test something, but you won't like it." Eris looked at her. "I want you to do the thing you hate most, the one thing you'll rather die than do. I want you to do it." As the vampire paladin looked confused, Eris had to explain, "I just want to test how much a faithful can resist. Wheel, it's complicated. You can refuse if you want." The paladin looked at her for a few seconds and then smiled. "I see, Vlad once mentioned such a thing. He said that the reason paladins are strong-willed and hard to kill is because that will is implanted into their brains by the gods." She sat down. "But what binds me to you and Lord Arad isn't just faith, blood, servitude, or even love." "What do you mean?" Eris never expected the paladin she calls to test something, to know something that might help her. But in fact, probably most paladins did. First, the relationship between a god and their believer is built on trust. And that relationship is, in reality, quite fragile. The paladin woman smiled. If a god fails to meet the believer's expectation, it will snap quite easily. "Novel fire nyot," she sighed, looked up, and then shrugged. "You probably control me as much as I allow you to." Not speaking about the blood servitude, of course. Eris thought about it for a few seconds. How much of Amaterasu's will could she tolerate? Probably not much as Lydia does, but there was also a catch. Amaterasu was a duality goddess, which meant that she could benefit from being defied as well. Both obeying and disobeying her were going to end up strengthening their bond. Eris rubbed her face, of course. Even Asmodeus worships Amaterasu. She is indifferent, meaning that it doesn't matter if someone prays to her positively or negatively, she'll get power either way. That's the sun's pride, her way of telling mortals that whatever they are, it doesn't matter to her power. The paladin vampire smiled. "That's right, and it's the same for me. Whether I hate or love you, whether I find it fun or cruel here, it doesn't matter. My blood is yours, and whenever I use it, you grow stronger." Amaterasu won't abuse her power over Eris's soul, not because of goodwill, care, or empathy. She won't do it simply because it doesn't matter either way. A purple sun is still a sun, and thus a part of Amaterasu whether they liked or hated it. Chapter 1341, Murder Over the World. Eris closed her eyes and focused on her divine magic. If she couldn't do anything about her link with Amaterasu, what about the divine portfolio nestled deep within her soul? What about murder? What is it really, and how could she control it? To understand that, she must define murder first and then single out its true essence. Murder is the unlawful premeditated killing of one human being by another. Achieving the premeditated should be easy, unlike the unlawful one. Eris kills a lot, but usually laws have nothing to do with what she did. But that's the point. It's unlawful, not unjust or unfair. Meaning that no matter how vile or good Eris's enemy is, as long as she can find a law that says they shouldn't be killed, she could technically murder them and get power. There are two more meanings that Eris can use to understand how murder works. The first is that murder could be used as a word to describe being very angry with something or someone, even punishing them severely, like her saying that Tina would murder her if she forgot to feed Saren. Murder could also refer to an experience being very difficult or unpleased, sometimes even torturous. This means that murder would help her kill, torture, and bring suffering to those who face her, but that also makes it a power that is strangely difficult to handle. It is literally pushing Eris toward becoming a murderous maniac, And that isn't the only problem. Her vampirism works so well with murder to the point that she can feel her fangs itching for blood. Her vampire innate sanguine hunger only grew stronger just as a human would get hungry when roasting meat. Eris's vampiric hunger would only grow when she kills people. Amaterasu's divine magic is actively burning her vampiric blood to weaken her vampire side. Amaterasu's superior authority is also used to force Eris's murder portfolio to submit and remain under control. Eris can't keep this up. Even if her draconic blood gives her superior resilience, this war inside her body would soon drive her mad. Eris had to choose between them: either become a part of Amaterasu's divine portfolio and retain her good-natured self, or drown in murder and turn into something just as vile as Catal was, if not even worse. The vampire paladin looked at Eris for a few seconds, worried since her lady hadn't spoken a single word for almost half an hour. She just sat there, oozing with divine magic and bloodlust. Oh, heh. A giggle boomed from the shadows, and the vampire paladin unsheathed her sword. Right there she could see her, a tiny, deformed, ugly, fiendish imp glaring at them. Little soft vampire. Shiny, sexy, pale lady with red lips. Pin giggled as she approached the vampire paladin. If you don't want to become more beautiful, painted red with blood and viscera, then respectfully. Fuck off. Pin approached, and the vampire paladin felt the fine hair on her back stand. Her eyes opened wide and her throat dried. Looking at Eris's still body, she felt horribly in danger. Without wasting a second, she dived into blood and returned to Arad, hoping Eris wouldn't be able to catch her. Pin glanced at Eris with a sad face. What a waste. She could have been a masterpiece while crying. She approached Eris and sat beside her. I guess all you have is little Pin here. I know. I'm ugly, small, and don't have enough blood, but if you want to kill me, at least I will come back again. Eris smiled. Pin, you better hide as well. Only Arad can keep me in check, so you'd better be careful around me. Right now, Eris was trying to suppress murder on her own without the need for Amaterasu's power. That was quite dangerous, since if she failed for a second, she'd go into a murderous rampage. Pin started biting her nails, gazing with crazed eyes. Should Pin perhaps call Lord Arad? She burst into a giggle. Don't worry, my lady. My queen and goddess Pin is too ugly to seduce Lord Arad. You'll have all for yourself to slowly cut and butcher him apart. Eris sighed. My problem isn't that Amaterasu is keeping murder in check. My problem is that I can't keep it in check on my own. Having Arad help won't solve my problem. It'll make it worse. I must control murder on my own. Pin sighed with a sad face. Fine, Pin understands. Pin always understands. If you need someone to vent your frustration, please call me. Pin is always ready, ever and forever. Pin then disappeared into a splash of blood, leaving Eris alone in the dark cave. Eris could feel it across the whole world, the sparks of murder blooming beneath the veil of night, across the burning wastelands where corpses rot beneath the burning sun, and inside the fortified castles where the nobles hid away to protect themselves. A perverted madman stabbing women in the back alleys of a city, mercilessly cutting them to pieces. A gentle-looking soldier backstabbing his noble lord in the back. A kid praying to the shadows, seeking the blood of his adoptive parents. A murder of crows flying across the deserted wastelands, seeking the corpses rotting away of caravans butchered by bandits. A paladin of murder ripping his way through armies of invading demons, elated to kill and be killed. Murder didn't care which blood was getting spilled as long as it was blood. Eris felt all of them, hundreds and thousands of murders, small and big across the whole world, all resonating within her soul, tickling her divine portfolio. Eris lifted her hand and her fingers danced in the air, sending sparks of divine magic across the whole world. The woman in the back alleys was slowly dying, her chest ripped open by a sharp knife. But a cold whisper licked her ears, sending a shiver down her body. She was dying, but that murderous man must die. He must be murdered as well. With her body empowered by a dark will beyond her understanding, her cold hands moved up, grabbed the man by the neck, and her nails dug into his flesh with an unhuman, deathly grip. The man panicked and started stabbing her again and again. But each hit made her feel even better and stronger. All she cared about was ripping his throat out, and she did just that. The woman died from her wounds, and the murderous man drowned in his own blood, dying shortly after, and flies swarmed at them both. The soldier stabbed his noble lord in the back, but his comrade immediately retaliated and kicked the soldier to the ground. They kicked him to the death, slowly breaking each bone in his body as the noble lord lay on the ground, flies swarming his dead body. An assassin emerged from the shadows, standing silently behind the kid. He was going to take upon the contract. He'll kill the kid's adoptive parents, but for a price, a grave price. Eris watched as the assassin grabbed the kid by the hair and dragged him away. That kid one day will become a powerful assassin if he survives the harsh and deadly trials of the deadly clan. It didn't take the assassin 10 minutes to track the kid's adoptive parents, and he had them tied down for their kid to kill later on. The murder of crows flying over the desert landed to feast on the corpses, cawing at the sun with rage as it hid behind the mountains. Eris gasped, her eyes jolting open as she sucked in a deep breath. Damn it. Chapter 1342. Then Paraisin. Inspiration, if Eris can't fully tame her portfolio, then she won't be able to ascend into godhood. It will take time, patience, and a lot of effort. But she is slowly going down the right path. Meanwhile, Mira was in a little bit of trouble, but nowhere near what Eris was facing. She was now still in the half-angel kingdom alongside Arad and the rest. Lucifer had sent them a letter saying they should return to the castle since an important person wanted to see Arad, but he wouldn't explain who or what they wanted, just that they are quite the sensitive kind. Mira's problem with that is that she had just gotten into a heated argument with one annoying woman, the same one who made the Gatling gun crossbow. The two couldn't agree if the design was bad or just inefficient. After a few long minutes, Mira asked Arad to take her away, which was strange. He was sitting there listening to them, and Mira, indeed, didn't look fine. When she called Arad, he stood and approached. The woman was both concerned and confused. Mira had brought up several good points about the design and calling, and even had a way of making it use less magic, but she couldn't help but feel strange when talking with her. "Are you okay? You seem a bit more heated than usual," Arad asked as he sat alone with Mira in another room. She took a deep breath, poured herself a large mug of water, and then gulped it down. "There is something wrong with my head, that crossbow of her. I was thinking about how to remake it." Arad lifted an eyebrow and leaned forward. "And is there a problem with that?" "Of course, I'm talking about remaking it, not creating something new, not even a better version." "I usually don't think like that." She sighed and leaned back. "That crossbow of hers is amazing and powerful, but I've got no reason to steal the design. I can just buy it from her or make something better. And you're worried that the first thing your mind drifted to is how to copy her work?" Arad tilted his head, and Mira nodded. "Exactly. That line of thought is poisonous, and I've already gone too deep in the argument that I had to ask you to drag me out. It's better you relax a bit then. That crossbow is a powerful weapon." "Yes, but we don't need it, at least for now." He smiled. "We've still got the bombs after all, the Mira bombs." Mira almost choked on her water. "We agreed to keep those hidden. You know how vast the destruction they cause. Let alone the death curse afterward." Arad laughed. "I know. Just mention that you've made a stronger, more valuable weapon than her. I believe Isdis once said that each kingdom has different strengths and weaknesses. That means we might need different weapons to empower us." Arad leaned forward, waved his hand, pulled a bow from his stomach, and laid it on the table. "How about instead of making a crossbow that fires multiple bolts, you'd make a bow that's easier to use?" He took the bow and pulled the string with ease. A bow with a high draw weight, but it doesn't require a lot of strength to draw. Some enchantments might work, or even some rare wood that we can grow. He looked at her with a smile. Blast everything in that general direction is good, but it lacks finesse. Instead of having one soldier that can blast everything, I'd like to have a squad of accurate archers to snipe people without causing too much destruction. Mira looked at the bow for a few seconds and then asked him to hand it to her. The warbow Arad pulled had a draw weight of around 70 kilograms, 150 pounds. Mira tried to pull the strong, and she managed to do it thanks to her demigoddess body and well-trained, well-developed muscles. She was a carpenter, after all. From what I see, the problem is at the end. When I fully pull the string back, it's exhausting to keep it pulled and aim. She let go of the string and took a deep breath. How about a lock? One that keeps the bow locked at the full draw without needing the archer to hold it. That would allow them to aim better. She smiled. Then a spyglass, one that allows those who can't see well, like Valeria, to aim at things far away. Arad nodded. See? It wasn't that hard to find something to do. She looked at him with a grin and leaped over the table to fall on his lap. She wrapped her arms around his neck and rubbed her face on his chest. I knew I could count on you. You always managed to calm me down and give me inspiration. Arad combed her hair with his fingers and held her closer. Will, I'm always close, so you can rely on me if you want. He smiled. I can even grab that woman, beat her down, and bring her design. Mira clenched a fist and punched him in the chest. No, you won't. It's hers. I'll make one for us from scratch, and it'll be much better. At that moment, Tina walked into the room. The guest had left, and it's time for us to respond to Lucifer's call. She approached them. I'm sure you can keep the romantic part for later, to the night, perhaps? Aella walked in and looked at them. She then smiled as Zephyr flew from behind her and rested on her head. Zephyr looked at Arad, put one leg on another, and then waved her hand. Tina is right, work comes first. You can chase girls later. I'm sure none of them is running away. Mira blinked. Zephyr, you're here? Is it strange to see me with my herald? If I'm not buzzing around, it's wise to expect me to be either inside Aella or Arad. Those are the only two places I rest at. She turned into a gust of wind and seeped into Aella's body, mixing with her magic. Arad stood and stretched. She is right. Time to go. We'll finish this later. He gave Mira a smile. Chapter 1343 is a bell. Inside a large golden room, Lucifer sat on his large dark wood throne and looked around, his eyes stopping at the three peculiar guests. Two of them had arrived just today, Callie and her caretaker, Diana. They are here with Arad, but since they separated earlier, the two of them had arrived here first. Lucifer hopes it's just a coincidence, but he isn't counting himself that lucky. Callie had been playing catch with Diana, but he suspected she was tracking someone. To be more exact, she was tracking the third woman now sitting with him in the room, a tiny and strange half-halfling, half-angel, short, with long pinkish blonde hair fashioned into drills, purple eyes with a pink glow burning inside, and a large smile on her face that looked unnerving and uncanny. She sat alone, humming a tune and playing with her long umbrella, inspecting every inch of her meticulously tailored dress. Ahem, Lucifer cleared his throat. Lady Callie, I'd like to introduce you to. Callie glared back at him, and he froze in place. His face paled, and he started sweating. No need, Lucifer. It'll be better for you to leave now. She pointed at the door and turned into her destruction form, causing Lucifer to gulp and his mind to race away, terrified. Should I evacuate the area? You won't need to. Just leave. Lucifer bolted away and left them alone. Callie remained silent for a few seconds, and then shifted back to her little girl form, leaned back, and glared at the other woman. Won't even say hello? Why would I even greet you? Destruction. The woman twirled her umbrella and rested it on her shoulder. Her eyes shifted to glare at Callie with a smirk. Look how cute you look. I bet many of my dresses fit you perfectly, little doll. Honestly, now I wouldn't mind if you tailored a few things for me. Callie smiled and leaned back on her chair, relaxing for a bit. Diana could already understand that whatever that woman was, she was something beyond what a herald of destruction could handle. Who is she? She whispered, and Callie looked up at her. How should I explain it? She is a fragment of creation left from the time I killed and ripped her apart. Nice to meet you again as well, Olethros. The woman looked at Kali with a smile and she frowned. Olethros, really, I now go by Kali? Please use that name? Demiurgia? The woman frowned. I too go by another name now. Call me Isabel, and those old names of us are mere titles, aren't they? They merely describe what we are, not who we are. Callie halfway agreed with her. So why did you decide to show up now? Decide? Isabel looked at her, lifted an eyebrow, and then frowned. I decided nothing. You're the one who showed up on my doorstep. Are you here to bring me destruction like you always did? Callie laughed. I only killed you before since you had the very smart idea of trying to create another universe for the abominations to live in and leave us alone. She stood and walked toward her. How did it end? Exactly like I told you. You tried and couldn't make anything stable. They betrayed and infected you, and now you're shattered into many pieces, barely able to resist turning into an abomination yourself. Acting smart, are you? Isabel sighed. You can see that I'm already an abomination. The only reason I'm not getting rejected out of the universe is that I'm still holding on to creation. She then looked at the smiling little destruction. I see you came here to rob me of that portfolio. Do you think I'll die without resisting? Callie shook her head. Why would I do that? But to be honest, I'm here to give you a much worse fate in your perspective, that is. Callie floated, and Diana rushed in with her chair. As the two sat only a meter away from each other, Callie cleared her throat and said in an even tone, There's a man I want you to serve alongside me, of course. Isabel frowned. She remained silent for a second and then waved her hand, summoning a stack of dresses. You know how much I hate men, don't you? Nothing I ever make is to their liking, especially my dresses. She pulled out one of the dresses and gave it to Callie. I'll never work for one, let alone serve or, like what your eyes say, marry. Isabel could tell that the relationship between Callie and this man she spoke of was more than a normal one. She had long since fallen from grace, but not to the point of not having her sharp senses. You'll like this one, I'm certain. In fact, you'll be angry at me if I don't invite you in. Callie smiled and then waved her hands. Forget that for now. How much of your power do you still have? Not much, almost nothing, thanks to you. Isabel sighed. All I can do now is sew clothes and mend them for a living. If I wanted my power back, then I must go around and track the shattered pieces of my body scattered around the world, and the more active you are, the more the world will reject you as an abomination. Callie sighed. It won't be easy to get you back and running. Isabel frowned. I must look really pathetic to you now. But I'll let you know I've never been content with my life like I am now. Isabel jumped down from her chair, stretched, and yawned. Sorry, but whatever you came here to ask me about, I can't help. Callie looked at her. Are you really leaving? Stay for a bit. My man is coming soon. Isabel glanced back. Told you I'm not interested, and you shouldn't be interested in me either. Forget that I ever existed. The only solution to the abomination's problem is destruction. You must kill them all. She smiled. I just ask that you leave me for last. Callie sighed. Come on, are you now creating scenarios for yourself? Sit back down and wait. He'll be here soon. Callie waved her hand, and Diana rushed in, grabbed Isabel like a kid, and put her back in her seat. Isabel looked back at Diana with a dissatisfied frown and then sighed, Fine, I'll humor you. But you'll have to try my dresses while we're waiting. I'm sure a goddess's pocket is deep, and I'll always need me a few sails. Chapter 1344, Creation. Arad soon arrived in the throne room and found Callie and Isabel waiting for him inside. The moment he took a step inside, his eyes opened wide, and his back flashed with a faint spark of magic. It only took him a fraction of a second to identify Isabel as an abomination. He was ready to attack. The only reason Arad didn't blow the whole throne room away the moment he walked inside was because Callie was there. She could have already finished the abomination off if she wanted. I see. Isabel's face changed. Her eyes opened just a tiny bit wider, her hair twitched, and her arms shifted. After a second of silence, she burst laughing maniacally as if something had snapped inside her head. I see. The news was true after all. All of that madness, to think it was a reality, not just a passing illusion of a long-forgotten saga. Isabel jumped from her chair, and her body flew toward Arad as if she wasn't a human. Her legs didn't move, her hair didn't shift with the wind, and her smile remained as still as stones. Just seeing her move like that made Arad jump back a few steps, all of his senses screaming that this thing was dangerous, far more harrowing than any horror he had faced before. Isabel was a half-halfling and half-angel. She barely reached Arad's knee in height. Seeing him jump away from her looked like someone fleeing from a cockroach, and it was indeed the same. Her wings simply opened up. They didn't even moor or flap once, but her body magically shifted its trajectory toward Arad, and she landed on his chest, standing sideways on his large torso. Arad tried to smack her down, but she easily blocked his fist with her umbrella, the grin on her face never shifting an inch. What's this? What happened to him? Callie, you've neglected him, didn't you? Callie sighed. He isn't going all out, and neither are you, so stop fooling around before somebody gets hurt. Callie, what is this abomination's deal? Callie jumped from her chair. She is an abomination now, yes, but she wasn't like this before. She is a fragment of creation. She might be extremely weakened now, but I don't need to tell her what she could do. Arad took a deep breath and used a void step to get away from creation, but she immediately flew at him like a nail to a magnet. Shaking her seemed almost impossible until Arad finally noticed a clue, the common theme among all of the monsters of the world. His body shifted, and from his side a void creature, a woman with burning pink eyes, emerged and grabbed Isabel by the hair, stopping her, Cirith and Novieler, and what do we have here? The smile on Isabel's face grew wider until it reached her eyes, quickly revealing her unnatural, abominable side as the proportions of her facial features shifted beyond human limits. Her eyes looked bigger than normal, her mouth was wider and her nose longer, and even her ears somewhere twisted back and became sharper. A fateless wretch touched by the fates, she tried to punch Doma, but instead was bound to the ground with a curse. Arad, the hell is this thing? It's ripping the fabric of reality, creating a new one that suits her goals, Callie said. She is a fragment of creation. He then looked at Callie. What is her deal? Don't worry, she is just checking you out. Her powers might be tricky, but they are nowhere near her peak or what she should be able to achieve. She isn't dangerous even if she wants to. Callie flew toward them, and Doma released Isabel. Once again, I'm Isabel. You can say that creation is the opposite of destruction. I can make things instead of breaking them. She stood, but in an inhumane way. Her body levitated, and her joints twisted in strange ways. The only power I got left is the drawing board. She waved her hands and turned sideways, showing Arad that while her body looked normal from the front, she was as flat as paper from the side to the point she disappeared. Drawing board allows me to shift myself and the space around me back from the third dimension to the second and the first, making it easier to draw, visualize, and conceptualize a reality that doesn't exist. She grabbed herself by the hair and pulled her head upward, stretching her whole body. Then, by making her umbrella float around like a pen, she redrew her body to look taller. It only took her 10 seconds to finish the drawing, and soon her two-dimensional figure inflated back to the third dimension. Isabel looked around, inspected her new look, in which she was as tall as Doma, and then smiled. Could have made my chest a bit smaller. Now it's weighing me down. She shifted back for a second, made it a bit smaller, and then turned back. The hell was that? Arad could notice a wave of strange divine magic flowing around Isabel, but he couldn't understand anything of what she was doing. Creation, the whole universe, is my canvas. Isabel smiled and sat back on her chair, putting one leg on another. Destruction, over there, is the eraser. The fates are the script holders, and Yog is Ao's knowledge severed from his brain, so he can enjoy the show without spoiling it for himself. Arad pulled a chair and sat down. It was all too much to take at once. First, creation, the primordial portfolio they were looking for, was here in the half-angel kingdom. Well, a part of her, at least. Her powers are as strange as Kali's destruction, but they might be more complicated in practice. But what worried Arad more now was the fact she was an abomination. Did that primordial portfolio fall into the wrong hands? Why isn't Kali doing anything about it? He had a lot of questions, and the one who could answer them, Kali, was here with him. First, she is an abomination. Is that okay? Can we just let her go? Chapter 1345. I'm just a hammer. Kali looked at Isabel for a few long seconds, frowned, and then sighed. I honestly don't know. She isn't harmful, but she is dangerous like everyone else is. Isabel smiled. I won't bite your faces off, but I'm prone to go off on my own and cause trouble. She looked at the window with a longing smile. I did once try to go out and build a whole universe for the abominations and failed. Everyone wanted to just eradicate the abominations, but I wanted to find a way to save them. She sighed. Now I only see myself as foolish. They destroyed many universes before, whole worlds built by beings far smarter and more capable than I ever could be. Why did I think I could do it at the time? Even I can't guess what I was thinking. Arad looked at her, sat down, and sighed. Once before said that someone can be their life's protagonist, but they aren't always the hero of their stories. Even if someone or something out there can save them, it wasn't you, so you can't blame yourself for failing. You know what's funny? Ao once told me the same thing, that I'm not their hero. He told me that I couldn't rob Nayar of his role. She looked at Arad with a smile. He fights for his people, bringing them survival at the expense of everyone else. To his people, he is a hero. To us, he is the villain. We're the same, fighting for survival, and Nayar to us the villain, just like we're villains to him. Arad leaned back and looked at the ceiling. So what? You now want to ask me if I'll help the abominations if I could? I'll answer before you even ask. No, the universe comes first. Its people are my priority. Ao was right. The abominations are Nayar's problem, not ours. You tried and failed, and I won't be repeating the same mistake. Isabel had wished for a different answer, but nothing seemed to have changed. It was the same. The abominations' track record of ruining everything they came into contact with had cost them all patience from everyone else. No one cares to give them a moment of consideration. Arad might have already killed her if Kali wasn't here vouching for her. Fine, I've got the gist of everything. Isabel looked at Kali. I want to help, but my abilities are quite limited without my full power. Thanks to you, over 1,000 of my fragments are lost around the universe, some dormant, some alive and kicking. She jumped from her chair and landed in front of Arad. A new side quest for you. Find them all, or at least 100, since when you gather that much, I would be powerful enough to sense the location of the missing parts. This was Arad's plan all along, to find creations, since Kali thinks the power of the primordial portfolios is necessary to win the war. But since he isn't the one asking, he should be able to push for something in exchange. So, you'd get your power back. What do I get from doing all that work? She smiled, giggled, and then looked back at Kali. Well, if me being all lovey-dovey doesn't seem to be worth it, so how about I tell you that my power can help you master creation through your void. It can also help fully realize a world to rule. She flicked her fingers, and her whole body started glowing. In the blink of an eye, she turned into a large sledgehammer and landed in Arad's hand. Technically, both I and Kali are extensions of Ao's power. We're his weapon and tool. I'm his hammer of creation, and Kali is his spear of destruction. A voice boomed from the hammer. Arad swung the hammer. It was heavy, weighing at least several tons, and consumed too much mana to wield, but with a single swing, he was able to morph his mana into anything that he was imagining. What floated in front of him was a block of steel. I just looked at the hammer's head, thought it was made of a block of steel, and a block of steel appeared when I swung the hammer. He scratched the back of his head, and Isabel shifted back to her humanoid form. She laid on his massive arm, wrapping her legs and arms around him like she was sitting on the branch of a great tree. She smiled. Well, the more fragments you find, the stronger I'll become, meaning the lighter I can make this hammer form, the lower the mana cost is, and the larger the objects it can create. Get me to my full power, and I'll be able to forge a world in 6 days. But even you'll have to rest. After Arad looked at her. Can you create a living body for her? He pointed at Doma. Well, it took Ao centuries to make his first living being, even more to perfect them. So no, he sighed, and she kicked him in the face. I didn't say you couldn't. You'll live long enough to make it happen. She could see the prickly blood boiling inside his veins. He won't be dying of old age. She jumped from Arad's arm and landed behind him, looking at Aella and Mira, who stood there, watching everything unfold in silence. Don't you two have anything to say? You've been silent this whole time. Her gaze stopped at Aella, who stood in the front. Callie is a goddess. She knows what she is doing. If she didn't make any move, then I don't have any reason to act. Aella looked at her with a smile and then shifted her gaze to Callie. Isn't that right, or should I worry about her? Callie shook her head. No, you don't need to worry about her. I'll make sure she understands everything. She approached Isabel and wrapped an arm around her neck. See this elf? Her name is Aella, Arad's first wife. That only means she came first. All the wives are equal unless the situation forces one to rise above the others. Like here, while we're dealing with you, my word as a goddess trumps hers in this specific situation. Your point? Isabel lifted an eyebrow. You're smart enough to read the situations on your own. Don't put yourself above everyone else or you'll regret it. She then looked at Arad. Don't chew more than you can bite. Mira looked at Isabel for a few seconds. Are we really taking her in? Callie grabbed Isabel. Look, it's happening. If it was Aella rejecting you, I'd say put her in an embarrassing or a difficult situation, and she'll give in like trying to kiss her toes, and she'll just run away and accept you. But this is Mira. You have to find another way to impress her. Show me what that brain of yours can do. Isabel looked at Mira, and then her body flashed with light. In the blink of an eye, she was in the form of a smaller hammer in Mira's hand. Omni-tool. I can do anything from hammering nails to cutting wood or forging steel. You can't create things from nothing but mana like Arad, but as long as you have the basic material, I'll make it happen. Chapter 1346. 1346, Tales of War 1. Myra looked at the hammer in her hand for a few seconds, and then threw it away. The hammer flashed with light and turned back into Isabel. The woman landed on her chair and looked back at Mira with a smile. Come on, don't say you didn't like it. I could feel your hands too rough and coarse. I know a hard-working carpenter when I see them. Mira didn't reply. She just glared at Isabel for a long while and sighed. That made Isabel shrug. Not the best of starts, but at least it's not the worst. She turned to Arad. Don't you think so? He looked at Alla. I'll leave this matter to you and everyone else. Arad could just decide if Isabel can stay or leave. His wives won't disagree with what he wants, but to him at least, that is unfair to them. That is why he leaves decisions like this to their collective vote. And since he left the decision to them, he now has time for another important matter, one that he was waiting for the whole day. Some quality time with the woman standing behind Callie, Diana. Arad and Diana were sitting alone in a tiny room that was linked to the throne room. Usually this room was used to entertain guests while they waited for other people to finish their meeting with Lucifer. That whole room now belonged to Arad and Diana. So, you wanted me to tell you about the war? She looked at the fresh and warm tea on the table. What I want to know is, where did you pull that tea from? I've got many things hidden in my stomach. He took a sip of his tea and looked at her. But that doesn't matter now. The war, what is happening out there? Should I start from the ground? Or do you have some understanding? The outer war was simple to understand and impossible to fathom, a strange war between creatures with enough power to erase worlds with a breath. Start from the ground? Arad wanted to know everything. The war, how it started, who is winning, why is the other side losing, and how everything relates to the Void Dragons. First, Nyar. He is the core of this whole conflict. He usually appears as a man in a yellow cloak, but that is merely his avatar, not his real body. She looked at the sky. Nyar is similar to the Pale Night, the mother of all demons if you know her. Considering you're marrying Kali, you should be familiar with the being birthing billions of demons each second. Arad nodded. So you're saying that Nyar is a writhing mass of flesh that constantly gives birth to abominations? Diana nodded. No one fully understands Nyar's biology, but that is what is believed to be true. Yog, Shib, and the one who kicked Nyar, Zalaria, all agree on that idea. She frowned. But Yog said that it's mostly true. That means that notion has a flaw somewhere. She knows more than anyone else. Arid leaned back, his eyes flashing purple, and I guess she didn't explain like always. Yes, but that takes us to the goal of the war, to reach Nyar's true body and destroy it. That is our goal. She took a sip of her tea, and Arid finished speaking after her. And their goal is to reach the universe in full force. No, their goal is to snatch the current overgod alive so the universe won't collapse when they arrive. She looked at the door. Kali would destroy the world if the abomination managed to achieve that. She is the world's self-destruction bottom, the last stand against the abominations. What about the gods? Have you ever played chess? The gods are the powerful pieces like the castle king and queen. The pawns are us, the soldiers of the war. She waved her hand and summoned a medal. I was the general of the 9th Battalion of the Destroyers. My job was mass destruction, to do the same thing you did while chasing Vorvados around. She put one leg on another. To kill any abomination that gets past a set point or line. I don't care about the who or what. If it moves, it dies. What if it's just a colony with no military outpost? That can be used for something instead of outright destroyed. She smiled. I don't care. There's no in-between here. They get past the line, they die, no talk, no calling command first, and no wasting time. She sighed. That was my job, the regular one, at least. We sometimes have missions that take us deep into the abomination's territory. I guess the abominations are just as ruthless, seeing that they managed to slip all the way here more than once. Arad smiled, and Diana frowned, looking a bit upset, feeling like he was throwing shade at her job. That is why we kill everyone. All the abominations are an extension of Nyar. He sacrifices abominations to create vessels. A colony of a few thousand abominations can turn into one vessel in hours. She stood and approached Arad. Come on, I'll show you something. She touched his head, and fragments of her memories flew into his mind. Arad suddenly was alone in the silent, empty void, looking down on a stray meteor. Inside that meteor, he could see a thriving abomination colony thriving. They looked like termites infesting the galactic boulder, sailing through the darkness unaware of the destroyer standing above them. He felt hot, weird, happy, and excited. It was strange, and Arad got confused for a second. Those weren't his feelings. They belonged to Diana. She was enjoying it, the wait before she would slaughter the whole colony. While the woman he saw and talked with looked poised and calm, the one on the battlefield was a battle-crazed, bloodthirsty maniac who got off murder and slaughter. Sadly, before she could satisfy herself and rip them all to shreds, something harrowing happened. All of the abominations just exploded into a cloud of black blood and gore from their remains. An ancient horror emerged, a vessel of Nyar. To create a vessel, Nyar must sacrifice thousands of abominations. Their collective power is the power that the vessel will be able to display before Diana could do anything. The vessel flashed away and disappeared, heading deeper into the world and outside her domain. It was inevitable, but Diana saw it differently. That failure was recent. That vessel was the same one Gojo faced with Kane and Caden before. That failure is the reason she was sent here, the reason she was pulled from the front lines. That is what Diana believes. Diana pulled her hand away from Arad's forehead. As you can see, one slip almost led to the universe collapsing. It's safe to say both sides are at a stalemate. Anything can shift the scales. Noville Furin Yot, Chapter 1347, 1347. Tales of War 1. The Abomination's goal is to carve a path for Nyar into the universe, while the God's goal is to prevent that. The ultimate goal is for each side to reach the other's ruler. The gods want to kill Nyar, while Nyar aims to capture the current overgod. This explanation was the oversimplified concept of the war, but in reality, it's more complicated than that. Arad understood that when Diana showed him another memory of her, one that shocked him. While Diana spent most of her time alone deep into the abomination territory, this memory was of her fighting in the front lines. Arad was flying through the dark void. The massive raven wings behind his back spanned several kilometers wide as he ripped through the darkness at harrowing speed. He was heading straight toward a sea of light and fire. Countless stars flashed in the distance, and his sharp eyes could see them. Those weren't stars, but flashes of magic and chaos burning as the abominations and the forces of the gods clashed. Arad saw a massive void dragon flying above him, even faster than Diana was, even faster than he could ever achieve. The dragon opened his stomach, and armies of angels flew out of it, bathing the dark void in light and fire. Diana had been one of many angels tasked with protecting the dragon while he delivered the soldiers and supplies to the front lines. As the dragon was emptying his stomach, a large abomination flew toward it, trying to kill him before all of the soldiers emerged. Of course, the dragon wasn't weak. It was, in fact, far more power than Arad was now. The void dragon was a great worm, void dragon, with a body so vast and powerful that it dwarfed many worlds. His mere existence could shatter the fabric of reality in many places. His blinding breath looked like a beam of galactic wrath that consumed the whole abyssal void, but the abomination deflected that breath with his massive arm. The abomination wasn't any random one. He was one of the special ones born and bred to kill the void dragon and disturb the gods' chain of command and supplies. Many of the angels flew in to protect the void dragon, but their attacks were easily pushed away. The horrid abomination was just far too powerful, too fast, and too cunning for them to catch and kill. The situation quickly turned desperate, but that was the reason Diana was sent here with them. She flew at the abomination, spreading all of her wings. While she had only used a pair to arrive here, a herald of destruction like her was on the level of an archon, and she had 9 pairs of raven wings. As she manifested them all, her speed easily surpassed both the other angels and the abomination. In the blink of an eye, she arrived at the monster's side and plunged her spear into its chest. Protect the dragon. I'll deal with the abominations. Here in the vacuum of space, sound didn't exist. Instead, words were exchanged through telepathic links. Everyone heard Dana's words booming inside their heads. They all had one question in mind. Even Arad was confused about it. She said, abominations, not abomination. He was seeing her memories, but even he couldn't spot where the other creatures were. It took Arad a few seconds to realize that Dana's words came from experience, not what she was seeing. She only saw one abomination like everyone else. But those attacks never end with just one abomination. Diana was right. Seconds after her charge, 4 massive dark shadows emerged in the void, black, starry wings, burning green eyes, rotten flesh, and an everlasting, dreadful presence. Arad could feel his skin crawling with both disgust and fear when he saw them dead, void dragons moving like zombies, controlled by some horrid horror from the outer world. Diana didn't seem to even flinch in the face of such horrors. This wasn't her first time facing them, and it probably won't be the last. She flapped her wings and sent a massive wave of divine magic at the dragons, while turning to attack the charger first. From Diana's memories, Arad could understand a few things about the harrowing fight. The abomination charger is what the gods' forces call the suicidal bombers that target the void dragons. That thing was the main threat to the convoy Diana was protecting, so her job was to destroy it first. The other thing that Arad understood was that those 4 zombified void dragons were once great worms, but when the abomination infected them with whatever horror they had created, their power dropped to the level of worms. The coming battle was just too fast, too violent, and too bright, drowning in the flashes of magic and fire that Arad could barely understand anything, even if he was seeing and feeling things through Diana's memories. The fight only lasted a minute, but at the end of it, Diana had lost an eye, half of her wings, her left leg, and her right arm. Her stomach was split open, and her intestine dangled down, washed in a stream of burning red blood. But her enemies were dead, destroyed, and their shattered bodies floated in the limitless void, unrecognizable. Diana removed her hand from Arad's forehead, and he gasped for air. The first thing that flashed through his mind was damnation. She was a torturer, not a soldier of the abomination army. She was no stronger than a civilian in their ranks, and even she was powerful. He could only imagine how lucky he was, how disastrous it would have been if she could actually fight. "Are you feeling all right?" Diana looked at Arad with a concerned face. "You're looking pale." Arad looked at her. "I just realized the fights in the war are far larger in scale than anything I've ever seen." She blinked, a confused look on her face. "Well, of course they are larger. The little things that slip through our defenses aren't anywhere near that scary. My job is to liberate worlds." Arad looked at the ceiling and laughed. "More like clean up after the army." Dinah laughed. "That's an important job, but I'm sure they've got a good reason for not sending you to the front lines." She looked down at herself. "And here am I," she sighed. "I'm sure me getting recalled back here is some kind of punishment for a failed mission, but I also think Lady Callie, or at least the Overgod, had another reason for sending me here." Arad lifted an eyebrow. "Another reason?" She smiled. "Since I'm here anyway, how about I put you through the Army's drills? Train like all the adult void dragons do when they first arrive at the front lines? Now that I'm mostly free, I can even spend more time focused on turning you into the strongest soldier." Chapter 1348. How to Survive in the Void. Arad had 4 incarnations. One was in Alina, another in the university, and the third one in the half-angel kingdom. The 4th incarnation was now flying in the space of the mortal world with Diana, about to start his training under her. Arad had expected a lot of fighting and martial training, but to his surprise, the first one was about survival. Under the angel's watchful gaze, he had to create just enough oxygen for himself to breathe without cursing the whole area. "Keep it up! Create just enough, nothing more!" Diana shouted as she flew a fair distance above Arad. "The abominations can sense that curse and use it to locate you, so make sure it doesn't get out of hand." Arad floated in his draconic form, looking down at Earth with a passive face as he tried to control his breathing and lower the amount of oxygen he needed. Even though he could make enough to survive for centuries, the amount of radiation caused would draw all the abominations toward him, like moths to a flame. Then suddenly Diana swung her foot down and kicked Arad on the back, almost breaking his spine. "I said keep it under control. A suicide bomber would have already spotted and killed you by now. You've seen how deadly they are, so do better." After a whole hour, Arad could finally achieve a measure of success for someone who was just starting. "You're about average, but that's enough for me. Keep it up and follow me." She flew in front of him, and he followed, finding it harder to keep his breathing, the generation of oxygen, and the amount of radiation released in check all at the same time. Everyone can learn how to steady their breath, but not everyone can do it while running, let alone fighting. She looked back at Arad. "You've been doing it in your human, weaker form, but that's far easier than trying to sustain your massive, power-hungry, draconic form." "I know, but where are we going?" he asked, and she laughed. "Going? We aren't going anywhere. I'm just getting you to move." Just as expected, getting him to move made the task even harder. But the impossible part was just starting. Diana had him use his void eyes to observe the mana around him and then camouflage himself and his mana to blend into the void, which was on a whole other level compared to just shifting the color of his scales to blend with the environment. Void Dragon's main job in the war is to transport soldiers, supplies, weapons, and food safely and quickly through the war-riddled outer space. They needed to be able to sneak past the Abomination Patrol undetected. If they can't do that, then they won't even survive long enough to grow strong enough to fight. Some Void Dragons can fly only a few kilometers away from an abomination without being detected. That's like you walking just an inch behind a man without him noticing you. Diana looked at Arad and smiled. You're doing better than any recruit I ever trained. Arad looked around and then quickly focused back on what he was doing, making oxygen, camouflaging himself, and hiding his magic signal. He literally had to melt into the void and disappear. This is difficult, but it's doable with enough training. Won't we do something more active? Arad asked, and Diana started thinking for a few seconds. Arad wanted to fight for a bit and master his new powers. He had become an adult recently and still didn't get a chance to go all out. All he had was either small squabbles or fights where he couldn't unleash his full might in fear of breaking the world. As an adult Void Dragon, getting into a fight in the war is asking to be killed. Even the Great Worms can't afford to move without protection. Most of your training will revolve around evading fights, and the rest is about to run from them when you get caught. She looked down at him. I might be a bloodthirsty harbinger of destruction, but I'm not a fan of sending my soldiers to their deaths. She looked around and waved her hand.
You're doing great now. Silently spread your magic over your whole domain. Arad blinked. What's a domain? Serth the Noveler Net, the area of magic you dominate. How far away can you control magic? She asked Arad, who realized she was talking about his magic radius. 4,000 kilometers in each direction. That was a massive distance that dwarfed most kingdoms in the mortal world, but when talking about outer space, it was infinitely small. The healthy average of an adult Void Dragon. Now, instead of using it to cast magic, try to use it to detect everything around you. All living beings, including abominations, leave a trace of mana in their path. She waved her hand. I summoned several demons all around us. Try to locate them and give me their exact location. Arad could already feel several demons close by, so he replied, 4 are close, almost 50 kilometers to the left. Diana lifted her foot up and dropped it on his back. Here, you're dead again. I told you to find them, not lick their souls with your magic. They also sensed you. If this was the outer space, we'd already be swarmed by them now, she pointed at the empty space. Detect them without them detecting you back. Don't look straight at them. Just follow the trail they leave behind. And when it gets strong enough, you'll know they are close. Arad's back was already starting to hurt. She might look like a normal human, but her kicks are stupidly heavy, like he's been punched by 4 of himself at once. Arad tried again this time. He looked for the traces. They were like the footsteps left by someone walking. When he found the trail, he followed it with his magic sense, keeping a close eye on its strength. When the trail got so fresh and strong, he knew that the demon who left it must be just a short distance ahead, so he reported his finding back to Diana. This time, she didn't kick him. She instead praised him. Most soldiers fail at least 10 times before they figure it out, but he was a fast learner. Good, now the hard part. Just from the trail, I need you to find out the vague shape of their bodies, their magic type, speed, and most importantly, if they can call reinforcement or not. She sat on Arad's back and pointed in the direction of the demon. If they can call a reinforcement, we'll avoid them. If they can't, we'll try a stealth kill. For the stealth kill, you must get close enough to suck them into your stomach in under 1,000th of a second. The angels inside your stomach will be ready to gang on the abomination and kill it there where no one will detect the fight. Arad flew toward the demon as he tried to check its magic type. It was quite a hard thing to achieve, but after several kicks from Diana, he finally managed to do it. 4 legs, 6 arms, fire-type magic, not that fast, also has telepathic signals, Arad informed Diana, but the telepathic signal is only incoming. He can receive calls and orders but not send them. She looked at him and lifted her foot up. So,
Attack or evade? Arad thought about it for a while. He didn't want her to shatter his spine, so after a while he replied, "Attack?" She kicked him. If the telepathic signal exists, that means someone is keeping an eye on him. Kill that one and 100 will show up. Better to evade them. Chapter 1349, A Valuable Asset. After almost 4 hours of training, Arad didn't get to fight anything, not even once. The only fighting that happened was Diana kicking his back whenever he made a mistake. Each one of her kicks felt as heavy as getting hit with a hammer. Arad didn't even know why she was so violent. It took him a second to realize why she was acting like that. That was because he kept asking if he could fight the abominations. She wanted him to understand that fighting the abominations is dangerous, and he was already considering that his back might break if he kept going for them. By the end, Arad had learned many things, but he still needed to practice. It was quite tricky to avoid detection and even harder to track his targets and get close enough to eliminate them. Soon, Arad felt like he was some wild predator, sneaking through the dense jungle to hunt powerful prey and avoid getting ganged on by a pack of scavengers. A lion can hunt a buffalo, but he still might get gored if he isn't careful enough, and even if he manages to hunt the prey, he might still get robbed of it by hyenas. Arad learned how to use the void's darkness as foliage, the great celestial bodies and debris as trees for cover, and the violent waves of magic and solar bursts as violent winds to hide his tracks. That is all for today. You're doing good, better than average, but nowhere near the top talents. Diana looked at him with a grin. I guess you're more of a brawler than a hunter, but sadly brawlers don't survive long enough on the front lines to become useful. She stood and threw him a glance. The abominations, they don't just travel as individuals, do they? Arad asked with a worried void, and Diana nodded. Besides moving colonies, they also have those massive ships with thousands of them inside. She smiled. Don't ever think of attacking one solo, at least until you become a great worm. No, even if you became a great worm, you'll still be more useful for the army alive instead of risking your life against the abominable monsters. She sighed. You can kill one abomination, but 100 would show up to rip you apart, or worse, turn you into a mindless power in their hands. She looked at the starry void. Listen, I'm certain that Kali and Arya had more than one reason to keep you away from the war. I'm not knowledgeable like them. But it's clear you're an important asset that they want to keep safe. An important asset? He sighed. What kind of important asset gets left behind? But you might be right. Think about it. Diana smiled. At first, I thought you were just Kali's little pleasure toy that she wants to keep away from the war. But seeing how you performed here, I'm starting to think there is more to it than that. She sighed. Take me, for example. I doubt that any failure I had would warrant such a punishment as being sent this far back, especially with how dire the situation is. She laid on Arad's back, keeping you here, bringing me all the way here to train you. All of it must be to serve a greater goal. That is why I suggest you train well and try your best to learn how to survive. She waved her hand. Let's head back. They must be waiting. Arad immediately sucked her into his stomach and spat her out beside his incarnation in Lucifer's palace. She looked around, seeing him on the bed with the other girls walking around the room, checking some papers with each other. It's quite amazing, those incarnations of yours. She smiled and approached him. What happened to the one left in space? I dismissed it. Now I can call it beside any of my active incarnations. He sat up and pointed back at Kali. She wanted to speak with you. How did Arad do? Kali approached them in her destruction form. Good, but he is too hot-blooded for his own good. Diana sat on the bed, and Kali found a seat beside her, and Arad hot-blooded. I wonder where he got that from. Father, perhaps, Arad replied, and she smiled. Indeed, but Alcott is more calculated than to be called hot-blooded by Diana. She'll more likely call him stupid or reckless. Kali leaned on Arad. She has a way with words, you see. Kali then glanced at Diana. By hot-blooded, she mostly means you've got great talent, but you're quite keen on fighting that you can't fully use it, like his incarnations. Diana dropped on the bed. I can just imagine him flying around, getting found, then dismissing that incarnation immediately. Such a thing would confuse the abominations so much that they might actually retreat. A void dragon that can just vanish into the void would be horrifying to them more than anything else. She smiled. You don't even need to retreat. Go in, blast them, and dismiss the incarnation. That depends on me being able to sneak close enough with an incarnation first. Arad started thinking, but that might be a viable strategy. Probably more fun than just calling all the incarnations to one spot to gang on someone. Diana studied Callie for a long while, and then asked, I get this straight. What are your plans for Arad? I can't train him well without knowing the end goal. Sirt the Callie looked at her with a smile and then giggled. My plan for Arad? We'll just look around. Callie waved her hand and at the end pointed at Isabel. Destruction and creation, both are resting in his hands, added his special powers, incarnations, aptitude for fighting, and even more his achievements so far. What do you think? Callie leaned back on the wall. Don't answer. Just keep your thoughts to yourself. I got plans for him, for myself, for everyone. For Arad, it's simple. I want him to grow strong enough, sharp enough, and powerful enough to shift the tides of war. For that, I need him to survive and remain alive until he at least becomes a great worm. That's why you brought me all the way here, I told you, didn't I? This is a promotion, not a demotion or a punishment. You're here to train one of the Army's most valuable assets. Also, the abominations were especially targeting you in recent years, so bringing you here is a way of helping you stay low for the time being. Callie stood and then jumped on the bed beside Arad. Come on, Diana. Rest well for now. Chapter 1350, Half-Angle Night. Arad rested on the bed, looking at the starry sky through the window, and the muscles on his back twitched, contracting and twisting as he cracked the unspread wings. He had once learned a valuable lesson from Nina, and it was that for the most part, he can't just dive into fire. Through his glowing purple eyes, he could see 3 different scenes, all similar but not like one another. Here in the Half-Angel Kingdom, he was in this vast room with Aella, Mira, Tina, Kali, Diana, Isabel, and Valeria, as well as the maid Gina and the other 4 maids that served them in the VIP room. For now, Valeria took Saren to the next room to put her to sleep while everyone else stayed. Aella and Mira were already ready and waiting. Tina got used to it long ago, and Callie was happily humming as she brushed her hair with 6 arms. Diana silently sat beside her goddess, her eyes closed and her hands moving on their own, handing Callie brushes and oil whenever she needed them. The strangest one was Isabel, who sat naked on the bed, shifting the details of her body with her fingers and occasionally asking Arad for his input. Say, how tall should be? She looked at Arad and he sighed. Why are you asking me? Pick whatever you like. She looked at him and then at her long, pale legs. Of course I'd ask you. She then turned to Callie. What do you say? Callie looked at her. Besides you, there is only one halfling among his wives. So I'd say he'd rather have someone a bit taller than his knee. How about you turn into a 2-meter halfling? Callie leaned back on her chair and stretched her arms, or 1.5 meters half Arad's height. Halflings are called halflings because they are half the height of an elf after all. Isabel smiled. Yeah, so I can be a half-Aradling. She grabbed herself by the head and stretched her body upward, growing from just 3 feet in height to almost 5 feet, half Arad's 10 feet in height, which made her only a tiny bit shorter than Tina. Aella looked at her. You look weird. Mira also gasped. Ugly is more like it. Your torso is stretched like a snake. Isabel looked down and burst laughing. Her legs were still the same length and only her abdomen had stretched. Sorry. I should have thought about that. She quickly fixed herself and then looked at Aella. You're his wife? The first one he met? Care to give me some pointers? Of course, I'm not trying to copy you or anything. She approached her with sparkling eyes, to the point that Aella pushed her away. Calm down. Fine, But first, fix your arms as well." After Isabel fixed her body's proportions and set them straight, it was time to change the small details. First, Ayala informed her that Erod would prefer a fit body like Mira and her than anything else. For their endurance, if nothing more, hearing that Isabel drew some abs on her abdomen and made them vaguely visible, plumped her back a bit, and even gave her tights a small pump in thickness. "Do you know how much it takes to develop abs like the one you just pulled out of nowhere?" Mira sighed. She had spent years working as a carpenter, swinging hammers and carrying heavy slabs of wood to develop her well-tuned body. It was quite overwhelming to see Isabel freely shift her body as she fancies. "I know, years, if not more." Isabel leaned on her arms and then looked back at Ayala. "So, about the important bits? How large or small should I get them? My butt and chest, I mean." Ayala grabbed the pillow and swung at her. "Why are you asking me? Make them whatever. Just don't turn yourself into a disgusting ogre." Isabel dodged Ayala's strike with a jump and landed on the bed, taking a stance and ready to fight. "Come on, bring it on." She spawned a pillow out of thin air and started spinning it. Mira also lifted a pillow and got ready to fight. Since it was Callie who recommended her, Ayala and Mira didn't have that many problems with Isabel, or at least not yet since it was her first day around. Nothing beats a little squabble to know how a person would act. As the three fought with pillows over the bed, Arad stood and took a seat on one of the chairs close to the window. Gina, the half-angel maid, approached him. "Lord Arad, want me to get them to stop?" "No, let them play." He looked at her. "So you're here. How come so?" She looked back at the four maids behind her. "Thanks to you and Allah, they won enough money to retire." She scratched her chin. "But we won't miss the chance to work in a family that has a goddess as one of the wives." She looked back at Kali, one of the maids added. "Forget the rich nobles and royalty. We're working under a goddess. No one will miss such an opportunity." Arad sighed. "You know, I'm not talking about that." "I know." Gina shook her head. "If you're good for a goddess, you're far better than any of us deserves." Callie, who was still doing her hair, looked at them. "Come on, he is even out of my league. I should be his servant, not wife." The maids laughed, and the only one who still had a serious face was Diana. "Lady Callie, are you sure about this?" She glared at her, and Callie stopped laughing. "Then tell me, what do you think?" Diana looked at Arad for a while. "He is strong, quite adept, and far better than any mortal I've ever seen, but something about him is off." She looked at the ceiling. "I feel like the bright ones are watching all the time." "The bright ones," Callie smiled. "No, they aren't watching. Those old angels will only shift their gaze to the mortal world when something important happens." "Who are the bright ones?" Arad asked, and Callie waved her hand. "They are nothing important, just the angels of the first over-god Ao. They are indifferent to the matters of the world and universe, so you can ignore them." She pointed up. "They are all above in their heaven, kneeling down and waiting as they've been doing for the past eons. The weakest of them is on the level of a lesser god, and the strongest ones are only a bit weaker than me and Amaterasu." Callie stood and threw a glance at the three fighting in the back. "Ayala, Mira, shouldn't you two get going so we can have a chance to have some fun as well?" Diana stood. "Then I'll be leaving." Callie called her. "You should stay." Diana looked at her. "Is that an order?" "Just an advice. You can ignore it if you want." Diana stood for a minute and then sighed. "Fine. If an archon like her had learned anything in her life, it is that the strongest gods don't need to deceive or trick people." She approached the bed. "I'll try and see where the wisdom of a goddess takes me." She glared at Arad with a faint fire burning in her eyes, only to get grabbed from the back of her neck by Callie. "You're the submissive one. We all are. Don't embarrass me and yourself in the future." Callie really wanted to tell her that she was standing in front of Ao, but that fact should be tightly controlled until the fates decide it's time to make it known. If Callie knew one thing, it is that the primordials should trust each other's judgment no matter what. When Callie tried to kill creation, creation didn't even try to resist. Because Callie is destruction, and she knows when something must be destroyed. In the same way, the fates know what's fated to happen and when.